Chapter 1 Divorce. When the steel poke from the Civil Affairs Bureau fell, Shin-jun's fingertips trembled slightly. Next one. The mechanical voice of the staff was like a sharp blade that scratched his heart. After 6 years, he and Jalwani finally came to this point, and their 6-year marriage ended. Shin-jun turned his head to look at Jalwani. However, Jalwani had already put away the divorce certificate with an indifferent expression. Without even looking at Shin-jun, she put on her sunglasses, stood up and walked out. Shin-jun took a deep breath and stood up. Jalwani glanced at Shin-jun, who followed, and said indifferently, "I will apply for a change in Shin-ainen's custody next week." The rhythm of her high heels hitting the ground was like a countdown. "Don't think the court will sentence you to this. Waste?" Shin-jun sneered and interrupted her words. 6 years have passed, and he once again looked directly at the woman who had promised him his life. Which drinking party was President Jowett went in and had a fever of 39 degrees the night before yesterday? Jalwani's expression did not change at all, and she pushed up her sunglasses. "At least I can give her a VIP room in a private hospital, and you? What else can you give her besides your cheap company?" Jalwani's voice was like a sharp knife. "You can be your good piece of trash, but I won't allow you to drag down my daughter." Jalwani said the last sentence in a cold voice, as if issuing an ultimatum, and then got into the car and left without looking back. Looking at the departing car, Shin-jun looked dazed. He has been in this world for 6 years. "When I first arrived, I was a senior student at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Because of a school competition, I met Jalwani, who was also studying at the Conservatory of Music. Jalwani is bright and generous, with a good temperament. Even Shin-jun, who was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women in his previous life, couldn't help but be moved by her. Shin-jun was the school hunk of that year. Because of his past life, he was knowledgeable and had a high emotional intelligence. Jalwani also had a good impression of Shin-jun. So naturally, the two became lovers. One time, the precautions were not taken properly and Jalwani became pregnant. At that time, their relationship was very positive, so they got married right after graduation. After giving birth, Jalwani joined her father's record company. In his previous life, Shin-jun had been struggling in the entertainment industry for half his life. He was tired and bored, not to mention that he died suddenly from overwork in his previous life. Besides, his father-in-law was always wary of him at that time. Plus, my daughter had just been born and needed someone to take care of her. So the two of them discussed it and decided that Shin-jun would stay at home to take care of the children while Jalwani would focus on her career. My father-in-law's record company was not large at first and could only be considered a small company. After Jalwani joined, she signed several people and some music copyrights under the guidance of Shin-jun. In the following years, these people became extremely popular and their music copyrights all sold out. The company is becoming more and more popular. A few years later, his father-in-law retired and Jalwani took the position of president. Shin-jun became more and more adept at taking care of the family. His daughter Anin grew up gradually and became well-behaved and cute. Shin-jun thought that such a happy life would continue. However, it wasn't long before their relationship began to have problems. As Jalwani's career prospered, the two met less and less frequently. Moreover, Jalwani gradually only had the company in her eyes. Even when she went home, she was either handling business on her computer or making calls on her mobile phone. Gradually, the two of them had no common topics to talk about. In fact, Shin-jun could continue with Jalwani's topic. But he didn't want his home to become Jalwani's second office, and he didn't like Jalwani giving orders at home like a leader. Shin-jun advised Jalwani that the company is now big enough and she can let go of her career. However, Jalwani coldly scolded him for not making progress and degrading himself, and that he would only live a mediocre life. That time, the most intense quarrel broke out since they met. It ended with Shin-jun apologizing. However, a broken mirror cannot be mended, and once a crack appears, it cannot be restored. After that, the quarrels between the two became more and more frequent and more intense. There was even one time when Jalwani directly cursed Shin-jun and called him a waste. In Jalwani's words, if she hadn't been blind and married him, Shin-jun might be begging for food somewhere now. That time, Shin-jun completely gave up. By the end, the two of them had reached the point where they were fed up with each other. Jalwani started not going home for days on end. She was either at the company or back at the villa she bought. 1 year of separation. And then today, the two of them divorced completely. It is impossible to say that Shin-jun is not upset. After all, he has invested a lot in this relationship. On the day of the wedding, he said very seriously, We will spend our lives together. 6 years of sincere love, but in the end, all I got in return was abusive words. Shinjun was in a daze for a moment before he came back to his senses, sighed, and hailed a taxi on the side of the road. Although they are divorced, life has to go on. Although he has lost love, he still has a precious daughter. Nun. A lovely daughter who can melt Shinjun's heart. Emperor Group International Kindergarten. At this time, many parents had gathered at the school gate to pick up their children, and as soon as Shinjun got off the car, he attracted the attention of many parents. Shinjun is only 28 years old this year. He exercises regularly and has a very good figure and looks very young. Emperor International Kindergarten is a high-end private kindergarten in Jing'an District. All families that can send their children here are either rich or noble, and the parents who come to pick up their children are also dressed fashionably and beautifully. But Shinjun is still unique, young, and handsome. This attracted the attention of many mothers. Fortunately, it was time to go home from school, and the attention that fell on Shinjun was quickly diverted away by the little rascals who rushed out of the school. Shinjun waited for a while before a sweet and crisp cry rang out. "Daddy!" Then a figure wearing a little skirt and a little yellow hat ran and staggered toward Shinjun. A smile from the bottom of the heart appeared on Shinjun's face. He picked up the little carrot head in front of him and spun it around in the air. The little carrot head suddenly laughed like a silver bell. Cluck, 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 take off. After a circle, Shinjun held the little carrot head in his arms and carefully smoothed the little yellow hat that was already on his face. A delicate little face suddenly appeared under the little yellow hat. It was Shinjun's daughter, Shin'anan. Shin'anan has an outstanding appearance and has perfectly inherited the extraordinary beauty of Shinjun and Zhaowani. A pair of big, bright eyes, like two inlaid black pearls, fair skin with a rosy glow, a pretty little nose and a cherry mouth, look so cute. Moreover, her bone structure is also very amazing, and her small face, which is the size of a palm, will definitely be amazing in the future if she gets rid of the baby fat. Seeing Anan, Shinjun's depression and trance for the whole day finally disappeared. Shinjun smiled and put his face close to hers. "Let Daddy take a bite." Anan immediately laughed and shouted, "No poop, my beard is prickly." The two quarreled for a while and were about to leave when someone called Shinjun. "Anan, Dad, wait." Chapter 2, Emergency. Shinjun looked back and saw An's head teacher, Mr. Li, walking towards him quickly. Shinjun asked in confusion, "Hello, Teacher Li, what's wrong?" Teacher Li took 2 steps forward and stood opposite Shinjun. When he looked up, he saw the handsome figure of An's father. Teacher Li was in a trance for a moment. He quickly pinched his palm and said seriously, "It's like this, An's father. Isn't this semester almost over? Anan will be going to elementary school in the second half of the year. The academic pressure in primary school is quite high, and many courses are not taught in kindergarten, so our kindergarten has specially launched a kindergarten primary school transition class. You can help your kids get familiar with and learn the primary school curriculum in advance. It will be convenient for them to adapt to primary school life. Do you think Anan would like to sign up?" With the current policy reforms, the kindergarten and primary school curriculums are no longer connected. If you don't go to kindergarten, you will hardly be able to keep up with the primary school curriculum. Shinjun had already learned about the transition from kindergarten to primary school. After hearing what Teacher Li said, he nodded immediately. "Yes. Teacher Li, please sign me up." Teacher Li nodded, and then said in detail, "I'll send you a mobile phone for the course later, you can take a closer look. Then, for our kindergarten class, I'll tell you the exact cost. It's 29,800 per month, and there's a discount if you sign up for 2 consecutive months. I recommend that you sign up for 2 months, so that you can learn more thoroughly." The two chatted for a while about the transition from kindergarten to primary school, and then Shinjun took Anan away from the school. Everyone was busy with the divorce today, so Shinjun didn't have time to cook and could only take Anan out for a quick meal. While eating, Shinjun looked at Anan, who was eating happily, exhaled lightly, and said, "Anan, Daddy is going to separate from Mommy." Anan was struggling with Dan Tart. When she heard what Shinjun said, she looked up and blinked her big eyes. "Didn't we separate a long time ago?" When they were fighting for custody, Anan already knew that they were getting a divorce. Shinjun touched Anan's head with some guilt. "This time we are really separated, and we will never be together again. Will Anan be sad?" Anan put down the egg tart in her hand, and a look of serious thinking appeared on her little face, which made her look much cuter. Then Anan wrinkled her nose. As long as Daddy is here, Anan won't be sad. Mom, she didn't like going home, and she didn't like seeing Anan. She only buys me gifts, but I don't like any of them. After saying that, Anan hugged Shinjun with her greasy little hands, and said very seriously, "Just having Daddy is enough." Shinjun's eyes were filled with tears, and he was almost melted by the warmth of the little cotton-padded jacket. He directly picked up Anan and kissed her, causing Anan to quickly push him away. Zaza. The father and daughter quarreled for a while, and then Anan continued to eat, while Shinjun looked at Anan with a happy face. It seems worth it to have such a daughter in this life. After thinking about it, Shinjun took out his phone and took a photo of the father and daughter having dinner, and then posted it on WeChat Moments. Bless us then, bless us hereafter. This somewhat difficult to understand sentence is what Shinjun is thinking about now. In the past, the photos he posted on WeChat Moments were all of him and Xiaowani. After he had Anan, they were photos of the three of them as a family. That was us in the past. This time, there was no Xiaowani in his group photo, and there will never be Xiaowani in the future. There are only him and Anan. This is who we are today. After dinner, Shinjun took Anan to play in the toy castle in the mall for a while, and then took a taxi back home. While Shinjun was playing with Anan, someone in a program group at the Hunan provincial TV station was complaining to a young man with a Mediterranean look at a young age. Director Lin, the 5 guests for our show, the actor, singer, director, and athlete, have been selected. We have already started contacting you. But there's no suitable amateur guest. Being called Director Lin, Lin Jia, who had a Mediterranean look, was looking at his phone. Hearing this, he looked up in surprise. Is it hard to find amateurs? Aren't there amateurs everywhere on the street? The person who spoke had a bitter look on his face, sighed and said, "The point is that Director Lin, you have too many requirements. The guest must be handsome, the child should preferably be a girl, and the child must also be good looking. The guest can't just be an ordinary person, he has to be talented and interesting." Lin Jia raised his eyebrows. "If I'm ugly, would you like to see it?" Of the 4 guests we contacted, 3 already have little boys, and now there is only 1 girl. If there's another little boy, the yin and yang will be out of balance. We must find a little girl to neutralize it. The main attraction of our show is the children. If the children are not good looking, what's the point of watching it? The program crew member who was speaking said helplessly. But this is not an amateur. It's hard to find. Lin Jia frowned and said in a cold voice. It's hard to find, but we have to find it. This is the key to our show. Everyone. Before speaking, Lin Jia happened to open his Moments, and a photo appeared on the screen. Lin Jia paused. No need to look for it, I'll contact the person. As for the division of property between Shinjun and Xiaowani, due to the compulsory requirement of his father-in-law, the two signed a prenuptial agreement before marriage, and the Zhao family's company had nothing to do with Shinjun. In the end, Shinjun only took 1 house, which is where Shinjun and Anan live now. A large flat of nearly 200 square meters. It cost several million. After returning home, Shinjun first asked Anan to shoot the daily practice videos. Anan is now learning classical dance and needs to shoot basic skills videos every day. He took out his cell phone and opened Teacher Li's WeChat. Teacher Li had earlier sent him information about the curriculum and teachers of the kindergarten primary school transition class. Shinjun took a quick look and asked, "Teacher Li, for 2 months it is 59,000, right? The tuition fee of Emperor International Kindergarten is very high. Children who can come to school are either rich or noble, so this price is considered normal for a kindergarten." Teacher Li replied soon. Anan's father, yes, for 2 months, the discount is 600 yuan. Shinjun didn't hesitate and quickly transferred 59,000. After receiving the payment, the other party replied, "I'll issue the receipt tomorrow and give it to you when you come to pick up Anan." Shinjun quickly typed, "Thank you for your help, Mr. Li. Anan will have to trouble you more later." Smiling face. After solving Anan's transition from kindergarten to primary school, Shinjun sighed and clicked on the text message just sent by the bank. After paying Anan's tuition, my bank balance was only over 20,000 yuan. There was still some money in my WeChat and Alipay financial management, but the total was less than 20,000 yuan. In other words, he now only has more than 40,000 points left on his body. This amount of money is not enough at all, especially since summer vacation is coming soon and an NS dance training will also start, which requires payment. In addition, it costs money to go to elementary school in September. During this period, there are also living expenses for the two of them and An's miscellaneous items. In addition, Shinjun also promised An to go to Disney after the holiday. Shinjun inexplicably thought of Xiaowani's harsh words before. How can you take care of your daughter? Shinjun sighed. Judging from the current situation, he really couldn't take good care of An. Just as he was thinking about it, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. Shinjun looked at the caller and saw that it was his buddy Lin Jia. He answered the call with some surprise. As soon as the call was connected, the other end said bluntly, "Brother Jun, help me." Chapter 3 Participation. Lin Jia is a friend that Shinjun Gang met when he traveled through time. He studied at Shanghai Normal University, majoring in radio and television directing. At that time, Lin Jia needed a handsome actor for his graduation project, and after many friends recommending others, he somehow found Shinjun. Because it was the original body's friend who introduced him, Shinjun didn't give his friend any face and helped Lin Jia. During the filming, Lin Jia was greatly inspired because Shinjun casually mentioned a few words about the program settings and ideas, and later his graduation project even won the Outstanding Graduation Project Award. Since then, Lin Jia has been very grateful and admired Shinjun, and their relationship has gradually become closer. Later, Lin Jia successfully got a job at Hunan TV station with his excellent graduation project and his college works, and during that time he would often chat with Shinjun. Lin Jia thinks that Shinjun is a program genius who always has amazing ideas. When Shinjun got married at a young age, Lin Jia felt very sorry, thinking that the marriage had trapped Shinjun and his natural talent. Later, when he learned that Shinjun was at home taking care of the baby, he was shocked and wanted to find Xiaowani to argue. If Shinjun hadn't stopped him, Lin Jia would have flown back to Shanghai that year. Because they are close friends, Shinjun would occasionally help Lin Jia over the years. Knowing that he had joined the arts channel, Shinjun casually told him about the settings and ideas of some mature variety shows in his previous life. Lin Jia benefited greatly and rose higher and higher in Hunan television station. Now that I'm less than 30 years old, I can already stand on my own. I heard that I'm planning to launch a new program with the support of the TV station. Memories quickly flashed through Shinjun's mind, and Shinjun smiled and said, "You're busy with the show lately, how can I help you?" Lin Jia on the other end of the phone sighed and said, "Brother Jun, this is not based on your inspiration. I recently organized a parent-child reality show." Shinjun thought about it. At the beginning of the year, he discussed with Lin Jia the feasibility of a parent-child reality show, which was the predecessor of Where Are We Going, Dad? There is no such variety show in the world. Lin Jia said at the time that he would like to try it if there was a chance. Unexpectedly, the show has already been launched. Lin Jia continued. "We are looking for 5 guests and 5 characters in our program. An actor, a singer, a director, an athlete, and an amateur. Now the first 4 guests have been found, but we are still missing an amateur guest." When Lin Jia said the second sentence, Shinjun had already guessed Lin Jia's plan, and interrupted Lin Jia with a chuckle. "So you're thinking about me?" Lin Jia suddenly laughed in a somewhat obscene voice. "Hee, I've always been thinking about Jun Gu, if it wasn't for sister-in-law taking action first." Shinjun felt cold. "Get lost." Lin Jia sighed and said seriously, "Brother Jun, you really have to help me this time. In my mind, you are the only one who meets the requirements of an amateur. And look at An, my little niece is so cute, so pretty, and so smart. Yes or no? She's just like a little angel. She'll definitely look better on TV." Lin Jia knew Shinjun's weakness, so she started praising An. Even though Shinjun knew it clearly, he still curled the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. Lin Jia continued. "I know you don't like working, but you know our show well. This is like going out for some fun, right? It's just right for me to take An on a trip during the summer vacation. An has never been far away since he was a child, right?" Shinjun's heart moved. Lin Jia's words really hit the nail on the head. An has never traveled far since she was a child. The farthest she has been is Suzhou and Hangzhou. Taking the opportunity of recording the program, it is also a good choice to travel across the country and appreciate the local customs. And Shinjun had already felt relieved. He is no longer the same as before. Before, he could ignore the money and live an ordinary life with his own family. But now it's no longer possible, he is short of money and he has to earn money to support Anin. Zhao Wani has not given up the custody of Anin and is still preparing for a lawsuit. If she has no money, Shinjun will probably lose the subsequent lawsuits. Anin is his only one now. He must protect her and raise Anin so that she can grow up happily. Lin Jia is now highly regarded by the Hunan provincial television station. The investment in the program is not low, and the labor fee offered will certainly not be low. Moreover, he has an acquaintance like Lin Jia to take care of him. In addition, variety shows are completely Shinjun's comfort zone from his previous life. It's not difficult. So when Lin Jia came over, Shinjun had already felt relieved, but he just wanted to tease Lin Jia. At this time, Lin Jia was still saying, "Brother Jun, I know my sister-in-law's company is doing well, and you don't have to worry about money. I also know that you want to put your family first. But are you really willing to let your talents go to waste?" Lin Jia said this very sincerely, completely from the heart. He has known Shinjun for so many years and knows how amazing Shinjun's talent is. This is also the reason why he admires Shinjun so much. Lin Jia was still sincerely persuading. "Brother Jun, really, give yourself a chance to try, and also give." Before he finished speaking, Shinjun interrupted Lin Jia. "I'll join." "Also give, what?" Lin Jia suddenly stuttered and shouted in surprise. He had been persuading Shinjun for so many years, but had never succeeded, so Shinjun's sudden agreement caught him off guard and surprised him. Shinjun smiled. "I'm participating in this program. Please send the specific content to my phone so I can take a look." Okay. Lin Jia stuttered a little and was a little excited. "Brother Jun, you promised it, you can't go back on your word." Lin Jia felt like he was dreaming, and was worried that Shinjun was teasing him, so he asked nervously. "Don't worry, it's confirmed." Lin Jia suddenly laughed excitedly. "Ha ha. It's settled then. Brother Jun, if you participate, my show will be a hit. I'll have my assistant sign the contract with you then." "No, I'll draft the contract for you myself and I'll make sure you, Jun, are satisfied." Lin Jia was extremely excited. In his heart, Shinjun is not an ordinary person, which is why he wants to persuade Shinjun again and again. He wanted more people to see Shinjun's talents. Now I finally have the chance. The two chatted about family matters for a while. At the end of the call, Shinjun said calmly, "By the way, Zhao Wani and I are divorced. You don't have to call me sister-in-law anymore." Well. After a moment of silence, Lin Jia, who was far away in Hunan province, hung up the phone. Looking at the night outside the office, Lin Jia suddenly murmured, "No wonder." He said why Brother Jun suddenly gave in. It turns out they are divorced. It's better to get divorced. He had long disliked Zhao Wani. Every time he went to Jun Ji's house, Zhao Wani always had a cold and arrogant face. Moreover, he has always believed that Zhao Wani was the biggest culprit who trapped Jun Gu. Now that Zhao Wani is gone, Jun Gu can finally show his skills. At this time, at Shinjun's home in Shanghai, Shinjun had just hung up the phone when another call came in. Notes: Wan Ru younger sister. Shinjun's former sister-in-law, Zhao Wani's biological sister, Zhao Wanru. Zhao Wanru is 5 years younger than Zhao Wani and has not graduated from university this year. Shinjun didn't answer the call and hung up. However, the phone rang again the next second. Shinjun sighed and answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, a voice similar to Wu Nome's soft language came from the other end, but the tone was a little urgent. "Brother-in-law, are you really divorced from my sister?" Chapter 4 Parasites. The message that Shinjun posted on his moments was very obscure, but anyone who was in the know would definitely understand it instantly. Outsiders may not know about what happened between him and Zhao Wani, but Zhao Wani, as his biological sister, naturally knows it very well. Shinjun nodded. "Divorced." After a pause, Shinjun said, "I asked your sister to move all the things here. You can come to your sister if you have any problem." Zhao Wanru is different from her sister Zhao Wani. Since Zhao Wani took over the company, her relationship with Shinjun has become increasingly distant and indifferent. But Zhao Wanru became more and more attached to Shinjun. She often came to Shinjun's house to play or stay for 2 days under the pretext of visiting an inn. There was a room in the house reserved specifically for Zhao Wanru. Shinjun didn't have any feelings towards his sister-in-law, but since they were divorced, the previous habits were no longer suitable. Mr. Shin asked Zhao Wani to move all of Zhao Wanru's things away 2 days ago. After hearing what Shinjun said, Zhao Wanru's tone became even more anxious, and she even faintly cried. My sister is going too far. You've given so much to this family. Without you, would she have come this far? She has no idea how good you are, woo. The little girl's voice was a little broken when she said the last sentence. She stammered and cried, and before Shinjun could comfort her, she hung up the phone. Shinjun looked at the hung-up phone in his hand helplessly and sighed. When he met Zhao Wani was only in high school. The little girl was particularly fond of youth tragedy literature. In order to successfully infiltrate the inside, Shinjun showed off his abilities in front of the girl, shocking her so much that her eyes lit up. Direct rebellion. The reason why Shinjun and Zhao Wani were able to get married so quickly was half because of the little girl, who constantly helped Shinjun gain favor in front of her parents. Later, after marrying Zhao Wani, Shinjun took care of Zhao Wanru like his own sister. Zhao's father is busy with the company and often neglects his family. Zhao's mother is from a rural background, has little education, and her educational philosophy is very old-fashioned. Zhao Wanru has been rebellious since childhood and often quarrels with her family. Later, it was mostly with the guidance of Shinjun that I slowly got back on the right track. Shinjun helped me with almost all of my high school tutoring, volunteer applications, and university enrollment. So the little girl also trusted him and was grateful to him. But after the divorce, they will be two families and the previous relationship will naturally be severed slowly. The girl got used to it after a while. Shinjun shook his head, no longer paying attention to these trivial matters, and stood up to take a look at his precious daughter. Anan had already finished practicing the basic skills and was watching animation on a tablet. After Shinjun came into the room, he watched with Anan for a while. Then wash up and get ready for bed. The night light was dim, and Shananan was curled up in Shinjun's arms on the bed. His sleepy eyes were almost unable to open, but he still tried to keep them open and said, Dad, I want to hear a story. Shinjun patted Anan gently. What do you want to hear? Daddy will tell you a fairy tale, okay? No, I want to continue listening to story. Shananan didn't know that many characters yet, and couldn't remember anything too complicated, so she only remembered the word ha. Shinjun was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, It's Harry Potter. Shananan said incoherently. Harry Potter. Shinjun smiled and said, Anan is so smart. Then Dad will continue to tell you the story of Harry Potter. For Anan, the story of Harry Potter is actually a bit complicated and difficult to understand. Shinjun seriously doubts whether Anan can understand it. There are obviously more easy to understand and even magical fairy tales, but ever since Anan heard Shinjun tell the story of Harry Potter once, Anan has remembered this story. Maybe it's that this story is more hypnotic? Shinjun smiled, and his deep and magnetic voice slowly sounded. Speaking of which, the last time Harry won Quidditch. By chance, he discovered that Mr. Snape was threatening. After Rebirth, Shinjun found that his memory had become very good, especially some things from his previous life, such as the book Harry Potter. It was clear that he was only a teenager when he read this book in his previous life, and the whole time span spanned several decades. But at this moment, Shinjun can clearly recall every word and every detail in the book, as if he has a photographic memory. Not only Harry Potter, but everything he had seen and heard in his previous life, he could now clearly recall. Quite amazing. Shinjun guessed that it might be because of the superposition of memories from two lives that made his memory so amazing. This amazing memory has provided Shinjun with great help in accompanying and educating Anan. For example, Anan has to listen to bedtime stories before going to sleep since he was a child. Occasionally, she would ask Shinjun to sing for her. If Shinjun hadn't had abundant reserves in his previous life, he would have been emptied by Anan long time ago. The voice of Shinjun's story flowed slowly in the bedroom. Anan's big eyes finally couldn't hold on any longer and she fell asleep with even breathing. Shinjun tucked the quilt for Anan, then turned off the lights and hugged Anan to sleep. While Shinjun and Anan were sleeping, in a detached villa in Shanghai, Zhao Wanru, dressed in youthful and fiery clothes, opened the door with a look of grief and anger. The villa is brightly lit and decorated with gold everywhere, making it look very luxurious. At this time, there were 3 figures sitting in the villa hall. Shinjun's ex-father-in-law Zhao Junhan was looking at his mobile phone with reading glasses, while his ex-mother-in-law Sun Lanfan was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, eating melon seeds and watching TV series. Ex-wife, Zhao Wani sat upright at the bar, frowning as she stared at the computer. Seeing Zhao Wanru suddenly coming back, Sun Lanfan said in surprise. Wanru, why are you back? Then he looked down at his phone. Isn't today just Wednesday? Zhao Wanru was attending university in Jinling and would only return to Shanghai on Saturdays, Sundays, or holidays, so her sudden return surprised the whole family. Zhao Wanru ignored Sun Lanfang's words, her eyes fell directly on Zhao Wani, and then she said angrily, "Sister, your brother-in-law treats you so well, why do you want to divorce him? How can you be so cruel?" Zhao Wanru glared at Zhao Wani with red eyes. Before Zhao Wani could say anything, Sun Lanfang, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, spoke first, raising her voice sharply and mockingly. "Hello, Mr. Shen? He's a parasite. A parasite sucking blood from our Zhao family. What a waste, a pure gigolo, any random man is better than him. It's better to get divorced." Sun Lanfang spoke with disdain. She had long disliked Shen Jun, who didn't make a penny and spent all day eating and drinking at the Zhao family's expense. What a waste. "I don't allow you to talk about my brother-in-law like that," Zhao Wanru said anxiously. In her eyes, her brother-in-law Shen Jun is the best man in the world. He is gentle, considerate, serious, talented, and handsome. If it weren't for her brother-in-law, she might have dropped out of high school and started to live in society, and would never have gotten to where she is today. In Zhao Wanru's heart, her trust in Shen Jun even exceeds that in her parents. Chapter 5 Brother-in-Law. Sun Lanfang's face turned pale after being criticized by Zhao Wanru. She pointed at Zhao Wanru and cursed. You. I don't know what kind of drug he gave you to make you like this. Girl face." While the two were arguing, Zhao Wani, who was sitting at the bar, finally looked up, frowned and said, "You came back so late just to talk about this?" Zhao Wani's tone was very calm and even a little impatient, as if divorce was not worth mentioning to her at all. Zhao Wanru's heart ached, and she said in a trembling voice, "Brother-in-law obviously loves you so much and treats you so well. You have been together since college and now you have the lovely Anan. Why do you want to get a divorce?" Zhao Wani replied to the computer message and then said calmly, "Because it's inappropriate." Zhao Wanru retorted, "But brother-in-law." Zhao Wani interrupted Zhao Wanru directly. "I need a man who can stand with me, not a lazy waste." The last two words came out of Zhao Wani's mouth coldly. The harsh words made Zhao Wanru's eyes instantly red. Zhao Wanru took a deep breath and retorted with a trembling and choked voice, "Brother-in-law is not a waste. You're going to regret this." Hearing Zhao Wanru's words, Zhao Wani sneered. "Oh. I do regret it. I regret that. I was blind." Zhao Wani's voice was contemptuous, disdainful, and harsh. The gun pierced Zhao Wanru's heart. Zhao Wanru felt that breathing became more and more difficult, and her heart ached more and more. Zhao Wanru glared at Zhao Wani with a trembling and hoarse voice. "You'll regret this." After shouting the last sentence, Zhao Wani turned around and rushed out of the villa. Father Zhao, who had been silent in the room, spoke up. "Do you want to?" Before he could finish his words, Sun Lanfang interrupted him coldly. "No, she has money in her card and will stay in a hotel." After saying this, Sun Lanfang looked unhappy and cursed in a sharp voice. "Did Mr. Shen ask her to come? Well, I thought he had some backbone and would divorce right away. Bah! Pretty boy." After cursing, Sun Lanfang felt much better. She turned to Zhao Wani at the bar and said, "Wani, since you've already left, hurry up and find another one. Let this rubbish drag on for so many years. Wasn't Mr. Sun from Shanghai pursuing you some time ago? Mr. Sun is great. He has achieved success in his career at the age of 30 and has created such a large family business." Zhao Wani, who was sitting at the bar, had already lowered her head to look at the files on her computer. When she heard Sun Lanfang's nagging voice, she replied calmly, "I know. The plum rain season has arrived in Shanghai. The fine and dense drizzle comes without warning. The rain curtain interweaves with the night curtain, making the bright and prosperous Shanghai city even more blurred. Because of his habit of taking care of Anan, Shen Jun sleeps very lightly at night." There was a slight knock on the door suddenly. Shen Jun opened his eyes sleepily, thinking he had misheard, but after a few seconds the knock on the door sounded again. Shen Jun frowned. The neighborhood where he lives isn't particularly high-end, but the security is pretty good. Without a card, you can't enter the building, let alone take the elevator. Why would someone knock on the door so late at night? Shen Jun stood up puzzledly, closed the door gently, walked to the door in slippers, looked out through the peephole, and then saw a disheveled figure. Shinjun quickly opened the door and saw Zhao Wanru, who was already wet all over and shivering, standing outside the door. Like? Shinjun shouted in surprise. He didn't expect Zhao Wanru to come to him so late and in such a miserable state. Zhao Wanru looked at her brother-in-law who had appeared, and the grievance and heartache that she had been holding back all night suddenly burst out. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and tears rolled down one by one. Brother-in-law. Zhao Wanru threw herself towards Shinjun with a choked voice. Before Shinjun could react, Zhao Wanru had already thrown herself into Shinjun's arms and hugged him tightly. It seems like he is afraid that Shinjun will get lost. Shinjun was stunned for a moment, then patted Zhao Wanru's shoulder worriedly and said as if to coax a child. It's okay, Wanru. Brother-in-law is here. After hugging for a while, Zhao Wanru's emotions finally stabilized a lot, and Shinjun quickly let Zhao Wanru into the house. Go take a hot shower first. Zhao Wanru was already soaked, Shinjun said with some concern. Zhao Wanru had calmed down a little at this time. Recalling Shinjun's embrace just now, Zhao Wanru replied with some embarrassment on her face. Good. Zhao Wanru often stayed at Shinjun's house for short periods of time. She was familiar with the place and washed up quickly. However, after they finished washing, they remembered a problem. Shinjun had asked Zhao Wani to move all of Zhao Wanru's things and clothes back home, and there was no clothes for Zhao Wanru to wear in the house. An S is too small. The clothes I had worn before were soaked. After thinking for a while, Shinjun took out a t-shirt and shorts of his own. You can wear my clothes for now. I'll wash them for you and dry them quickly. I'll hang it on the door handle for you. After putting away the clothes, Shinjun returned to the living room. There was a rustling sound from the bathroom, and soon Zhao Wanru came out. Zhao Wanru and Zhao Wani look somewhat similar, both are top beauties. It's just that her facial features are not as sharp and aggressive as Zhao Wani's. Zhao Wani didn't have those at first, but after she took over the company, her facial features became even sharper. Zhao Wanru is more youthful and lively, with a sweet and pure look. She had just walked out of the bathroom, her body still wet, her already fair skin even more rosy. The wide neckline of her t-shirt revealed a large area of her delicate and white collarbone. The calves under the shorts are also white, tender, and straight. Shinjun turned his head and his eyelids twitched, and he immediately looked away. Zhao Wanru sat down on the sofa feeling a little overwhelmed and shy. She had now completely calmed down, but she was still feeling nervous. Why are you going back to Shanghai today, Wednesday? And, why are you here? Shinjun asked doubtfully. He had already told Zhao Wanru in the evening that all the things had been moved away. If she had any problems, she could just go to her sister and they would slowly cut off contact in the future. But I didn't expect that this little girl would come here in the middle of the night. I had a fight with my sister. Then he ran out in anger. There's really nowhere to go. I just wanted to find my brother-in-law. Zhao Wanru bit her lip, making her already pink lips even redder, and then she spoke nervously and anxiously. After she turned around and ran out of the house, she wandered aimlessly outside the community for a while, and then it started to rain. After the rain, Zhao Wanru wanted to take a taxi to the hotel. But after getting in the car, the address he blurted out was Shinjun's house. At that moment, she really wanted to see her brother-in-law. She didn't know why, but she knew very well that after her brother-in-law and sister divorced, they were no longer a family. Moreover, her brother-in-law also told her tactfully on the phone in the evening that they should contact each other less in the future. But for some reason, she just wanted to see her brother-in-law at that moment. She was afraid that she would never see her brother-in-law again. Thinking of this, Zhao Wanru's eyes became red again. Chapter 6, My brother-in-law is really nice. Seeing the little girl in front of him about to cry again, Shinjun sighed in his heart, got up and went to the kitchen to bring out the ginger soup he had just cooked. Drink some ginger soup. As if she smelled the spicy scent of ginger, Zhao Wanru wrinkled her nose and her face froze. Shinjun touched the bowl and felt it was not hot, so he handed it to Zhao Wanru. I added brown sugar and it didn't have as much flavor. Drink it, or you'll catch a cold tomorrow. Zhao Wanru took it reluctantly, then took a deep breath. After preparing herself mentally, she picked up the bowl and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, she stuck out her tongue and slurped. Shinjun was amused. And it is better than you. Have a piece of candy. As he said this, he handed the candy that he had prepared long ago to Zhao Wanru, and Zhao Wanru quickly put it into her mouth. The dishes she disliked the most since she was a child were ginger and coriander. These two dishes could almost kill her. She would not touch any dish that contained these two ingredients. No one in the family noticed this, except Sun Lanfang, who might have noticed it and then scolded her for being picky about food, eating if she wanted to and leaving her hungry if she didn't. Only her brother-in-law discovered her dietary restrictions shortly after they met. Later, I would remember not to add ginger and coriander every time I cooked, and would specifically ask the waiter when I went out to eat. Zhao Wanru took a deep breath, holding back the tears that were brought out by the spiciness of the ginger, and then said vaguely, "Brother-in-law is so nice." Shinjun got up and went to the kitchen to put the bowl away. He didn't hear what Zhao Wanru said. When he came back, Shinjun said, "Send a message to your mother and tell her that you have moved in. Don't let her worry." Zhao Wanru curled her lips. "She won't worry about me." However, he still took out his cell phone and sent a message to Sun Lanfang, but he did not say that he was at Shinjun's house, only that he had checked into the hotel. There was no reply from that side. Shinjun sighed lightly. "Don't run away from home after a fight, and don't run out so late. It's too dangerous. Did you understand?" Zhao Wanru sat obediently on the sofa, looking at Shinjun with her beautiful eyes without blinking, and nodded seriously. But Shinjun seriously suspected that Zhao Wanru did not take him to heart at all, because he had said this to Zhao Wanru many times. Shinjun sighed helplessly. "Stay here tonight and go back to school tomorrow." "Good." The corners of Zhao Wanru's mouth curled up unconsciously. Shinjun quickly made the floor of Zhao Wanru's room and dried the washed clothes. Shinjun put everything away and placed them at the head of Zhao Wanru's bed. It was already past 11 o'clock, Shinjun finally said. "Go to bed early." Zhao Wanru sat on the bed and nodded obediently. Shinjun walked out of the room and prepared to close the door for Zhao Wanru. Zhao Wanru in the room suddenly shouted, "Mr. Shin." Shinjun paused and looked at Zhao Wanru in confusion. Zhao Wanru said to Shinjun calmly, "Good night." "Good night." Shinjun nodded and closed the door. The room suddenly became quiet. The sound of lights being turned off came from the living room, and Shinjun's footsteps became farther and farther away until they disappeared. At this time, Zhao Wanru could no longer maintain her calm expression. She let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed weakly on the head of the bed. My hands under the quilt were already sweating. Her cheeks began to turn red and hot. Zhao Wanru covered her cheeks with her hands, recalling the words she had just shouted impulsively. "Good night, Mr. Shin." This was the first time she called Shinjun by his name. Zhao Wanru's face became redder and redder, and finally she buried her face deep in the clothes that Shinjun had washed for her. The next day, when Anan woke up, she saw Zhao Wanru, who had also woken up. A look of surprise immediately appeared on her little face. She rushed towards Zhao Wanru in her princess nightgown, lifting her short legs. "Aunt." "Anan." A two-way rush. Anan is not close to her biological mother Zhao Wani, but is very close to her aunt Zhao Wanru. Shinjun shook his head and looked at the two people jumping around. "Hurry up and wash your face and eat." With her aunt, Anan no longer needed Shinjun to accompany her to wash her face. She immediately stepped on a small stool and squeezed in front of a sink with her aunt. Shinjun made ham and egg pancakes in the morning, served with refreshing kelp shreds and diced ham. In the past few years of taking care of Anan, Shinjun has almost mastered all his cooking and housework skills. The pancakes he fries are golden in color and delicious. After taking a bite, Zhao Wanru exclaimed in exaggerated praise. "Brother-in-law, your cooking is so delicious. I'm so happy to have you here." Anan agreed with her aunt's words very much, and said seriously with a serious face, "Anan is happy. Hee, my aunt is happy too." After dinner, Shinjun and Zhao Wanru first sent Anan to the kindergarten, and then Shinjun sent Zhao Wanru to the high-speed rail station. "I'm almost a senior, so I need to think more about graduation. Decide whether to continue with the postgraduate entrance examination or work. If you want to work, you should start paying attention to the company's autumn recruitment." Mr. Shin said a few words in a rambling manner. Zhao Wanru nodded seriously. When she was about to enter the station, she looked back at Shinjun, her eyes full of reluctance and nostalgia. "Brother-in-law. What's wrong?" Shinjun asked softly. Zhao Wanru took a deep breath and said pitifully, "Can you hug me?" Shinjun smiled and said, "You're such a grown-up, why are you still like Anan?" Every time before entering school, Anan would hug Shinjun before leaving. Shin Jun thought Zhao Wanru was imitating Anan, so he didn't think much about it and just opened his arms to hug her. Zhao Wanru buried her head in Shin Jun's arms and took a deep breath. Without waiting for Shin Jun to react, he let go of his hand, turned around and ran into the station, then smiled and waved to Shin Jun. "Brother-in-law, bye." Shin Jun also smiled and waved. After Zhao Wanru entered the station and disappeared from sight after turning the corner, Shin Jun turned around and left the station. Just as Shin Jun turned and left, Zhao Wanru, who had just disappeared around the corner, came out and looked at Shin Jun, who was walking away with her lips pursed. She just wanted to ask, "Brother-in-law, can I come to you anytime like before?" But she held back the second half of the sentence because she was worried that if she asked this question, she would never have the chance to find Shin Jun again. On the other hand, Lin Jiao was very efficient and got the contract done the next day. Shin Jun took a look and found the contract very generous. The appearance fee for a single episode was 150,000, which was almost 2 million for a season. This does not include advertising costs. This price is already comparable to the appearance fee of third-tier artists. Even from Shin Jun's perspective in his previous life, this contract is very good. For an amateur like him with no foundation, if it weren't for Lin Jia, he would never have been able to get such a high-quality contract. Shin Jun sent a message to Lin Jia. "Thanks, brother." Lin Jia quickly replied, "Looking forward to Jungo coming to Hunan." Shin Jun smiled and said, "Wait for Anan to come back from school, and I'll ask for Anan's opinion. If there's no problem, we can sign it tonight. No rush." After picking up Anan from school in the evening and having dinner, Shin Jun handed the printed contract to Anan. Anan took the contract at a loss. "Dad, what is this?" "Contract." Shin Jun smiled and explained to Anan. "Remember Uncle Lin Jia?" "Remember." Anan nodded. Uncle Lin Jia is very good to her and gives her birthday presents every year. He can eat spicy food and can breathe fire. So Anan remember. Chapter 7 Civil Affairs Bureau Soft Advertisement. Uncle Lin Jia and his team are going to shoot a show that will be on TV. There will be a lot of kids participating. Uncle Lin Jia is inviting Dad and Anan to attend the event. Does Anan want to join us? Shin Jun tried his best to describe the variety show using words that Anan could understand. Anan was still a little confused, but when she heard that there were other children on TV, her eyes lit up. Anan is going to be on TV. Dad needs to explain it clearly to Anan in advance. In addition to the fun, the living conditions on this show may be quite difficult, living in a small thatched hut, and the food is not that good. And Anan has to be obedient, listen to Dad and Uncle Lin Jia. Shin Jun told Anan in advance about some of the problems that might be encountered in the program. This is his educational philosophy. Although Anan is still young, Shin Jun will always ask for her opinion on everything. After listening to Shin Jun's description, Anan's eyes were confused for a while, as if she was seriously thinking about what Shin Jun had just said. Obedient. Anan, be obedient. Anan wants to participate. Finally, Anan nodded seriously. Shin Jun smiled and rubbed Anan's head. In that case, let Anan and Dad sign together. Anan held the pen in her little hand, and Shin Jun held Anan's little hand with his big hand, and they signed the two names, Shin Anan and Shin Jun, on the contract stroke by stroke. After the contract was signed, Shin Jun officially joined Where Are We Going, Dad? Lin Jia pulled Shin Jun into the program team's notification group. The other guests had all been confirmed in the past few days and were all in the group. After Shin Jun joined the group, he looked at the group announcement. The program would start on July 3rd, which happened to be the third day of An's summer vacation. The time of other children should also be taken into consideration. The program is live broadcast, and each episode lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, they need to live at the shooting location designated by the program team. It's similar to the previous show Where Are We Going, Dad? Including him, there are 5 groups of guests in total. Shin Jun took a look and found that the other 4 are quite famous, and he is the only amateur. Shin Jun laughed. It can be seen that Lin Jiating believes in him. Not long after Shin Jun joined the group, someone added him through the group chat, with the remark program assistant. Shin Jun confirmed and accepted the other party's friend request. The opposite side briefly introduced. Hello, Mr. Shin. I'm your program assistant Fondly. I will be in charge of your entire program during the filming. Shin Jun replied. It's troublesome. Fondly smiled back, and then told Shin Jun in detail. The entire program will be broadcast live. I will discuss the content of the filming with you first so that you and your baby can prepare in advance. On the first day, we will fly directly from home to the filming location, and the filming will start in the morning. A week later, the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Was officially launched. The program crew arrived at Shinjun's home before dawn, and all the guns and cannons were ready, waiting for the show to start. The same goes for the other groups of guests. The program will be broadcast live on 5 channels simultaneously and finally gather at the filming location. Assistant Fong Li said while counting the time. Teacher Shen, the show will officially start in 10 minutes. Are you ready? Shinjun nodded. Because the filming started at home, he had already packed up all his personal belongings at home a few days ago. Confirmed that there are no problems. I just wonder if Anan will sleep like a pig. In order to prove the authenticity of the program, the filming starts from the moment the children are woken up, so Anan is still sleeping soundly in bed. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the countdown began in an instant. 3, 2, 1. The recording officially began, and all the guns and cannons in the room were opened. Assistant Fong Li also appeared in front of the camera and whispered. Hello everyone, welcome to watch the large-scale parent-child reality show Where Are We Going, Dad? I'm Assistant Fong Li. We have now arrived at a group of guests' homes and are ready to wake up our babies. As he was speaking, people started to enter the live broadcast room quickly. Although it's only morning, many viewers have been waiting for a long time after the overwhelming online promotion of Where Are We Going, Dad? In the past few days. Sleepy. I'm so sleepy, please show me your baby so I can rest my eyes. I've been waiting for a long time. It's really a live broadcast. I thought it was fake. Raiding on the guests' home so early in the morning, this show is going to be quite interesting. It's quite real. A bunch of netizens commented in the live broadcast room, and some netizens asked, which group of guests is this? There are 5 live broadcast channels for the 5 guests, but for the sake of fun, the program team did not directly announce the guests corresponding to the channels. Now netizens are just barging in. For example, at this time, a netizen in the live broadcast room shouted, Song Xiu, here I come. Song Xiu is one of the 5 groups of guests. He is a popular idol star. Although he is over 30 years old, he still has a large number of loyal fans and admirers. Fong Li ignored the comments in the live broadcast room and followed Shinjun with the camera. Also, for the sake of fun, the father's real face is not revealed at the beginning of the show, allowing the audience to guess for themselves who the father corresponds to the baby. So Shinjun's face could not be seen in the live broadcast room, only his tall figure could be seen. Based on this height, I would guess it's Song Xiu. When he opened the door, his muscles were smooth. He must be the athlete Su Hong. Please call me a detail freak. Su Hang isn't that tall, right? As everyone guessed, Shinjun had already walked into the bedroom. Without the wall of Shinjun, Shin Anan had already fallen asleep sideways. At this time, he was lying on his back, like a pig. Shinjun held his forehead with his hands after seeing this. The scene on the bed was also seen by countless viewers who were watching the live broadcast. Many people laughed. I'm dying of laughter. How can this kid sleep sideways? Like me, I like to sleep sideways too. Social death scene. Spread your arms and legs laughing. I now believe that the production team has no script, it's too real. While the audience was commenting, Shinjun had already squatted in front of the bed and called out softly, Anan. Anan, wake up. Although the audience cannot see Shinjun's face, they can hear Shinjun's voice when Shinjun's deep and magnetic voice comes. The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped. Ah! This sound is amazing. Su is killing me. If you let me listen to this, I won't be sleepy anymore. What a sexy voice. I had an intracranial orgasm and I'm no longer sleepy. I suddenly want to be that little girl. I want people to call me too. Whose voice is this? It should be Song Xiu. Song Xiu's lines are so nice. I don't feel like that. Shinjun had no idea that just one of his words had already caused a stir in the live broadcast room. At this moment, Shinjun was trying hard to waken Anan up. I got up earlier than usual today. Although Shinjun had asked Anan to go to bed early last night, the little guy was still a little reluctant to get out of bed. At this time, he hugged Shinjun's neck and muttered in a soft voice, Daddy, I'm sleepy. Anan's words made the boiling live broadcast room restless again. The health bar is emptied. It's too sweet, who can resist it? Fuck. A college student is smiling like a father. So cute, so cute. You tricked me into giving birth to a daughter again. This program is a soft advertisement for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 8, Slap in the Face. Anne's voice was sweet to begin with, and at this moment she was even more coquettish and soft. How could the group of people in the live broadcast room who had never tasted fine bran tolerate such a sound? Even though Shinjun had heard this for so many years, he still felt soft-hearted after hearing it. But the show was being filmed and he had to catch a plane soon, so Shinjun could only call Anan up and hugged her and coaxed her. Anan, we have to get up and film the show. Dad told you yesterday. It will be on TV. Only then did Anan open his eyes blearily. Anan was facing the camera. As soon as she opened her eyes, her big grape-like eyes appeared in the picture. There was another scream in the live broadcast room. Where did this little angel come from? So cute. Whose daughter is this? She's so cute. Anan also noticed the stranger who suddenly appeared in the room, but with her father around, Anan was not afraid. She yawned and said, Anan is going to be on TV. Shinjun smiled and hugged Anan. Then Anan, get up? Anan reaches out for a kiss. Daddy kiss. Shinjun took a sip of Anan, and the audience in the live broadcast room were envious and shouted that they wanted to kiss her too. Afterwards, the program crew went out and Shinjun changed in Anne's clothes. When Anan appeared in the camera again, she had turned into a cute little princess. What a cute little baby. It looks so delicious and soft. Whose little baby is this? Love it. For the sake of the little cutie, I want to become a member too. I have persisted for 3 years without becoming a member, but today I took the initiative to do it for this little cutie. While people were discussing in the live broadcast room, Shinjun and Anan had already started washing up. Shinjun had taught Anan to brush her teeth and wash her face by herself since she was a child. Exercise self-care skills. So Anan appears in the camera to be well-behaved and cute. Standing together with their father brushing their teeth, the two of them, one big and one small, looked so enviable that many people said they wanted to have a daughter. Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast of waking up went smoothly. But the situation in other live broadcast rooms was not so smooth. At this time, the program director Lin Jia was already having a headache. Director, Song Xiu's son keeps crying and Song Xiu can't stop comforting him. What should I do? Director, Zhang Xue's son refuses to get up. What should we do? Director, what should we do if Director Wang Hai's daughter is too shy and keeps hiding from the camera? He had anticipated that there would be various problems during the live broadcast of the show. After all, this was the first parent-child reality show in China. But Lin Jia never expected that so many things would happen just after the show started. The children of the 3 groups of guests could not be filmed normally, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was declining rapidly. These viewers consume all the traffic previously promoted and invested by the program team. If they were to be lost like this, the loss would be huge. Fortunately, 2 of the 5 groups of guests performed stably. Especially the group of Shinjun and Anan, they did not disappoint Lin Jia at all. Seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room rising, Lin Jia immediately notified the technical department. Direct all traffic to live room number 5. Assistants in other live broadcast rooms, please change the topic and shoot something else first. So, under the intentional guidance of the technical department, more and more viewers watching the live broadcast flocked into Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast room. As soon as everyone arrived, they started praising Anan. Compared to the other 4 children who are resistant, crying and untidy, Anan, who is well-behaved, sensible and cute, is like a little angel. In particular, Anan is not afraid of the camera at all. She often runs in front of the camera and stares at it curiously with her big grape-like eyes. The audience behind the scenes said they couldn't stand it. As the traffic was directed to Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast room by the technical department, the traffic that had been losing volume since the broadcast finally stabilized. And with the start of the morning rush hour, program traffic also began to grow rapidly. Lin Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this program was included in the S-file of Hunan TV station, there were many people in the station who were not optimistic about the program. After all, there has never been a parent-child reality show in China before, his is a first. And it boldly adopts the live broadcast format. Many people in the station thought that the program could not be made and would definitely end in failure. Many people were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Fortunately, the start is stable now. traffic data continues to rise. If it continues to develop like this, the show can be considered stable. However, before Lin Jia could be happy for 2 minutes, a staff member who was monitoring the data suddenly shouted, "Oh no, there are suddenly a lot of bad reviews online." It's the same here. There are suddenly a lot of bad reviews on the platform. If this continues, the opening score may drop below 7 points. Lin Jia was shocked when he heard this. What's going on? Lin Jia and the program team quickly clicked on the negative reviews collected by the technical staff and read through them, and soon found the reason. It turned out that the 5 groups of guests had all gotten up and were preparing to have breakfast. The reason for the bad reviews is because of this breakfast. Because in the live broadcast, it was all the mothers who made breakfast for their children, while the fathers were just watching or busy with their own things. This was normal, but a popular blogger complained. The name of the show is Where Are We Going, Dad? I thought it was about dads taking care of their kids, but I saw a bunch of moms making breakfast. It's just a lie. Why not change the name of the show to Where Are We Going, Mom? Besides, why does it have to be women who cook? I just want to know what these fathers are doing. Just these few complaints immediately sparked public controversy online, and at first many viewers were discussing who should make breakfast at home. At the end, they started fighting with women's boxing. Then the public opinion grew bigger and bigger, bringing with it a lot of bad reviews. Lin Jia took a deep breath. The show had only been going on for half an hour, and there were already so many twists and turns? Lin Jia scratched his head. Let the company control public opinion immediately. Don't be led astray by public opinion. Notify each group's assistants and have them remind the guests to speed up or skip this part. However, just as all the staff were acting quickly, one staff member suddenly said, "Online public opinion has improved. It seems that we don't need to operate it." Lin Jia's irritable expression froze, and then he heard the staff say, "It's live room number 5. As they were talking, the production team had already cut the footage from room 5 to the big screen, and everyone in the production team looked up. Room number 5 is Shinjun and in an S live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, a cute little girl who looked like a little princess was sitting obediently at the dining table, and her father, whose face was not shown, walked out of the kitchen. And then, "Put away the tablet, it's time to eat." The cute little girl shouted in a soft voice. "Eat, eat." The live camera then moved up to capture the little girl and the breakfast on the table. On the table was a plate of plump steamed dumplings with plenty of ingredients and a plate of tender, thin and soft golden pumpkin cakes, which looked very delicious. And 2 bowls of pumpkin millet porridge. Served with a few simple and refreshing pickles. It looked very appetizing. Even the production crew felt a little hungry at this time, and many people's stomachs began to rumble. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but. It smells so good. It looks delicious. I can eat a whole plate of the siumai. The egg-filled pancake in my hand no longer smells good. How can a person like me who wakes up early bear this? I just watched the show and I was hit hard. What cooking skills! This dad is amazing. My little cutie is so happy. One of them said. Someone just said on the internet that none of the dads can cook, now they've been slapped in the face. Yeah, I also saw the hot topic online. Isn't this quite well done? Chapter 9 Song Xiu. Some people don't believe that the breakfast in front of them was made by their father. Did dad make these? They look like frozen instant food. Yeah, it's not good to feed fast food to children. But then someone countered. I'm sorry, I watched it from beginning to end and saw An's father make it with my own eyes. In the show, Shinjun kept calling her Anan, so the old audience already knew the little girl's name, Anan. Raise your hand to prove that you saw An's father making pancakes when you came in. An's father is so strong. It feels like there's no chore he can't do. I wonder which guest An's father is. Love it. Anan is adorable, and Daddy is awesome. I like this show more and more. Seeing all the positive reviews in the live broadcast room, Lin Jia in the backstage felt relieved again, without any hesitation. Continue to direct traffic to live room number 5. Post the live broadcast clip of room 5 online to respond to public opinion. After making the arrangements, Lin Jia looked at Anan and Shinjun in the live broadcast room and muttered quietly in his heart. Brother Jun is awesome. Soon public opinion calmed down, and as the 5 groups of guests set off for the airport, the show's debut ended relatively successfully. Program assistant Fawn Lee waved her hands in front of the camera. Dear viewers, our live broadcast will come to an end for now. Everyone can like and follow us. We will start the broadcast on time at 10:30 in 3 hours. See you then. The device was turned off, and Fawn Lee gave Shinjun a thumbs up. Teacher Shin, the live broadcast data just now is very good. Our live broadcast room ranks first in traffic. As a new host of Hunan TV station, Fawn Lee was originally very disappointed to be assigned to a group with ordinary people. After all, ordinary people lack fans and topics. This means there is a lack of footage. No lens, no traffic. This is nothing short of a disaster for a host. Fawn Lee had even prepared herself mentally for the absence of camera shots, and even prepared a lot of guiding content in advance. Unexpectedly, the show was particularly successful after it was launched. The traffic in the live broadcast room rose to the first place among the 5 groups of guests with an unstoppable advantage. This made Fawn Lee known to many viewers. Unexpectedly, Fawn Lee looked at Shinjun with her beautiful eyes. That's good. Shinjun responded with a smile. Although he was familiar with the show in his previous life, he hadn't been on the show for 7 or 8 years in his 2 lives combined, so Shinjun was a little uncertain this time. As long as the data is good, Lin Jia has not been let down. After chatting for a while, the production crew soon arrived at the airport. The first episode was filmed in an ancient town in southern Hunan province. 5 groups of guests and program crews from all over the world will gather in the ancient town. At 10:30 a.m., the Where Are We Going, Dad? Program continued to broadcast, and the 5 guests' live broadcast rooms started one after another. After a morning of fermentation, Hunan Provincial TV station in particular used the highlights of its morning program to continuously attract traffic online. Plus a bunch of tap water from netizens. The show Where Are We Going, Dad? Has become a little popular, and is even showing signs of going beyond the circle of fans, with 2 of the show appearing in the hot search terms. The most popular clip is the scene where Shinjun calls Anan to wake up. Anan's cute sleeping posture, Shinjun's magnetic and deep voice, and Anan's last dazed and coquettish words. This video, which is less than 10 seconds long, has accumulated more than 300,000 likes in just one morning. Countless netizens shouted in the comments section to give birth to a daughter. The program Where Are We Going, Dad? Suddenly became known to more people, and as a result, more people paid attention to Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast rooms. The live broadcast account initially had only 50,000 followers, and those followers were bought by the program team. With the start of the broadcast in the morning and the fermentation throughout the morning, the number of fans of Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast account has reached 200,000. So as soon as the broadcast started, tens of thousands of people flocked into the live broadcast room. I've been waiting all morning. It's finally on air. Come here for Anan, let Auntie kiss you. Hug Anan, little cutie. You vote and I vote, Anan will soon. Sorry, I went to the wrong set. I've watched all 5 groups of guests, and Anan is the cutest. I want Anan. I want Anan's dad too. The upstairs wants a lot. Anan's father is a married man. It's good to be a husband. I only have one competitor. Hiss, something's wrong upstairs. Looking at the increasing number of people in the live broadcast room, Lin Jia smiled continuously. He nodded at Shinjun from a distance, and then said in the headset, "It's time to start." As soon as she finished speaking, Fawn Lee immediately walked into the live broadcast camera, and then smiled at the audience in the live broadcast room. "Hi everyone, I'm Assistant Fawn Lee." Someone in the comments section shouted. "The assistant is pretty good looking too. I want an assistant." Fawn Lee pretended not to have seen the comments section and continued to introduce with a smile. We have now arrived at the filming location of this program, the ancient village of Shabu in Lingnan City, Hunan Province. This ancient village originated from the Qing dynasty, and it has been around for a long time. 5 groups of guests will live here for 3 days. During this period, they will encounter various troubles and tests. I wonder if the fathers and babies can successfully overcome these tests. Let us wait and see. Everyone has seen the 5 babies this morning, and I believe many viewers are also very curious about the babies' fathers. Someone immediately shouted in the comments section. Curious. Who is Anan's father? I've been anxious all morning, can you please make it public? Fawn Lee smiled softly at the camera and said directly without further suspense. Next it's time for the 5 fathers to appear on stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the music for the variety show guests to appear in the live broadcast room sounded in time, and then the 5 guests walked towards the camera one after another in the order of the live broadcast room. The first one was a handsome guy who looked a bit cool and still young. The live broadcast room became lively as soon as he appeared on the stage. Song Shio. Elder brother. The handsome young man. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. It was the idol star Song Shio, who also had the highest traffic in this episode and is considered one of the top stars in the country. Even though it was revealed a few years ago that he was married and had children, he did not lose many fans. Now trying to transform. Song Shio walked into the live broadcast room handsomely holding a little boy, and then greeted the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Song Shio. This is my son, Song Lei, nicknamed Shirtu. The live broadcast room was immediately flooded with comments. I guessed it a long time ago. Shirtu looks quite similar to his brother, especially his little nose, which is so straight. I thought this little boy was Su Heng's son. Shio fans, assemble. Brother is so handsome. Song Shio is so handsome, I love him so much. Sisters, go ahead and make our brother a hot topic. As a top idol, Song Shio's appeal is undoubtedly top-notch. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he attracted a large number of fans, who filled the screen with crazy comments. Directly pushed the live broadcast room to the hot search list. And more fans poured into the live broadcast room. The room, which had not had many people just now, instantly became the first among the 5 groups. Still climbing. After Song Shio appeared, a slightly fat middle-aged man holding a little girl soon followed him into the camera. The middle-aged man first greeted Song Shio, then said to the camera. Hello everyone, I am director Wang Hai. This is my daughter Wang Sherwin. Some of the boards Wang Hai introduced were not as casual as Song Shio's. Many people in the live broadcast room said. It turned out to be director Wang. I thought this was an amateur. My goodness, director Wang is not very good looking, but his daughter is so cute. Wang Hai, a well-known domestic film director, has shot many hit movies with a cumulative box office of over 5 billion yuan, and many audiences know him. Chapter 10 Amateur. After Wang Hai was guest group number 3, a short but very muscular man with a crew cut, leading a sunny little boy. Hello everyone, I am athlete Su Hong. This is my son, Su Yang. Su Hong, last year's Olympic champion, is well known among Chinese people for his record-breaking strength and is very famous. There are only 2 groups of guests left. One is the singer Zhang Shui, and the other is an amateur. Zhang Shui is also very handsome. Could it be that Anin is Zhang Shui's daughter? I remember Zhang Shui's child is a boy. Zhang Shui's singing voice is beautiful, and it matches the voice in the morning. Amidst everyone's speculation in the live broadcast room, first-line singer Zhang Shui appeared on the stage. Zhang Shui was dressed fashionably. It was said online that Zhang Shui was over 40 years old, but he looked to be only in his early 30s. Zhang Shui was holding a child, a boy, in his hand. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Shui. This is my baby, Zhang Shuguang, you can call him Guangzai. As a first-line singer, Zhang Shui has a lot of fans and his status is second only to actor Song Shio. However, after his introduction, not many people discussed him in the live broadcast room. Because now everyone is talking about the last group of guests. Anin is currently the most popular child among the 5 children, and many viewers come for Anin. Originally everyone speculated that Anin was Song Shio's daughter or Zhang Shui's daughter, but all 4 groups of guests have appeared. Neither. And now the answer is clear. Anin and her father are the only amateur guests among the 5 groups of guests. No way. Anin is so cute, but she's actually an amateur? I thought Anan's father was a handsome guy, but he's actually an amateur. I've even put myself in Song Shio's shoes. Who said it wasn't? When he called me to get up in the morning, I put myself in his shoes and prepared to record his voice to use as an alarm clock. Hey, it's better not to announce it. Broken heart. Anin is so cute and beautiful, how could her father be an amateur? Ah. The perfect man of my dreams. The husband of my dreams. My dream is shattered. Because Shinjun can cook, speaks nicely, is gentle and considerate, and many people speculate that Shinjun is Song Shio or Zhang Shui, and he is very good looking. Therefore, many viewers call Shinjun their dream man. As a result, many people now say that their dreams have been shattered, and many even say they don't want to watch it anymore. The audience knows that there is a group of amateur guests. If things had developed normally, they would not be so disappointed, but they now have too high hopes for an NS father. Many people came to see an NS father, but now they are told that this is an amateur. It's not that they look down on ordinary people, but compared with top stars, ordinary people are definitely far behind. They cannot be compared in appearance, talent, etc. Especially in daily life, they have seen many middle-aged men in their 30s, who are ordinary, dress like office workers, and even have Mediterranean hair. What they want is a perfect man, not a Mediterranean uncle who can cook and do housework. What if this uncle is still greasy? It gives me chills just thinking about it. At this time, in the female dormitory building of Hunan Normal University, a girl with a plain face and messy hair suddenly wailed. No! The other roommates had just woken up and were still in a daze, but they were all frightened by the girl's shout. Xiaoqian, what are you howling for? One girl widened her eyes and threw a pillow at the other girl angrily. The other roommates also blared angrily. He's going crazy so early in the morning. I was scared to death. However, facing the glares and complaints from several roommates, the wailing girl remained indifferent and looked disheartened. The other roommates frowned and became a little worried. Xiaoqian, what's wrong with you? The wailing girl named Xiaoqian sighed with a sad look and said faintly. Didn't Hunan TV launch a new variety show? The other roommates nodded. Hunan TV variety shows have always been very popular, and the new variety shows have been being promoted during this period, so everyone is aware of it. A very alternative parent-child reality show. However, since my roommates were not particularly interested, I didn't pay too much attention to it. Xiaoqian continued to sigh and said. Because Song Xiu was one of the guests, I watched it for a while when I had nothing to do in the morning, and I was attracted by a little girl in the show. The little girl is so cute, like a little angel. It makes me want to have a baby. The other roommates stared at Xiaoqian with wide eyes, and Xiaoqian sighed. But these are not the main points. The main point is the little girl's father. This reality show invited Song Xiu. I thought this little girl was Song Xiu's baby. After all, Song Xiu is so handsome, his daughter should be so cute. And in the show, the little girl's father is considerate, gentle, can cook, and has a nice voice. He perfectly fits my fantasy of Song Xiu. I'm going crazy with it. The roommates looked at each other. They all knew that Xiaoqian was a die-hard fan of Song Xiu and had been following him since high school. Some of them also liked Song Xiu. After all, he is really handsome, and he is still cool and handsome even in his 30s. Then what? Several roommates were puzzled. According to Xiaoqian's description, shouldn't she be extremely excited and in love? Why does she look so disheartened? Xiaoqian pointed at the tablet in her hand with a sad look on her face. The live show was still playing on the tablet. Result. It turns out that this little girl's father is not Song Xiu. But it's an amateur dad. Xiaoqian was almost crying. She had been feeling amorous since she watched the show in the morning. She even posted crazy comments online saying that she wanted to be an NS mother. She listened to the wake-up video more than 10 times, and imagined countless plots that she couldn't tell Song Xiu. Now I find out that an NS father is actually an amateur. The other roommates didn't quite understand Xiaoqian's feelings. It's okay to be an amateur, right? Xiaoqian looked sad and angry. To be a father, you must be at least 30 years old. Think about the 30-something men you meet in your daily life. T-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, plain-looking, with a beer belly, or dressed like a desk clerk and looking tired. At the end, Xiaoqian wailed. Ah! My perfect man! Almost everyone on the internet has the same idea as Xiaoqian, but some people comfort themselves by saying, let's think positively. What if this amateur is actually quite handsome? Someone immediately responded. Can anyone be more handsome than Song Xiu? When Song Xiu debuted, he was known as the top face in China. His traffic has increased from his 20s to his 30s now, and he is married and has children. This is enough to show how powerful this face is. Not to mention ordinary people, there are very few people in the entertainment industry who can compare to Song Xiu. There is no comparison at all. The comment section, which had been boiling with excitement, suddenly fell silent, as if everyone was unable to accept this reality and prepared to leave. The background data is indeed true. After the first 4 guests appeared, except for Song Xiu's live broadcast room which continued to increase, the traffic of other live broadcast rooms began to decline rapidly. Director, the traffic is starting to drop. a staff member said. Lin Jia frowned and concentrated. Using amateurs was a very risky attempt, and it had been rejected when the program was first promoted. But Lin Jia firmly believes that amateurs may bring different program effects. Not to mention, this amateur is now Shinjun. Lin Jia took a deep breath and said in a steady voice into the headset. Continue. Chapter 11. I want to be an An's mother. Fang Li received the instructions and immediately whispered to Shinjun. Teacher Shin, it's your and An's turn. At this time, everyone in the program crew was looking at Shinjun and Anan. Anan, who had never experienced such a big scene, was already a little nervous, but Shinjun remained calm. Standing aside with a smile on his face, after hearing Fang Li's words, Shinjun whispered to Anan. Anan, it's our turn now. I won't be nervous if I hold Dad's hand. Shinjun held Anan's hand, and Anan really relaxed a little. Shinjun then smiled and said, Our little princess is here. As he spoke, he naturally walked towards the camera holding Anan's hand. The staff standing next to Shinjun and Anan saw this and immediately muttered to Fang Li in surprise. Is Teacher Shin really an amateur? More relaxed than Director Wang, not even a bit nervous. Fang Li was slightly surprised when she saw Shinjun walking towards the camera with a smile, but she had read Shinjun's information and confirmed that he was an amateur. I can only say that some people are born to face the camera. At this time, many people in the live broadcast room were saying that it was over and they were a little disappointed with the program. Then at this moment, a figure walked into the camera. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. At this moment, the sunlight happened to shine from the side, and everyone's eyes fell on the face cast by light and shadow. I saw only scattered hair hanging on the figure's strong brow bones, the figure's brows were like swords, the nose was straight, the lips were thin, and the facial features were sharp. A pair of peach blossom eyes as deep as a pool or even more captivating. The photographer seemed to have noticed how cool his face was, and he zoomed in directly to a close-up. When the many netizens who were watching the live broadcast saw this face clearly, they were shocked and some even swallowed their saliva. The camera quickly cuts back to the medium shot. The figure's stature and attire also caught everyone's attention. He is over 1.80 meters tall, standing straight and broad-legged. Although he is wearing only the most ordinary basic solid-colored t-shirt and shorts, he still looks extremely handsome. Very much like a model. Even more handsome than a model. This is the first impression of many people. The figure also seems to have a good body. When he swings his arms, his muscles are clearly defined, and his strong and muscular body can be vaguely seen under his t-shirt. Many people watched with their eyes wide open and drooling. All the audience were stunned until Shinjun spoke up, then they came back to their senses. Hello everyone, I am Shinjun. This is my daughter, Shinanan. Shinjun's voice was as magnetic and deep as it was in the morning, drawing everyone's attention to him. It was not until a while later that someone in the live studio came back to their senses. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? So handsome. Is this an amateur? Do all amateurs look so awesome now? I wonder if little Anan still needs a mother. Sure enough. Anan is so cute, I knew that daddy wouldn't be ugly. Fortunately, I am suspicious by nature and waited for a while. Love it. Suddenly I feel that Song Xiu isn't that handsome anymore. The perfect male god is resurrected again. Forgive me for being so talkative earlier, this amateur is so damn good looking. Not to mention Song Xiu, there aren't many people in the entertainment industry who can compare to him. Glad I didn't leave. I want to be Anan's mother for the first day. I wonder if Anan's father is married. The live broadcast room, which had been silent, suddenly became lively again, and the traffic that had just been losing traffic rapidly came to a sudden halt. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory building of Hunan Normal University, Xiao Qian had just finished wailing and was now holding her face in sorrow, seemingly unwilling to accept the reality. The other roommates looked at each other in bewilderment. Just as several roommates were thinking about how to comfort Xiao Qian, a low and magnetic voice suddenly came from the tablet that Xiao Qian placed on the table. Hello everyone, I am Shinjun. The sound was too catchy to be ignored, and several roommates glanced at the tablet curiously. Then their eyes froze. They even stared with their eyes wide open, staring intently. After a while, someone swallowed his saliva. Could this be the 30-something Mediterranean Uncle Xiao Qian mentioned? Several roommates looked at each other, their expressions filled with disbelief and an unsuppressible sense of surprise. It's him! Xiao Qian shouted angrily without even raising his head. She listened to the morning wake-up video more than 10 times, and An's father's voice was almost engraved in her mind, so she could recognize it without watching it. This is An's father. That amateur dad. Fraud. Voice deception. Xiao Qian became angrier and angrier as she thought about it, and then she heard several roommates suddenly say, "If you dare to anger our Xiao Qian, I will help you comment and scold him. Yes, from now on I will definitely follow him closely without missing a single episode. If he shows up, I will scold him for you." Xiao Qian felt much more comfortable. Yes, let's give him a bad review and ask him to get out. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Qian suddenly felt that something seemed a little wrong with what his roommates had just said. What did they mean by guarding him to the death? And the voice sounded angry, but why did it sound so pleasant? Xiao Qian frowned and looked at her roommates, and then she saw that they were all staring at the tablet on her desk. Xiao Qian looked over and was stunned. This. Xiao Qian suddenly stuttered, and looked at the amateur father who appeared in the live camera in a daze and shock. The data in the live broadcast room came to an abrupt end with the appearance of Shinjun, and the traffic soon began to skyrocket. Everyone in the program crew was stunned. They were even prepared to reduce traffic, and the program's public relations department was already prepared to calm public opinion at any time. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. And now the data is incredibly good. All the staff were looking at Shinjun and Shinanen, who were facing the camera in shock. A smile also appeared on Lin Jia's nervous face. I felt relieved. He knew that once Brother Jun made a move, it would be a sure win. And appearance is just the most common and ordinary advantage of Jun-gu. In this show, he must let the whole world know how awesome Jun-gu is, especially let that arrogant woman Xiaowani take a close look. Look what she missed. A few days before the filming of the program, he went to Shanghai under the pretext of recording the program to treat Jun-gu and An to a meal. The two had not seen each other for many years and had a few drinks. While drunk, Lin Jia was able to get some information out of them and found out that it was that woman Xiaowani who filed for divorce, and he also roughly guessed the reason for their divorce. Thinking of this, Lin Jia sneered in his heart. He really didn't know what that woman Xiaowani was thinking. How could she look down on Brother Jun? Lin Jia immediately said to the publicity staff of the program group, "Increase publicity. Cut the live broadcast just now into slices and push it to the hot search to continue to attract traffic." The program was still being broadcast live at this time. After all 5 guests appeared, they brought their babies together. The program team prepared a few chairs under the big tree at the entrance of the village in advance. Similar to a tea party format, the 5 guests and the babies were seated one after another. When Shinjun sat down, the other guests nodded in response. No one was familiar with him, and Shinjun's appearance inexplicably made several guests feel a sense of crisis. However, Zhang Shui, who was standing next to Shinjun, greeted him in a familiar manner. "Hello, I'm Zhang Shui." Chapter 12 Bad Reviews. Shinjun graduated from the Conservatory of Music, and Xiaowani's company is a record company. Even though Shinjun's heart is on An, he also knows Zhang Shui, a popular first-line singer. Moreover, he has great singing skills. He made his debut through a competition and won the national championship right after his debut. He then became more and more popular. When Zhang Shui had just made his debut and the relationship between Shinjun and Xiaowani had not yet collapsed, Shinjun once suggested that Xiaowani sign Zhang Shui. But Xiaowani hesitated. Later I heard that Zhang Shui had signed with another top record company in the country. The past thoughts flashed through his mind, and Shinjun smiled politely and replied, "Hello, I'm Shinjun. Zhang Shui has a very good personality and is quite familiar with people." After greeting Shinjun, he waved and smiled at the lovely An. "Hello, little angel, I'm Uncle Zhang." Coincidentally, An was also very outgoing and not afraid at all. She blinked her big eyes and shouted crisply, "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Shui covered his chest. "Oh my, that's so cute. This is my son, Zhang Shuguang. Guangzai calls me uncle." Zhang Shuguang's son has a similar personality to Zhang Shui. Compared to the other babies, he is quite outgoing. Upon hearing this, he shouted at Shinjun, "Hello, uncle." While they were saying hello, the production team had already prepared for the next item. At this time, the production team member held a loudspeaker and said to the 5 groups of guests, "Hello, teachers. This is where we will live for the next 3 days, Xiaobu Ancient Village. In the next 3 days, the 5 teachers will live and survive with our baby, so before that, let's get to know each other. It's a good opportunity for the audience to get to know everyone. Su-Hon, an athlete from the 5th group of guests, scratched his head and asked with some confusion. Didn't I just introduce myself to you? The staff laughed and said. What just happened doesn't count. Because in the next 3 days, all teachers will live and survive together, so we need to get to know each other more deeply. So each group of guests will have to give a self-introduction of no less than 1 minute. And the staff member paused, then smiled and said, Teachers, don't think about just paying for it. This self-introduction will involve everyone's choice of where to stay tonight. The group that introduces itself the longest and best will be given priority. The rooms we stay in tonight are of different standards. There are surprises and shocks. The last sentence was said by the staff in a very eerie tone, causing all 5 groups of guests to raise their eyebrows. Shinjun immediately thought of the "Where are we going, Dad?" in his previous life. I remember that in the previous life of this show, someone lived in a spider web room. He had mentioned to Lin Jia at the beginning that he could use the house to cause trouble, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually do it. This made Shinjun feel more serious. He himself didn't care, but he didn't want his baby to live in a spider web room. The other 4 groups also became serious. While the 5 groups of guests were preparing, the live broadcast clip of Shinjun's appearance was spreading wildly on the internet, attracting more and more people to enter the live broadcast room. Among the 5 live broadcast rooms, Songshow's live broadcast room had the most people and was far ahead. Songshow's fans directly controlled the charts. Although the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Is a parent-child reality show and does not have any competition segments, it is still very popular among Songshow's fans. As long as their brother participates in the show, the cards must be good enough. We must secure the first place in the show. It must be top tier. So Songshow's fans directly pushed Songshow's live broadcast room to the first place, and even made it to the hot search list, ahead of other groups' live broadcast rooms. However, with Shinjun's appearance and the spread of his morning waking up video, more and more passers-by were attracted by Shinjun's appearance and voice. Plus the lovely Anan. So more and more passers-by flocked into Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast room. And because Lin Jia specially bought hot searches to promote Shinjun's appearance clip, the traffic exploded. The number of people in Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast room instantly dropped to first place, even directly suppressing the live broadcast room of Songshou and his group. And far ahead. The guests participating in the show were not aware of these data at the time, but Songshou's fans who had been paying attention to the data exploded instantly. The first place must belong to their brother. Now seeing their brother being suppressed, and being suppressed by an unknown amateur, countless Songshou fans are red-eyed. Immediately started cheering in super chats and fan groups. All of a sudden, even fans of Songshou who didn't watch the show started to vote and flood the screen, helping their brother's live broadcast room to gain popularity and top the charts. In addition, there were many crazy fans who shouted toxic fans and went directly to Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast room to post bad comments. Now anyone can be on the show. The production team has no bottom line. Is this kind of person worthy of recording a show with our brother? Brother is the most handsome, no doubt. This face must have been plastic surgery. I don't believe a real person can look like this. Sisters, kill the screen for me. Most of the people in Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast room were passers-by, and they were not as organized and planned as Songshou's fans, so the comments in the live broadcast room were instantly flooded with bad reviews. Some of Songshou's fans even started to attack Anan without any bottom line. This kid is so young but he already looks like a green tea leaf. Cute. Pretend to be your mothers. The father pretends, the daughter also pretends, and they act like spoiled brats when they get up in the morning. It's really disgusting. My brother is still the real one. The 5 groups of guests were introducing themselves and were not clear about what was happening in the live broadcast room, but the production crew was very clear. Looking at the screen full of negative comments, the staff quickly said to Lin Jia. Director Lin, all of Songshou's fans have rushed into Live Room 5. The 2 sides are fighting. Lin Jia frowned when he heard this. It is common for fans of guests to attack each other in a show, and many times the show becomes popular like this. Therefore, unless the public opinion situation is extremely serious, the program team generally will not intervene. But the live broadcast room number 5 is Jungu and Anan. Lin Jia knew the state of Songshou's fans without even reading the comments. He had been in this circle for many years, so he was naturally very familiar with this crazy existence of fan circles. Lin Jia frowned and said directly, "Control the screen of live room number 5, block those who need to be blocked." The staff hesitated. Will it be bad if we take action? Faced with such crazy fans, if the program crew takes action, it will be easy for Song Show's fans to upgrade their target of attack from guests to the entire program crew. Given the size of Song Show's fan base, it's likely that this will have quite an impact on the show. So the staff were a little worried. Lin Jia did not hesitate. "It's okay, get started." The staff nodded and began to control the comments in Shinjun's live broadcast room, blacklisting or banning all the accounts that left malicious comments. All of a sudden, Shinjun and An's live broadcast room finally calmed down, and there were few negative comments left. At this time, it was Shinjun and An's turn to introduce themselves. Chapter 13 Mission begins. The first 4 groups of guests have already finished their self-introductions. The best one was from Song Show's group, which lasted more than 2 minutes, and their self-introductions were humorous and interesting. Zhang Shui is slightly inferior. Athlete Su Hang and director Wang Hai performed the worst. After all, these two rarely faced the camera. Shinjun thought about it in his mind. It was not clear how public opinion would develop at the beginning of the variety show, and the first 4 groups were all well-known and prestigious figures. It's not good for an amateur like me to stand out too much, otherwise I might get into trouble. These were all experiences from previous lives, so Shinjun made a decision quickly in his mind. Just take a middle position. You won't be too conspicuous, and you will have a certain degree of initiative in room allocation when the time comes. Shinjun had no idea that while he was trying to avoid the limelight, the matter had already become a hot topic on the internet. Shinjun stood up and introduced himself with an N, using the same template as the previous groups of guests, including age, job, hobbies, and expertise. When Shinjun said that he was only 28 years old this year, several guests at the scene showed a look of surprise. Because among the 5 fathers present, except Shinjun, the others are all over 30 years old, and director Wang Hai is even 40 years old. According to their age, it's okay for Shinjun to call Wang Hai uncle. Zhang Shui laughed from below. "Looking at An's age, I thought you were in your 30s, but you're so young." Shinjun smiled and passed it off vaguely. "Get married early." Then he introduced the work. Shinjun has been unemployed for many years, so he jokingly calls himself a vagrant. His daily job is to take care of the children at home. This made Zhang Shui shocked and envious. He initially thought Shinjun was a model. Even director Wang Hai, who had been relatively silent, said, "It's a shame if you don't use this face to act in movies. Zhang Shui can chat with anyone," and joked with a smile. Then when director Wang has a role in the future, think about Xiao Shun. His face is indeed suitable for benefiting the public. Unexpectedly, Wang Hai also nodded seriously. This caused everyone to laugh, and Shinjun then introduced his interests and hobbies and An's situation, and stopped when he estimated that the time was about right. The last one announced, it happened to be ranked 3rd. Not bad. Shinjun nodded with satisfaction. After the introduction, the staff said, "Now that everyone knows each other, our ancient village survival has officially begun. The show Where Are We Going, Dad?" focuses on the difficulties a father faces in raising children, as well as the ups and downs that occur during that time. So the show naturally won't let the guests be so comfortable. Then I heard the staff say, "It's already noon, and lunch needs the joint efforts of several dads and babies." After hearing what the staff said, the fathers all looked at each other subconsciously. From the breakfast situation, it can be seen that most of the people present don't cook much. Except Shinjun. This task looks simple, but it is quite difficult for everyone present. They all smiled bitterly. Zhang Shui, who had watched other people's live broadcasts in the morning, hugged Shinjun exaggeratedly. "Xiao Shen, I've seen you make breakfast. I'll be depending on you in a bit." Guangzai, Zhang Shui's son who was sitting next to him, followed suit and hugged Shinjun's thighs. The exaggerated movements and funny voices of the father and son made everyone laugh. The show was very effective, and even the audience in the live broadcast room laughed. I am dying of laughter. I've never seen Zhang Shui so shameless. But to be honest, it seems that none of the guests can cook. Only Shinjun can. Call me and I'll hug your thigh too. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the staff continued to assign tasks. The ingredients and tools needed to make lunch have been prepared for everyone, but before cooking, everyone needs to complete the task to get the ingredients and tools. The staff began to assign tasks. The tasks were not difficult. They only required searching in the ancient village based on clues. But the difficulty lies in that the program team needs to separate several children from their parents. We want to see the baby's independence and whether they can complete the task without the supervision of their parents. The 5 children were divided into 2 groups, a group of 2 and a group of 3. The kids were happy at first, but when they heard they would be separated from their father and have to find things by themselves in this strange village, his expression suddenly changed. Before the fathers could speak, a loud cry broke the sky. I don't want to be separated from my father. Dad, no. Woo woo woo, scared. Among the 5 children who came to participate in the show, the oldest is Su Hong's son, Yang Yang, who is 6 years old. The youngest is Wang Hai's daughter, Wang Shiwen, 4 years old. They are all kindergarten age. Moreover, I grew up in a pampered environment and rarely had to be separated from my parents for a long time, let alone go to a strange place by myself. For a moment, there were ghosts crying and wolves howling. The fathers were so busy coaxing and making promises that they were in a state of panic. Even Anan, who had always been well behaved, was a little upset, but Anan was mainly a little scared. After all, this ancient village was an unfamiliar place for her. Shinjun comforted. Don't be afraid, Anan. There will be a photographer following you. As he spoke, Shinjun pointed at the staff members carrying cameras and said coaxingly. Behind the camera, there are countless brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts watching Anan on TV. Anan, be brave. Otherwise the brothers and sisters watching TV will laugh at Anan. Is Anan the most beautiful and bravest child? Anan was brought up by him, and Shinjun knew Anan's weakness very well, so he coaxed and deceived her and dealt with her. Anan straightened her face and said, Anan is the bravest. Anan is the most beautiful. Shinjun smiled and rubbed Anan's cheek. Do you remember the Harry Potter story that Dad told Anan? Anan has to go catch his own golden snitch now. Dad will wait for Anan to come back victoriously. Anan's expression became excited, and he nodded crisply and said, Dad, wait for me. It only took a few minutes for Shinjun to coax Anan into submission, leaving the other fathers stunned and envious. After more than 10 minutes, the children were finally coaxed into calming down. The mission begins. Shin Anan and Zhang Shui's son Guangzai were assigned to the same group because both little guys were relatively well-behaved children. As for the other group, Wang Shiwen was the youngest, Su Yang was the oldest, with the crying Song Lei in the middle. The 2 groups set off towards the unfamiliar ancient village. Watching Anan's small figure gradually disappear in the ancient village, Shinjun couldn't help but feel a little worried, although he usually trained Anan to be independent. But seeing that my little girl was alone, I still felt uneasy. Chapter 14, Trap. Anan and Guangzai's task was to find a pot for cooking. The pot was placed by the program crew under a century-old tree in the ancient village. The old tree is tall and lush and can be seen at the entrance of the village, so just keep walking in the direction of the ancient tree and you will reach your destination. It looks very simple, but many viewers in the live broadcast room said, the production team will definitely not let the 2 little ones find things so easily. The baby is so small, it won't be difficult to fix it, right? Ha! Based on my attitude towards shows, the production team will definitely make trouble. There must be something on the road. Otherwise, how can the show be effective? I just don't know if the 2 kids can pass it successfully. Anan is so cute, there must be no problem, Mom believes in you. Mom loves you. The topic in the comments section is gradually going off track. Although Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast room had just been hit by bad comments from Song Show's fans, the situation has now stabilized as the program team took action. The number of viewers still remains the highest, attracting a lot of mom fans. At this time, Anan and Guangzai had already entered the ancient village and were walking towards the ancient tree. The 2 were young and naturally didn't understand anything else. They only knew that their father said to keep walking towards the ancient tree. But just like what the audience said, the program crew is definitely going to stir up trouble. So not long after the 2 kids entered the ancient village, they stopped in confusion. Because there were several forks in the road in front of the 2 little ones, they stopped at the forks, at a loss. There are several forks in the road, some large and some small. They all lead to the direction of the ancient tree, and it seems that all of them can pass through. But the fork in the road in the distance is winding and seems to extend to other places. This made the 2 kids a little confused. Shin Anan frowned, causing everyone in the live broadcast room to call her cute. And then is so cute. This little expression is so cute. And then, take the main road, take the main road. There are several forked roads, some large and some small. One of them is the widest and can accommodate sports cars, while the others are small roads. From an adult's perspective, the direction of the main road is the most reliable, and the program team has previously said that the ancient trees are popular online attractions. Many tourists come to visit. Since it is a popular tourist attraction, the road there will definitely be repaired. So the main road is the most reliable one, but the two kids couldn't think of that, and were confused and distressed. When they were confused, Guangzi suddenly said, "There's an old man over there." On the other side of the fork in the road there was an old man sitting, seemingly basking in the sun. "Let's go ask Grandpa. My dad told me that if I run into problems when I'm out, I can ask my uncles and aunts for help." Guangzi immediately came up with a solution. Someone in the live broadcast room suddenly said, "Guangzi is quite smart. Only, this old man is probably a trap set by the program team, right?" The old man didn't sit anywhere else, but sat at the fork in the road, as if he was waiting for the two little ones. So the audience reacted immediately. This is a trap. The production team actually arranged so many traps. It's so funny. The production team is really going to stir up trouble. Zhang Shui taught Guangzi to ask his uncle and aunt for help, but I don't know if Zhang Shui taught Guangzi that strangers cannot be trusted. There were a lot more comments in the live broadcast room. Obviously, everyone was worried when they saw the two kids fall into the trap set by the program team. The two little ones have already walked towards the old grandfather. Guangzi is just like his father Zhang Shui, very cool in society. As soon as he came up he shouted, "Grandpa!" The old man seemed to be dozing off, and was startled by Guangzi's voice. Ouch! Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately said, "That's an actor. Good boy, let's act." I didn't believe it at first, but now I completely believe it. This is a trap set by the program team. This is getting interesting. The two little ones are too clever for their own good. The production team is great. They set traps one after another. Very interesting. Some viewers in the live broadcast room said that the show was interesting, while others shouted at the two little ones to run away and not to listen. At this time, the old grandfather stretched his old arms and legs and asked slowly, "What's wrong, kid?" Guangzi asked very politely, "Grandpa, I want to ask, which road here leads to the big tree?" The old man suddenly realized. "You guys want to go to the big tree?" The old man nodded and pointed to the nearest path. "If you want to go to the big tree, you can take this path. This path is closer and you can get there quickly." When Guangzi heard this, his expression immediately brightened up. Before I could say thank you, the old man pointed to the farthest path. "You can also take that path. That path will also lead you to the big tree, and the scenery is more beautiful. There are fields of flowers and butterflies you can catch." This made Guangzi's eyes brighten even more. A 6-year-old child didn't have much perseverance, so when he heard there was a place to play, his eyes widened. He immediately said excitedly, "Thank you, Grandpa." The old man smiled. You're welcome, you're welcome." Guangzi thought the old man was so kind. If he was a little older, he would have noticed that the old grandfather not only had a smile on his face, but he could hardly suppress the smile in the corners of his eyes. At this time, Guangzi no longer had time to look at the old man. He immediately became a little excited and a little proud and said to Anan, who had always been well behaved, "Anan, which way should we go? This road is closer and this road is more fun." Guangzi pointed to the two paths that the old man had just pointed out and said. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were already laughing. "Ha, Guangzi is so smug, has he never considered that these two roads are traps? You say Guangzi is not smart, but he knows how to ask people. You say he is smart, but he falls into the trap so easily. So fun. How proud Guangzi is now, how miserable he will be in a moment. This show is quite interesting. I see other groups have also encountered traps set by the show's production team and are now at a loss as to what to do." Many viewers found it quite interesting. This parent-child reality show is the first of its kind in China and is quite novel. Moreover, they had only watched adults on variety shows before. This was the first time they saw children on a variety show. It's a bit fun. After Guangzi finished speaking proudly, Anan was frowning and looking at the roads in front of him one by one. Then, amid the concerns of countless people in the live broadcast room, Anan slowly stretched out her hand and pointed to one of the roads. Anan chooses the main road. Anan must take the main road. Guangzai, just fall into the pit by yourself, don't take Anan with you. I feel so sorry for Anan. Anan stood there obediently, looking as cute and pretty as an exquisite doll. Many viewers in the live broadcast room were somewhat put into the role of Anan's mother. So when I saw Anan was about to be cheated, I quickly commented. It's a pity that Anan can't see the comments from netizens at all, so she can only choose her own path. Just when countless netizens thought that Anan was going to be cheated by Guangzai, Anan stretched out his little hand and pointed firmly at the road in front of him. That's south the road the old man didn't mention. Shin Anan's face was serious. Let's go this way. When Guangzai saw Anan's choice, his excited expression suddenly froze, and he stared at Anan with wide eyes. He is ready to catch butterflies. And Anan is so cute, he wants to catch one for Anan girls in kindergarten all like beautiful butterflies. In the end, Anan didn't choose either of the two small roads, and finally chose the main road. Chapter 15: The Story of Little Red Riding Hood. At this time, the live broadcast room was also boiling, and the comment area was directly blown up. Countless netizens commented crazily. Oh my god. Anan is so awesome. I thought Anan was going to be tricked by Guangzai, but she actually made the right choice. How does Anan know that this is the right road? Awesome. Anan is so awesome, mommy loves me so much. Anan is the smartest person in the world, but he is just the cub that mom chose. No, aren't you curious about how this child made the choice? How did she know this was the right path? The production team set up so many traps. I think the production crew was stunned. I'm afraid they didn't expect Anan to make the right choice. I am dying of laughter. The camera just showed the production crew and they looked confused. Who am I, and where is my trap? I wonder how Anan chose it. Curious +1. All the viewers in the live broadcast room thought that Anan was going to be tricked. After all, the program crew set up traps one after another, and even older children would probably fall into the trap. Not to mention that the two little ones are only 6 years old. Anan's choice simply stunned them. So all the netizens in the live broadcast room flooded the comments section with curiosity, wanting to know why Anan made such a choice. The person involved, Guangzai, was even more confused and asked urgently. Why? Anan tilted her head and looked at Guangzai. Her big grape-like eyes blinked, her long eyelashes fluttered, and finally she said crisply. Haven't you ever heard the story of Little Red Riding Hood? There was some confusion, puzzlement, and surprise in the crisp voice. Guangzai was confused. What Little Red Riding Hood? Countless netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused. Little Red Riding Hood? What's the story? My goodness, I haven't heard of it either. I have the same expression as Guangzai right now. It's so funny. Guangzai is my face stand-in. Curious Little Red Riding Hood story. Could it be that Anan made this choice because of this story? Countless netizens in the live broadcast room were wedded by Anan's words, and finally, the assistant who had been following the two little ones, saw the popularity of the live broadcast room rising and also guided it with a sentence. Anan baby, what is the story of Little Red Riding Hood? Anan wrinkled her nose and said. It's just a fairy tale I listened to before going to bed. Someone immediately commented in the live broadcast room. Shouldn't bedtime fairy tales be about scarecrows, little carps, lotus fairies, etc.? What the hell is Little Red Riding Hood? Am I getting old or are times changing? Why haven't I heard of it? What a strange name. I just bought a fairy tale book for my son 2 days ago, why don't I see this story? Seeing that the popularity of the live broadcast room was still rising, Assistant Fong Li immediately continued to guide and asked. Anan baby, many brothers and sisters want to hear this story. Can you tell it to everyone? Anan blinked again, nodded and said. Can. But sisterly, is the path I chose the right one? This stunned Fong Li. She had never expected that Anan would suddenly ask her a question. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Anan is so smart. Anan actually knows how to bargain. So clever. Wow. I really want a baby like Anan. Ice smart. Fong Li also smiled and looked back at the program crew, who nodded. They set the trap for the show effect, and now the effect is very good, so there is no need to dwell on the trap. Besides, the little ones guessed it right, so there is no need to make things difficult for them. So fondly smiled and nodded. And baby is so smart, this is the way to go. Annan smiled, her eyes curved like the moon, bright and stunning, making everyone in the live broadcast room feel dazed. But everyone's trance soon dissipated. Because the camera turned to Guangzai's face next to Annan, and then Guangzai's eyes were wide open with a look of disbelief and shock. My eyeballs are about to fall out. He thought Annan had chosen the wrong path, but unexpectedly it turned out to be the right one. As soon as Guangzai's shocked expression appeared, countless viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter, and many people quickly took screenshots. New emoticons are here. I am dying of laughter, Guangzai's expression is so funny. Standing next to Annan, Guangzai looks like a silly boy. Ha ha. The contrast between Annan and Guangzai's expressions directly maximized the program effect and made the popularity of the live broadcast room reach a new level. The two little ones soon continued on their way. Walking on the road, Guangzai was silent, while Annan spoke slowly in a childish voice. Once upon a time there was a lovely little girl. Because she always wore a red hat given by her grandmother, she was called Little Red Riding Hood. Someone in the live broadcast room suddenly said, "Oh my goodness, so this is why she is called Little Red Riding Hood? I thought this was a fairy tale about hats." And then continued to preach. One day, the grandmother who lived on the other side of the forest fell ill, and her mother asked Little Red Riding Hood to. Shenjun told Annan the story of Little Red Riding Hood when he was a child, and he has told it many times over the years, so Annan remembers it clearly. And Annan was frightened by the big bad wolf inside. Annan preached as he walked. On the way to her grandmother, Little Red Riding Hood came to a fork in the road. There was a big road and a small road. When this was said, someone in the live broadcast room had already reacted. Isn't this plot similar to the trap set by the program crew just now? So this is why Annan chose the main road? The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet, as if everyone was listening to Annan's story carefully. Even Guangzai, who had been silent just now, looked up at Annan again, his eyes full of curiosity, and it was obvious that he was also attracted by the story. Annan continued. Little Red Riding Hood's mother told her that the paths in the forest were dangerous and that she should take the main road. But we can get to Grandma's house quickly by taking the small path, and the path looks very nice. On the path, Little Red Riding Hood was attracted by many beautiful flowers and butterflies. But she didn't realize that there was a pair of eyes following her for a long time. That's a big bad wolf. The big bad wolf has set his sights on Little Red Riding Hood. But it thought Little Red Riding Hood was too small to fill its teeth, so it came up with a bad idea. The big bad wolf pretended to be a good guy and asked Little Red Riding Hood about the location of her grandmother's house. When he said this, Annan made a funny sound and whimpered at Guangzai beside him. Guangzai had been listening attentively to Annan's story, but he was startled by Annan's shout and stepped back in panic. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed. Annan is so naughty. Ha, that babyish wolf is so cute. Guangzai is listening so carefully. I have to say, this story is quite interesting, and my son listened to it attentively. I, an adult, also listened carefully. Very interesting. So what's the end of the story? Chapter 16. I heard that Snow White was running away. By the time Little Red Riding Hood arrived at her grandmother's house, the big bad wolf had already eaten her. Guangzai exclaimed. Annan continued to preach in a childish voice. And the big bad wolf pretended to be a grandma and ate Little Red Riding Hood too. But fortunately, someone passing by discovered the situation of Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother. To punish the big bad wolf. When the big bad wolf got thirsty and went to the well to drink water, he fell into the well and drowned. All said and done, here's a lovely ending. This is the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Everyone in the live broadcast room listened to this story carefully, and after it was over, they popped up in the comment section and said, "It's an interesting little story. It's a bit illogical, isn't it? These scissors cut open your stomach? Don't you feel anything? Don't argue with me, I already said it's a fairy tale. Do you know what an animated story is? Kindergarten students may think it's childish, but college students may think it's just right. I think this story is very interesting. Although it is simple, it incorporates many truths. Yes, it's fun and educational. Listen to your mother, stay alert at all times, and don't trust strangers easily. Knowledge gets into my head in a strange way." Everyone thought that Annan's story was very interesting, and many people even thought they could learn some lessons from it. Some netizens even commented directly. My son is the same age as Anan. He usually doesn't listen to anything I say. It goes in one ear and out the other. He just finished listening to an Anne's story and actually told me not to trust strangers easily. My son is the same. He usually doesn't listen to reason, but just now he listened attentively to an Anne's story. Many parent groups soon appeared in the comments section. It is noon now, and many parents are watching live broadcasts with their children. They find that the children who are usually very noisy have all become quiet. Listen attentively to an Anne's storytelling. This shocked many parents, as they had never seen their children so well behaved and obedient on weekdays. So many parents in the live broadcast room started discussing with some surprise, and someone suddenly interrupted. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I have learned about and understood some children's stories at home and abroad. But I haven't heard of this fairy tale at all. Others echoed. I haven't heard of it either. I thought I was out of date. No, I'm buying a fairy tale book for my daughter recently, and this story doesn't exist at all. I checked online, and there's nothing on the internet. So, the heated discussion in the live broadcast room suddenly paused, and someone said in shock, could this be a story that an Anne's father made up himself? Is an Anne's father so awesome? I feel like this story is no less amazing than those classic fairy tales. Yeah. This is so talented. My goodness, I always read stories, but an Anne's father just made up his own stories? While the live broadcast room was stirring up waves of heated discussions, Guangzai was speaking with admiration on the main road to the ancient village. Anan, your story is so interesting. The staff around also smiled and praised Anan. Anan felt very happy with Guangzai's gaze and everyone's praise. If Anan had a tail, it would have been lifted up. Anan raised the corner of his mouth and snorted. Snort! My dad has told me many stories like this. As she spoke, Anan couldn't hold back her smile and jumped up happily, humming a simple melody. I heard Snow White is running away. Little Red Riding Hood in. The ugly duckling will become a swan. I heard that. Guangzai behind him widened his eyes, and all the viewers in the live broadcast room also widened their eyes. After a while, someone commented. What is Anan singing? Little Red Riding Hood is the story just now, so what is Snow White? What are Alice and the Ugly Duckling? Why are Anne's fairy tales completely different from the ones I've heard? The one upstairs is not different from you. Anne's fairy tale is probably different from all of us. Maybe they are all exclusive. Urgent. Does anyone know other stories? My son insists that I tell him other stories. My daughter too. It's a headache. My son has the same problem now. Fortunately, I recorded the screen. I plan to let him listen to Little Red Riding Hood several more times. Request for resources. Kneeling for resources. The entire comments section was dominated by parents asking for resources, and the rest of the comments could only survive in the cracks, for example. Am I the only one who thinks Anan sings beautifully? The turmoil in the live broadcast room has nothing to do with Anan. Anan is the typical person who digs a hole without caring about what is happening. After happily humming half of the song her father taught her, she rushed towards the ancient tree with Guangzai. Found the pot successfully. When Anan and Guangzai returned, the other group of children had not returned yet. It was said that they were trapped in a trap. Sanjay's father has gone to rescue him. Only two fathers, Shinjun and Zhang Shui, were left at the gathering place. When Shinjun saw Anan had successfully returned, his heart finally settled down. Anan ran towards Shinjun, and Shinjun picked up Anan. Anan is so awesome. Mr. Shin already knew roughly what had happened, and now he praised it seriously. When Anan smiles, her eyes are like crescent moons. Anan is awesome. On the other side, Zhang Shui and Guangzai bumped fists like brothers and was about to ask Guangzai about his experience when he heard Guangzai say with admiration. Anan knows a lot of stories. Dad, why didn't you tell me stories? The smile on Zhang Shui's face suddenly froze, and many people in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. The son's soul asks. Zhang Shui looked embarrassed. When we get home, Dad will tell you too. I want to hear the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and also the story of Snowflake and the story of the Ugly Duckling. Guangzai repeated the stories he heard from Anan, and Zhang Shui had no idea what these stories were, but he agreed immediately. No problem, Dad will tell you tonight. Someone in the live broadcast room suddenly laughed. Brother Shuei is just like Guangzai, both like to dig holes for themselves. They are of the same lineage. Not long after, another team also returned successfully. However, compared to An and Guangzai's happiness and leisure, the other three kids all looked a little depressed. Wang Sherwan, a girl in the team, had red eyes, as if she had been crying. Fortunately, they returned successfully, and all the cooking tools and ingredients were gathered, so the first meal of the Where Are We Going, Dad? Show was officially started. Cooking has almost become Shinjun's personal show. The other dads and little babies wanted to help, but they all ended up making things worse. In the end, even the program crew couldn't stand it anymore. The other groups of guests were immediately assigned tasks such as washing dishes and chopping wood. Before long, a simple meal was quickly prepared. Although the ingredients were simple, Shinjun's meal was delicious and tasty, which whetted people's appetite. Not to mention that everyone present had been busy for the whole morning and immediately started showing off like starving ghosts. During this period, the way the little babies ate made many viewers laugh. Chapter 17 Kill Him. While everything was peaceful inside the live broadcast room, things were turbulent outside the room. In the morning, because Song Show's live broadcast room was suppressed by Shinjun's live broadcast room in terms of traffic, it triggered crazy attacks and boycotts from Song Show's fans. Later, it was controlled by the program team. But it was only under control within the live broadcast room. There were still a lot of people on the internet criticizing Shinjun and even the program team. Especially at noon, the traffic in Shinjun's live broadcast room remained high, which made Song Show's fans' eyes red and their faces full of resentment. Shinjun is now a thorn in the eyes of many Song Show fans. Song Show is the biggest star in the show, definitely the number one, and should be the most popular person in the show. As a result, because of this amateur, their brother's traffic has been suppressed, and for some reason, this amateur even has the support of the program crew. All the accounts that attacked the live broadcast room were blocked. This made many of Song Show's fans curse and angrily scold the program team for not knowing who is the king and who brings them traffic. So many crazy fans began to unite. Some people are even ready to shout slogans to boycott Shinjun and the program. As for Shinjun himself, he was targeted by countless Song Show fans, and all kinds of malicious rumors were flying around. Some said that Shinjun brought money into the group and that he was a second-generation rich man. Some also spread rumors that Shinjun had plastic surgery and spread negative information about Shinjun's plastic surgery on the internet. Some even said that Shinjun was being kept by a rich woman. And what he said makes sense. Because when Shinjun introduced himself in An's age, someone calculated that Shinjun gave birth to An right after graduation. In addition, Shinjun joked that he was an unemployed vagrant and a full-time babysitter. So some people say that Shinjun has been kept by a rich woman since college and is a gigolo who makes a living by his looks, so he doesn't need to work. Even the fact that Shinjun was good at housework and cooking was rumored to be a skill he acquired by serving rich women. This rumor is spreading more and more. Shinjun and even the program team suffered serious public criticism. In other words, the program Where Are We Going, Dad? Is a big S-level production strongly supported by Hunan TV. The station has poured enough resources into it, which is why it has barely held up public opinion. But it also halted the upward trend and online reviews continued to decline. When Shinjun and the others were cooking and eating at noon, Lin Jia was dealing with this matter with an irritable look on his face. He really couldn't understand what these fans were thinking. Their own idols are also on the show, what good will it do for them to ruin the show? Public relations. Drainage. All parties speak out. Lin Jia mobilized all the relationships and resources he could to try to dispel the online public opinion. Just when Lin Jia was getting a little anxious, in a spontaneous online group of thousands of Song Show fans, an administrator suddenly said excitedly, "Big news! Big news! Look what I found! Look at the pictures!" As he spoke, several pictures were quickly uploaded to the group. When the pictures were loaded, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared in the pictures. The male figure in the photo was none other than Shinjun. Seeing the figure in the photo, all the fans in the group were stunned. Is this the amateur? Song Show's fans now hate Shinjun to the core and remember Shinjun's appearance clearly, so someone recognized him as soon as the photo was released. The other female figure in the photo is wearing sunglasses and her specific appearance cannot be seen clearly, but her aura is amazing and her outfit is also very luxurious. Especially the last photo, the female figure is sitting in a Maserati. As soon as these photos were released, all the fans in the group were shocked. Many of Song Show's fans said angrily or sneered, Okay, this guy is really a gigolo. The evidence is irrefutable. It's disgusting. Is this kind of person worthy of recording a show with our brother? The administrator who posted the picture said affirmatively. This is the pretty boy. And do you know where these photos were taken? Civil Affairs Bureau. Someone immediately asked in surprise. They're getting married? Is this kind of person worthy of marriage? Disgusting. The administrator quickly said. No, I asked the person who took the photo, and he said that the two of them were getting a divorce. As soon as the words came out, the group was boiling again. The pretty boy was dumped by the rich woman? Very nice. Evil will be punished. It's so satisfying. He deserves it for daring to suppress our brother. No, I have to publish this information online so that everyone knows who this pretty boy is. Yes, post it online and make sure this pretty boy dies without a burial place. Let him suppress his brother. I will make it impossible for him to live his life as a human being. Kill him. Kill him. Many fans in the group were excited. They saved the photos in the group and began to spread Shinjun's information on the internet. Song Shio is an idol star with an astonishing number of fans and crazy fighting power. For a while, many netizens saw the information of the amateur guests in Where Are We Going, Dad? Unemployed, living off his looks, gigolo, kept by a rich woman and dumped. One explosive piece of information after another directly shocked the crowd of netizens. Originally, Shinjun attracted a large number of passers-by fans with his good looks and live broadcast effects, otherwise the traffic in the live broadcast room would not have remained so high. As a result, now that this has happened, many passers-by fans have turned against them. The entry Shinjun quickly became a hot search and was seen by more and more passers-by. Lin Jia likes hot searches very much, because the appearance of hot searches means that the program has become popular and even exploded. But at this moment, looking at the entry of Shinjun on the hot search, Lin Jia's face turned pale. He never thought that things would develop to this point. Shinjun's information was directly exposed by the entire network, and even his divorce information with Zhao Wani was dug out. Now, Song Shio's fans are maliciously spreading rumors. Total reputation ruined. Lin Jia originally wanted to quickly deal with the public opinion impact brought by Song Shio's fans, but he didn't expect that just a moment later, Song Shio's fans directly exposed the truth. Lin Jia took a deep breath. It's no use removing the trending search now, as public opinion has already spread and multiple platforms across the internet have started to discuss it. Moreover, this trend is getting more and more serious with the instigation of Song Shio's fans and other TV stations, and it is likely to kill Shinjun. If this goes on, Shinjun will be finished, and their show will be finished too. At this time, all the staff of the program group looked anxious. Director Lin, what should we do? The show traffic is starting to drop. The live broadcast was still going on. At this time, several guests had finished their meal and were allocating houses for accommodation for the night. Due to program recording requirements, Shinjun and others' mobile phones had already been handed over to the program team, so no one had a mobile phone and was unaware of the online public opinion storm. Lin Jia gritted his teeth. Use all the resources of the station to eliminate the influence of public opinion as much as possible. Afternoon, temporarily suspended. Chapter 18 Suspension. Lin Jia almost exhausted all his strength to make the decision to suspend the show. Today is the first day of the show, which can be regarded as the show's debut. The debut was off the air and never appeared again. The loss from the suspension of the first show was too great. The first show is the most critical time for the program. The station has spent a lot of resources on promotion and preparation. Now that the platform has been built, all that is left is the debut. As a result, it was suspended as soon as it was released. Not to mention that the guest pay, staff, and venue fees during the suspension period will all be wasted. All the resources previously spent by the station on promotion were also burned to ashes. And suspension is also a signal. A sign that the show sucks. Only bad programs will be suspended. Otherwise, why would they stop broadcasting normal programs? Wouldn't they want to make money? Therefore, once the program is discontinued, its reputation will inevitably decline, which will trigger a series of impacts. So no show will be discontinued easily. Everyone wants a good start. But Lin Jia is now somewhat helpless. He has mobilized almost all the resources, both from the station and from private sources, but the current public opinion has not only not decreased, but has become more and more intense. Now it has reached the center of attention. Instead of this, it would be better to temporarily suspend the broadcast to calm public opinion and then find a solution. The show has to be suspended in the afternoon anyway. It just extended the suspension time to one afternoon. And Lin Jia also had a deep worry in his heart. If the show continues to be broadcast, considering the current popularity of Shinjun and the show, the traffic will definitely not be bad, it may even explode. If it were any other director, they might have taken advantage of this incident without any scruples. After all, black and red are also red. But he is Lin Jia. The person who was pushed to the forefront was Shinjun, his most admired friend. He didn't want to push Shinjun to the forefront and make him the target of public criticism. Suspending the show to cool down was the most appropriate way. After hearing Lin Jia's words, the other members of the program team all changed their expressions and advised with heavy and worried expressions. Director, stopping the show will have too much impact, please consider it carefully. Yeah, our station has never had an S-rated show suspended for its first show. In this way, all the previous promotions will be wasted. The first show is off the air, this. Everyone looked at each other with heavy hearts. But Lin Jia had already made up his mind. He took a long breath and said in a deep voice, "Stop. Temporarily suspend broadcasting and resume broadcasting in the evening depending on the situation. We will tell the public that there is an equipment problem that needs to be adjusted. Notify them." The program crew had no choice but to quickly carry out Lin Jia's arrangements, and soon Shinjun and others received the news. Shinjun and others were originally allocating rooms for accommodation for the night. Just after the room was divided, Shinjun unexpectedly received a notice of suspension. His brows were slightly furrowed. Zhang Shuai beside him had already asked, "Wasn't it going to stop at 2 o'clock? Why is it going to stop now?" They had seen the shooting schedule before they came. Today's shooting was originally scheduled to stop at 2 p.m. and start again at 5 p.m. As a result, the show is suspended before 2 o'clock? I only heard the staff sigh and explain. There was a problem with the equipment, so we need to stop broadcasting for a while. The teachers are taking a break in the afternoon. If nothing goes wrong, the show will resume as normal in the evening. Zhang Shuai muttered. Is there something wrong with the equipment? Yes, it is under repair. Teachers can go and have a look at the house first. The house just needs some repairs. The staff member said helplessly. The staff's words made all the children shout. When they were assigned the rooms, they were extremely interested in their new homes. Upon hearing this, they all shouted, "Dad, let's go see the new house." As the noise went on, everyone temporarily put the suspension of the show behind them, and Shinjun was also happily dragged by an in to see the new home. The program's suspension notice was also released online at the same time. After all, there are still quite a few viewers in the live broadcast room. The same reason was used, but many netizens obviously didn't buy it. After all, public opinion is hot right now, and it's not easy for the program team to get out of it. Some show's fans, in particular, refused to let go, shouting that the production team was guilty and had been hit in a sore spot. Lin Jia was so angry that his liver hurt. In the end, there was really no other way, so Lin Jia could only call Song Xiu, the real culprit, over to seek help. The public opinion is so strong that the entire program will be impacted if this continues. I wonder if Mr. Song can speak out to restrain the fans? Lin Jia said very politely. Song Xiu's status is indeed very high, and Hunan TV is not willing to offend a top star easily. Song Xiu had already got the phone by now, and his agent told him the details. After listening to Lin Jia's words, Song Xiu leaned back on the sofa, half closing his eyes in thought. He could indeed speak up to restrain his fans, or help explain to Shinjun and the program team. But why did he do that? Shinjun has no value to him, but is a threat and competition. Shinjun's stunning face immediately flashed through Song Xiu's mind. Even though he was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women in the circle, Song Xiu had to admit that Shinjun's appearance was top-notch. It's amazing. Even when he first met Shinjun, he felt very threatened. The subsequent development was not unexpected. A lot of traffic was indeed taken away by this amateur, and even surpassed him. And there's his daughter. The little girl is very cute and he likes her too. However, by participating in this program, Song Xiu is preparing for his own transformation and also wants to pave the way for his son Shitu's future. As a result, my son has almost become a nobody now. So, this amateur can't stay. Soon Song Xiu made up his mind and said to Lin Jia calmly, "I'm sorry, Director Lin, this is a spontaneous action by the fans, and I can't restrict it. Perhaps the program team or that amateur can speak up for themselves." Lin Jia frowned slightly, trying to persuade. "Teacher Song, you can reconsider it. After all, this program is also related to you." However, he was interrupted by Song Xiu. "Sorry, Director Lin, my son is still waiting for me. I'll go over first." After saying that, Song Xiu stood up and walked out of the room. His capable agent quickly followed him. Then, only Lin Jia was left in the room. Lin Jia looked at Song Xiu's back as he walked further and further away outside the window, gritted his teeth, and finally kicked the corner of the table angrily. "It turns out that what kind of star you are, what kind of fans you have." The current madness of Song Xiu's fans may be due to the indulgence of Song Xiu himself. Although he was angry, Lin Jia could not say or do anything. He still had to treat Song Xiu as his master. Song Xiu's status is not something he can easily manipulate. Even Xiangtai is a little wary of him, so Lin Jia can only swallow the bitter pill by himself. Lin Jia was feeling angry when the phone beside him suddenly rang. When he picked up the phone, he saw the note was Director. Lin Jia's face became serious. He knew what the call was about without even thinking about it. Raise an army to hold the culprit accountable. Although he said it lightly about suspending the S-grade programs, the station must definitely hold people accountable. And some people in the station may not be able to sit still. After taking a long breath, Lin Jia answered the phone. Chapter 19 What's My Business? Just when Lin Jia was trying to find a way to deal with the online public opinion, at this time, in an office building in Shanghai with the sign EMI records hanging on it. In a spacious and bright office, Zhao Wani was sitting at the head seat in a neat professional suit, her bright face looking extremely stern at this moment. There were several people sitting below, and one of them was reporting in a deep voice. It has been confirmed that on July 4th, which is tomorrow, Su Qing from Tianyu Media will also release a solo album. It will be available on all platforms by then. The others frowned upon hearing this, and said angrily, "Tianyu is coming for us. This is simply disgusting. Why did you have to send it on the same day as Liu Yao? It's obvious. Is Tianyu planning to snipe Liu Yao? It shouldn't be. Su Qing and Liu Yao are both second-tier stars. I think this is probably because Tianyu wants to fight us head-on and step on Liu Yao to get to the top." Everyone in the office looked unhappy. Liu Yao was the new artist that EMI Records had focused on promoting in the past 2 years, and they had invested a lot of resources in it. The personal album that will be released tomorrow has cost a lot of money, just to help Liu Yao successfully become a top star. Unexpectedly, Tianyu Media suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Tianyu Media is larger than EMI Records, with a nationwide coverage, covering multiple fields including film, television, entertainment, and music. It is considered a giant in the media field. Su Qing is a new singer launched by Tianyu Media, and she has reached the second tier within 1 year of her debut. What is more important is that Su Qing of Tianyu Media is somewhat similar to Liu Yao of their company in terms of voice, singing style, and route. The two have had friction from the beginning. The fans of the two are fighting each other like water and fire. After all, the market share is limited, and between Su Qing and Liu Yao, only one of them is destined to take the position of a first-line singer. Their company is so anxious to get Liu Yao to the front line because they also feel the threat from Su Qing, a latecomer. So this time a huge amount of money was spent on this album. Unexpectedly, everything went smoothly. However, just 1 day before the album was released, Tianyu Entertainment issued an announcement that Su Qing will release an album tomorrow. What followed was overwhelming publicity. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what Tianyu is planning. This is preparing to step on Liu Yao from their company and rise to the top status in one fell swoop. This made everyone at EMI panic and angry. Tianyu is such a big company, they shouldn't bully people like this. In the field of interests, who will tell you about fairness? This is too much. After everyone cursed for a while, Zhao Wani, who was sitting in the first seat, finally spoke in a clear and cold voice. Everyone has listened to Liu Yao's album. What do you think of it? People in the office responded. Good. I feel great. As expected, the lyrics were written by Teacher Su. Very good. The title song should be able to dominate the charts. Liu Yao's company spent a lot of money on this album. The lyrics of the title song were written by Mr. Su, the golden songmaker, and the quality is very high. The other songs also cost a lot of money. It is considered the album with the highest production standards of the company, and everyone has listened to it. It sounds great. So everyone is quite confident about the album. Zhao Wani nodded and arranged with a stern look. From now on, we will increase the promotion of the album and raise the promotion level to level 3. Contact the TV station and get a few variety shows. Let Lu Yao free up all of her time in the next month to increase her exposure. At the same time, we contacted all the major music platforms, communicated for resources, and took down all the promotional positions we could, and promoted it across the entire network. Several people in the office responded. Zhao Wani snorted coldly at last, with anger rolling in her eyes. Since Tianyu wants to fight, let's continue. Even a clay man has some clay nature. Although the scale of EMI cannot be compared with that of Tianyu, if EMI gives in this time. From now on, all kinds of monsters and demons will be able to jump around over her head. After the meeting, people in the office left one after another. After everyone left, Zhao Wani's stern expression relaxed a little. Just like an iceberg melting, revealing a few rays of sunshine. After a moment of distraction, a hint of worry and irritability appeared in Zhao Wani's eyes, which was not present in the meeting just now. Lu Yao has high hopes for this album. After so many years of development, EMI Records has established a firm foothold in Shanghai and even in the southeast, and has a certain reputation in the entire music scene. But the company now has a serious problem. The problem is that there are too few singers in the company who can stand on their own, and there is a lack of young singers. Except for a few singers signed in the first 2 years after she joined the company and who have developed well, the singers signed in recent years are almost useless and have not achieved any results. There is a gap between the old and the new. As for those singers at that time, either they have already received their contracts or have found their next artists. After all, people always strive for higher goals. So although EMI looks prosperous on the surface, it is already facing many crises inside. If the company hasn't found a singer who can take on the leading role before those veteran singers leave, then there is no point in thinking about development. I'm afraid we'll have to go back a few years. And Lu Yao was the seedling signed under this background. It took him more than 2 years to reach the second tier. Although it is not fast, it is already very good compared with the company's singers of the same period. So Zhao Wani tilted resources towards Lu Yao. If Lu Yao can successfully make it to the front line, then the company's future development will not encounter too many problems, and may even reach a higher level. But if you fail, she can't fail. Zhao Wani bit her lip and suppressed the thoughts churning in her heart. At this moment, a ringtone pulled Zhao Wani's wandering thoughts back. Zhao Wani looked at her phone and saw a call from her college roommate and current best friend, Shin Yueru. Zhao Wani answered the phone casually, and heard Shin Yueru on the other end say in surprise, "You divorced Shin Jun?" Zhao Wani frowned slightly. "How do you know?" Her divorce from Shin Jun was not widely publicized, and even her friends were not aware of it. Shin Yueru's voice also sounded somewhat puzzled. "Don't you know yet? Mr. Shin is now." "Hey, I'll send it to you to read for yourself." Soon, Zhao Wani saw a bunch of content sent by Shin Yueru. Zhao Wani finally understood what had happened. As she looked at the contents on her phone, especially the photos that had been exposed, her expression gradually turned cold. Shin Yueru on the other end of the phone was still chattering. "Although I don't know why you and Mr. Shin divorced, Mr. Shin is a good person. Do you want to explain it for him?" Zhao Wani replied calmly. "What does it have to do with me?" Chapter 20 Jiang Runan. "Wani, you know Mr. Shin is not as bad as people say on the internet. He has been with you for so many years. As long as you come forward." Zhao Wani interrupted Shin Yueru's words lightly. "I can't and won't manage his affairs." Shin Yueru looked anxious. "Wani, why are you so?" The last 2 words were not uttered. Shin Yueru sighed and said, "You have been together for so many years, can you bear to watch him being slandered and defamed?" Zhao Wani curled her lips, and a hint of cold sarcasm appeared on her face. "It's his own choice of path, who can he blame?" Shin Yueru listened to the cold voice on the phone and knew that Zhao Wani had made up her mind not to help Shin Jun. She could only sigh in her heart and hung up the phone quietly. After Zhao Wani hung up the phone, she thought about it and quickly made another call. "Hello, Attorney Zhang. I want to appeal again regarding the custody of my daughter. I don't think the child's father is capable of raising a daughter. Here is the proof." As she spoke, Zhao Wani forwarded all the contents sent by Shin Yueru to Zhang Lu. As online public opinion intensified and its influence continued to expand, more and more familiar people saw Shinjun as public opinion news. At this time in Jiangnan Film and Television City, the popular young actress Jiang Runan was taking a rest in a nanny car. The new drama she is currently starring in started filming at around 4 o'clock this morning, and continued to shoot until noon, and there are still night scenes to be filmed in the evening. So Jiang Runan took advantage of the free time in the afternoon to catch up on some sleep. There were several people sitting in the nanny car, including Jiang Runan's agent, assistant, and makeup artist. At this moment, the assistant was gossiping with the makeup artist in a low voice. "This amateur is pretty good looking, he doesn't look like a gigolo." The makeup artist curled her lips. "His information has been exposed. His name is Shinjun. He graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. I heard he was kept right after graduation. Look, he was dumped a while ago. This is a divorce photo." The assistant was shocked. "It's a pity that he's so handsome." As the two were talking, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the back row. "Madoka." When her name was called, Assistant Xiaoyuan turned around immediately and saw that Jiang Runan, who was catching up on his sleep in the back row, had woken up and was slowly getting up with the support of her arms. Xiaoyuan said with some concern, Nan, did I disturb you?" Jiang Runan shook his head and stood up, rubbing his still confused head, and then asked, "Who were you talking about just now?" Madoka simply said. Xiang TV launched a variety show, and some of the amateurs who participated in the show were exposed for their dirty laundry, saying that they were being kept by someone. Jiang Runan thought of the name she had just heard in a trance, and asked uncertainly, "What's his name?" Xiaoyuan was stunned for a moment. "It seems to be called." The makeup artist added, "Mr. Shen." "Yes, that's the name." Xiaoyuan nodded. When Jiang Runan heard the name, she stopped moving her hands, sat up straighter, and frowned tightly. "Do you have any photos? Let me take a look." Xiaoyuan and the makeup artist looked at each other, somewhat puzzled by Nan's reaction. Nan was usually not interested in such entertainment gossips, but today. In doubt, the makeup artist sent Jiang Runan the divorce photos that were circulating online. When Jiang Runan saw the familiar face in the photo, her expression froze. The face in the photo gradually overlapped with the face in her memory. Jiang Runan exhaled lightly and asked slowly, "What happened to him?" The voice that came out was a little hoarser than when he had just woken up. Xiaoyuan and the makeup artist looked at each other, and sent some online revelations to Jiang Runan in confusion. Jiang Runan looked at the online revelations and gradually pursed her lips. The fingers holding the phone turned white from the force. Looking at Nan, who was silent for a long time, Xiaoyuan and the makeup artist looked at each other, and the doubts in their eyes deepened. The agent's sister Sue also noticed the difference and frowned and asked, "Runan, what's wrong?" "I'm fine." Jiang Runan raised his head and said, looking at Xiaoyuan, "Give me your work phone." Jiang Runan's social media accounts are all managed by Xiaoyuan. Although Xiaoyuan was confused, she still handed the phone to Jiang Runan. Jiang Runan logged directly into the social media and started editing the text. Agent sister Sue looked at Jiang Runan's phone with a puzzled look. When she saw the text edited by Jiang Runan, her pupils trembled and her face changed drastically. "Runan, what are you doing?" As he said that, he was about to take the phone from Jiang Runan's hand. However, Jiang Runan was prepared and avoided Sister Sue directly, then looked up at Sister Sue. "Sister Sue, don't stop me." Sister Sue looked anxious and panicked as she looked at Jiang Runan. "Are you crazy? What does this Mr. Shen have to do with you? Why are you speaking up for him? He is now the center of public opinion, and the entire internet is full of bad reviews. Do you know what consequences your actions will bring?" Xiaoyuan and the makeup artist were still a little confused at first, not knowing what was going on, but then they heard what Sister Sue said. Their faces changed, and they looked shocked. Nan. Now everyone knows that Shinjun is the center of public opinion, and the entire network is full of bad reviews. Speaking up for him at this time, this. Jiang Runan bit her lip and looked directly at Sister Sue. "He's my friend. He is not what people say on the internet. I can't let anyone slander him like this." Sister Sue advised with a worried look. "Even if he is your friend, you can't do this. Do you know what consequences you will face once you speak out? You have been in the industry for 5 years and have never had any scandals or been paired with anyone. You are the white moonlight in the hearts of your fans. If you suddenly speak up for a member of the opposite sex, your personality and the image you have cultivated for so many years will be severely impacted. And I know people well. Jong Runan interrupted Sister Sue and said firmly. He is not that kind of person. It doesn't matter if my image is damaged, I must help him. As she spoke, Jong Runan pulled Sister Sue's arm and said pleadingly. Sister Sue, I haven't asked you for anything in all these years. This time, please let me be willful. Sister Sue lowered her head and saw that Jong Runan's eyes were already misty and wet, which made people feel distressed. Sister Sue and Jong Runan persisted for a few minutes. Finally he sighed. Who is he? Jong Runan was stunned for a moment, and said slowly. Without him, there might not be who I am today. Sister Sue was stunned for a moment, and finally waved her hand, indicating that Jong Runan should handle it herself. Jong Runan thanked him, then lowered her head to quickly edit a paragraph of text and posted it on her social account without any hesitation. At this time in the Xiaobu ancient village, in the temporary office where the program crew was located, Lin Jia hung up the phone with a very ugly expression. Because his debut show was suspended, he was scolded by the director of the arts center. The director also revealed that because the suspension caused losses in profits, the station will re-evaluate the rating of the program. Where are we going, Dad? That means downshifting. Chapter 21, Don't Spread Rumors. Today, public opinion is still as strong as ever, with no sign of abating. The program has already suffered a serious impact. If it is downgraded again at this time, without resource support, I'm afraid the show will be doomed. What worries Lin Jia even more is that a group of people online, mainly fans of Song Xiu, have already called for a boycott of actors with bad records. The purpose is obvious, which is to make Shin Jun quit the show. Moreover, during the phone call in the afternoon, the director also told him clearly that if the situation continued to get worse, the station would terminate the contract with Shin Jun. By then, even he won't be able to protect Shin Jun. This made Lin Jia feel even more upset and guilty. Shin Jun was the brother he called over to help, but in the end it ended up like this. Moreover, he is in a difficult situation now. If something went wrong with the S-grade program in his hands, he will be punished even if he is valued by the station leaders. Don't think about S-grade programs for a while. Lin Jia cursed. What the fuck? He really couldn't understand whether these celebrity fans were just bored and were causing such a bloody storm just for a face issue. I wish I could kill him right away. There are also some celebrities who are aiding and abetting the evil. Just as Lin Jia was thinking irritably, someone knocked on the office door. Lin Jia took a deep breath, suppressed his irritability, and said with a serious face, "Come in." A figure pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Jia looked up in surprise. The person who came in was Shin Jun. Shin Jun looked at Lin Jia, who looked unhappy, and sighed in his heart and asked, "What happened?" He noticed something was wrong when the show was suspended at noon. Everyone in the production crew looked unhappy, and Shin Jun vaguely noticed that some people in the production crew looked at him with something wrong in their eyes. This made Shin Jun more cautious, and a whole afternoon of observation made him even more certain. Something went wrong with the show. Maybe it has something to do with him. So after helping in and clean up the room, Shin Jun went straight to Lin Jia. Lin Jia was the program director, so he naturally knew everything. Lin Jia didn't expect that it was Shin Jun who came in, and was stunned for a moment. Nothing. Lin Jia's expression couldn't be concealed at all. Shin Jun raised his eyebrows, pulled out a chair and sat next to Lin Jia, smiling. When did you learn to hide things from others? Just tell me what happened. Lin Jia sighed in his heart. It was because of him that Shin Jun participated in the program, which led to the current public opinion, so Lin Jia felt guilty. This matter has nothing to do with you, I will. However, Shin Jun knocked on the table directly. The thud interrupted Lin Jia. Lin Jia looked up and met Shin Jun's gaze. Lin Jia finally sighed. Brother Jun, I didn't handle it well. The show started this morning, and because your traffic was too high, you were blackmailed by Song Xiu's fans. Now the whole internet is talking about this. The show was suspended for this reason. Having said that, Lin Jia returned the phone to Shin Jun. Shin Jun frowned when he heard that, and immediately picked up his phone to search for it. Now that there was overwhelming public opinion online, Shin Jun found it out easily. When he saw that he was being slandered, his expression remained calm. But when Shin Jun saw Song Xiu's fans starting to spread rumors and insult him, his whole face suddenly turned pale. Shin Jun suppressed his anger and read the public opinion, then put down his phone. Lin Jia felt a little guilty and apologetic. Brother Jun, it's my fault. I didn't handle this matter properly, and I got you and Nen implicated. Shin Jun took a deep breath. He was well aware of the intrigues in the entertainment industry, so he had been relatively low-key when starting the show today. He didn't expect that he would be targeted like this. And Shin Jun can remain calm and composed even when rumors and slanders are spread about him. In his previous life, he had seen all kinds of storms and all kinds of rumors, so he had become indifferent to all of them. But they should never, ever involve Nen. And Nen is Shin Jun's treasure. Normally, he would not even say a word or scold her, but this group of people actually spread rumors and caused trouble. Thinking of this, Shin Jun's face turned ashen. At this moment, the office door was pushed open and a staff member from the program team rushed in, shouting, "Director, good news. Public opinion is beginning to reverse." The staff member didn't expect Shin Jun to be there. Seeing Shin Jun stunned for a moment, Lin Jia stood up with a look of surprise. Reversed? Yes, someone helped. Lin Jia took the phone from the staff member in surprise and quickly looked through it. When he saw the contents on the phone clearly, he was stunned. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jia quickly finished reading the content, then looked at Shin Jun, who was sitting in front of him with a complicated expression. Brother Jun is a very secretive person. When did you become so close to Jiang Runen? Thinking back to what he had just seen, Lin Jia was a little shocked. Jiang Runen, a popular young star in the entertainment industry, is called the White Moonlight and Pure Goddess by countless people and has an astonishing number of fans. An absolute top-tier presence. Her fan base and status are not inferior to Song Show at all. Strictly speaking, Jiang Runen is even better. After all, Jiang Runen is very popular now. Since his debut, he has produced a hit TV series almost every year, which is unmatched in the film and television industry. Lin Jia also knew Jiang Runen. The actors he invited for his graduation project were Shin Jun and Jiang Runen. At that time, Jiang Runen was a junior at the Shanghai Film Academy. However, as Jiang Runen's status rose, the two gradually lost contact. Lin Jia didn't expect that Shin Jun was still in contact with Jiang Runen, and judging from the situation, the relationship was quite significant. After all, being able to let a top star speak publicly was. Lin Jia couldn't think of what kind of relationship could allow a top star to do this. In his eyes, Jiang Runen's behavior was almost a way to destroy her own future. So Lin Jia looked at Shin Jun with an increasingly strange look. When Shin Jun heard Lin Jia's words, he raised his head from his anger and frowned in surprise. Jiang Runen? A figure that he hadn't seen for several years emerged in Shin Jun's mind. Seeing Shin Jun's surprised look, Lin Jia screamed. Brother Jun, don't say you don't know each other well. They have already spoken up for you publicly. As he said that, he handed the phone to Shin Jun. The mobile page was Jiang Runen's social media homepage, which contained the content Jiang Runen had just posted 10 minutes ago. Mr. Shin is my friend, and the other lady in the photo is Mr. Shin's wife. There is no such thing as the rumors circulating online between the two of them. They knew each other during college and went from wearing school uniforms to wearing wedding dresses. Mr. Shin is a very good person and has helped me a lot. Please treat public opinion rationally. Don't make rumors, don't spread rumors. After reading this, Shin Jun's eyes fell on the account avatar. The avatar is of a pure and sweet girl with a smile on her face, looking into the distance. The figure in Shin Jun's memory gradually overlapped with the girl in the avatar, and the girl's voice, appearance and smile in the avatar suddenly became vivid. He also didn't expect Jiang Runen to speak up for him. After all, the two had not seen each other for many years. Since he married Zhao Wani, all they had left were New Year greetings. Chapter 22 Clearing the Way. Unexpectedly. Shin Jun sighed lightly. Having been in the entertainment industry in his previous life, he naturally knew how much of a price a top-tier young actress would have to pay for saying something like that. At the very least, it can result in the loss of fans. At worst, it can lead to the collapse of personal image and damage. After all, no fan would like to see their favorite goddess publicly support a person of the opposite sex, and trust them so much. While Shin Jun was thinking, Lin Jia beside him suddenly shouted again and looked at Shin Jun in shock. Golden Melody producer Mr. Shin has also spoken for you. As he spoke, he handed the phone to Shin Jun. Shin Jun took a look and saw a social media account certified as Golden Melody producer Shin Yunqing posted a message. Mr. Shin is my student. He is a very good person. Please don't spread rumors at will. The message was short, but very meaningful, and many musicians in the circle took the initiative to help forward it. Shin Yunqing, Mr. Shen. Chinese contemporary female composer, Lifetime Achievement Music Artist, Chinese Music Chart Lifetime Achievement Award, Chinese Pop Music Lifetime Achievement Award. A music industry leader. This kind of person can shake up the music industry with just one sentence, and now he is speaking out publicly for Shin Jun. Lin Jia no longer knew what to say. Are you Mr. Shen's student? Shin Jun looked at what Mr. Shen said, and warmth appeared in his eyes. She was my professional teacher at university and she took good care of me before. Lin Jia hasn't recovered from the shock yet. Is this taking better care of you? This is taking such good care of you. It's like I'm treating you like my own student. As Lin Jia was speaking, Shin Jun's phone rang. The incoming call message was Teacher Shen. Before Shin Jun could say anything, Lin Jia said anxiously, You take it, you take it. Having said that, he walked out of the room, closing the door considerately. Shin Jun shook his head and answered the phone. Teacher. There was silence on the other side for a moment, and then a kind voice sounded. Do you still remember me as your teacher? Hearing this kind voice, Shin Jun's gloomy expression slowly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. I can forget you no matter who I am. After a pause, Shin Jun thanked him earnestly. Thank you, teacher. The voice on the other end was a little angry. Why are you thanking me, kid? Lin Jia was right about one thing. Shin Yunqing's care for Shin Jun was not just good, but very good. By chance during his senior year, Shin Yunqing discovered that Shin Jun had an amazing talent in writing lyrics and composing music, and later he even wanted to take Shin Jun as his last disciple. Sighing, Shin Yunqing asked, How did it become like this? Shin Jun also sighed. I was on a show and I just found out about the situation. I didn't expect it to turn out like this and make the teacher worried. Shin Yunqing's voice was somewhat worried. You and Xiao Zhao? When Shin Jun and Zhao Wani got married, Shin Yunqing also attended. Shin Jun simply said, Divorced. The other party was silent for a few seconds, and then comforted. You are still young, it's okay to get divorced, and you will definitely find a better girl with your conditions. Shin Jun's expression was gentle. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Shin Yunqing on the other side of the phone said slowly. You kid. I think the online public opinion has not ended yet. I am also aware of the dirty things in the industry. I will let Man contact you. When the time comes, let Man help you with whatever you want to do. Shin Jun quickly refused. Teacher, no need to numb. However, he was sternly interrupted by Shin Yunqing. You still think of me as your teacher, so just listen to me. After so many years, I'm finally happy to see you willing to step into this circle. I know you hate the dirty things in this circle, but it doesn't matter. Just like I said before, as long as you are willing, the teacher will pave the way for you. Hearing Shin Yunqing's words, Shin Jun's emotions surged and his eyes became red. Shin Yunqing finally said, I think Anin is old enough. I'll bring Anin to see me when I have time. Shin Jun took a deep breath and nodded. Must. In a teacher's apartment at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Shin Yunqing hung up the phone with a look of emotion and joy. A voice came from beside me. Why do you take it so seriously? The person who was speaking was a woman with a graceful figure and excellent temperament. She was wearing a professional suit, and her two long legs in black stockings were straight and slender under her hip skirt. Shin Man. Shin Yunqing's granddaughter. Shin Man was a little confused at this time. She was busy in the company in the afternoon, but was suddenly called back by the old man. She thought it was something important and hurried back, only to find out that the old man asked her to help a student. Shin Man almost laughed out of anger when he heard this. She is the boss of Hanxi Music Company, earning tens of thousands of dollars a minute, and yet she is asked to help a student? Shin Yunqing ignored her granddaughter's strange tone, and slowly sat on the balcony. After drinking a sip of tea, she slowly said, You don't understand. Shin Yunqing suddenly changed the subject. Isn't your company in need of a composer? Shin Man nodded. Hanxi Music is one of the top music companies in the industry. It has many singers under its banner, and many well-known singers are from Hanxi. There are 3 first-line singers in the company now. With more singers, there is naturally a shortage of songs. In recent years, one of the main tasks of Hanxi Music Company is to find composers, especially top composers. Shin Yunqing smiled, motioned for her granddaughter to pour her some tea, and then slowly said, "As long as you can take down Shinjun, these won't be a problem. Mr. Shin's talent in music composition is the most amazing that I have ever seen. Sometimes I even feel that Shinjun's talent in music is stronger than mine." Shin Yunqing's tone was filled with emotion and sigh, and his expression was lost in memories. Shin Man was shocked when he heard Shin Yunqing's words. How is this possible? Shin Man is very aware of her grandmother's status in the music industry and her musical talent. She is one of the leaders of Chinese pop music. The kind that will go down in history. From birth to now, Shin Man has never seen anyone with more amazing talent than her grandmother. But now her grandmother said that there was a student whose musical talent was even stronger than hers, and Shin Man couldn't believe it at all. Shin Yunqing sighed and said to himself, "Back then, I actually wanted to take him in as a disciple, but unfortunately, Shaoshan seemed to be very resistant to our circle and was unwilling to become his disciple. Later, I also thought about letting him join your company, but I didn't expect that this little guy got married right after graduation. Later, I heard that he was a full-time childcare worker. I thought he was going to waste his talent. I didn't expect. It's fate. It seems that God doesn't want him to live an ordinary life, and they are actually getting divorced." He was finally willing to give up his little family. Shin Yunqing felt a kind of happiness in her heart as if she had recovered something she had lost. She knew Shinjun's talent best. When she saw Shinjun choose to stay at home to take care of the children, she was extremely heartbroken. Because she believed that if Shinjun was willing to display his talents, Chinese music might usher in a new shock. But this child is willing to be ordinary. Unexpectedly. Now there is a turning point. No one knows how excited Shin Yunqing was when he saw Shinjun on the internet. Even though he saw negative information, Shin Yunqing was still extremely excited. This means that Shinjun is willing to step into this circle. So when he saw Shinjun's situation, Shin Yunqing directly posted a statement to protect his son on the social media platform that he hadn't logged into for many years. At the same time, he called Shin Man back from the company. Shin Yunqing had only one idea: since Shinjun was willing to step into this circle, she must help Shinjun clear the way forward. Chapter 23 Hanshi Music. Shinjun hung up the phone, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Faced with Mr. Shin's sincere love and care, Mr. Shin was deeply moved. He had seen all kinds of meanness in his previous life, but in this life he actually got to know so many kind people. Thinking of this, Shinjun thought of Jiang Runan, who also spoke up for him. Shinjun quickly opened WeChat and found Jiang Runan's WeChat. The same profile picture as on social media. Shinjun clicked on it and saw that the last chat message between them was during the Chinese New Year. Jiang Runan sent him a New Year's greeting at midnight. Shinjun also replied. Further up are last year's New Year's greetings, and those from the year before last. There was also this a few years ago. Ever since Shinjun and Zhao Wani got married, the only thing they chatted about was New Year's greetings. Every year after midnight, Jiang Runan's blessings would be sent on time. It should be a group message set up by this girl in advance. Shinjun thought about it and then quickly typed, "Thank you, girl." When Shinjun met Jiang Runan was only a junior in college and was innocent and childish. At that time, Shinjun had just traveled through time and his mental state was still the mature state of his previous life. Looking at Jiang Runan was like looking at a little girl. When shooting the final set for Linjia, Shinjun once casually called out, "That girl." Later, after calling it so many times, I got used to it. The girl didn't reply, she must be filming. Shinjun occasionally saw news about Jiang Runan on the internet in recent years and knew that this girl was becoming more and more popular. He knew this situation too well. His schedule must be packed and he had no free time at all. I didn't think much about it. Shinjun had no idea that at this moment Jiang Runan in Jiangnan Film and Television City was looking at the message on her phone with her palm-sized face twisted into a ball. The already rosy lips were bitten to make them look even more tender and tempting. Shinjun hasn't sent her a message for 5 years. Since Shinjun got married, the distance between them has become farther and farther. This was the first message Shinjun had sent her in 5 years. Although this message was just to express gratitude, it still made Jiang Runan excited, especially the familiar name, which made Jiang Runan's heart beat faster. Jiang Runan hesitated for a long time in the nanny car until the makeup artist asked her to touch up her makeup. Jiang Runan then deleted and revised a sentence and sent it over. "I'm very happy to be able to help my senior." After Shinjun hung up the phone, Linjia rushed in from outside the door. As soon as he came in, he started gossiping about the relationship between Shin Jun and Shin Yunqing. Shin Jun briefly explained it. As he was speaking, the phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number, but the caller's address was from Shanghai. Shin Jun thought of something and answered the call. A hoarse and tender female voice came from the other side, with a smoky texture. Mr. Shun? Shin Jun nodded. It's me. The other side said bluntly. I'm Qin Man, this is my personal phone number, call me if you need any help. Qin Man is teacher Shin's granddaughter. Shin Jun has never met her, but he heard teacher Shin nagging about her a few times back then, and Shin Jun thought. Thank you, Sister Qin Man. Qin Man responded indifferently and then hung up the phone. Shin Jun could guess something from Qin Man's tone of voice. He was probably dissatisfied with teacher Shin's arrangement, and Shin Jun understood that. After all, I have no relatives or friends. Qin Man was fine, so she called him specially. Shin Jun thought about this, and then he looked up at Lin Jia, who was sitting next to him. Do me a favor. Help me check what Hanqi Music is up to lately, or what they need. Hanqi Music Company is Qin Man's company. Shin Jun knew about it before he graduated. At that time, teacher Shin wanted him to work at Hanqi. Although teacher Shin asked him to speak freely. But Hanqi is not the company headed by teacher Shin after all. Teacher Shin can say this, but I can't do it. If he really asked casually, Qin Man might help him for teacher Shin's sake, but teacher Shin's network would be over. So Shin Jun must have the capital to speak. Hanqi Music? Lin Jia was shocked again. Hanqi Music Company is one of the top music companies in China and can even be considered the industry leader. Lin Jia had never imagined that Shin Jun actually had any connection with Hanqi Music, but Lin Jia didn't ask any more questions and directly agreed. Wait for my news. Lin Jia works at Hunan Provincial Television Station. As the most popular provincial satellite TV station in the country, Hunan Station has an extensive network of contacts that covers the entire Chinese entertainment industry. This is not a difficult task for him. Shin Jun looked up and out the window. Song Zhang was standing in the distance, talking and laughing with his agent. There was a cold light flashing in Shin Jun's eyes. The public opinion storm was caused by Song Xiu's fans. In addition, Lin Jia has already told him that Lin Jia had contacted Song Xiu, but Song Xiu was unwilling to settle the matter. Moreover, this group of people should never, ever touch Anan. This is Shin Jun's taboo. Whether in the past life or this life, Shin Jun has never been a tolerant person, let alone a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied. If you dare to provoke him, you must be prepared for his revenge. After an afternoon, public opinion on the internet has gradually reversed as Jiang Runan and Mr. Shin spoke out. Shin Jun's reputation is gradually improving. In fact, it mainly depends on Mr. Shin. Once Mr. Shin speaks, many musicians and big names in the industry take the initiative to help forward it, which directly suppresses the boiling public opinion. As for Jiang Runan's statement almost made public opinion even more heated. After Jiang Runan spoke, the entire internet was shocked. Jiang Runan has a pure and sweet appearance and has starred in many hit film and television dramas. She is definitely one of the hottest young actresses in the film and television industry today, and a top star. And what about Shin Jun? An ordinary person who was deeply trapped in public opinion. Mr. Shin spoke for Mr. Shin because of their teacher-student relationship. Besides, the whole network knew that Mr. Shin graduated from Shanghai Conservatory of Music, while Mr. Shin was a graduate of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Then why Jiang Runan? Friend? Who would believe that? Jiang Runan's statement is obviously disadvantageous to her, and can even be said to be damaging to her future. Jiang Runan has never had any scandals since her debut, but now she suddenly speaks up for the opposite sex, and her fans are going crazy. Even so, Jiang Runan still spoke. What does this prove? This shows that Shin Jun is very important to Jiang Runan. The relationship between the two is definitely not just ordinary friends, and look at this sentence. Mr. Shin is a very good person. This sentence is too problematic. If the two of them have nothing to do with each other, I will do a live broadcast of washing my hair upside down. So public opinion gradually went astray. However, this also suppressed the negative public opinion about Mr. Shin once again. In addition, after Mr. Shin spoke out, a topic was inexplicably made popular by countless netizens. The topic is called an Anne's fairy tale. It turned out that a netizen watched the live broadcast of the noon program with his child. The child liked the fairy tales told by Anan very much and was clamoring to listen more. But the show was suspended, and he couldn't find any other stories online, so he had to turn to the internet for help. As a result, a bunch of similar netizens came up with this story, all saying that their children wanted to listen to this fairy tale again after hearing it, but they couldn't find it on the entire internet. Many parents also think that this fairy tale is easy to understand, simple and interesting, and can help children understand the truth. So I wanted to look for something similar online, so that I could use it as extracurricular reading material or bedtime story for my children in the future. After searching for a long time, nothing found. Chapter 24: The Small Bench is ready. The fairy tales on the internet are all the traditional stories that they are familiar with. As for the Little Red Riding Hood that Anan mentioned, there is no such thing. This topic just snowballed, getting more and more people talking about it. Finally, it became a hot topic. Countless netizens participated in the discussion in search for an fairy tale story, and even big names in the fields of early childhood education and fairy tales showed up. I can't praise the story of Little Red Riding Hood enough. So in the end, the whole internet was begging for an fairy tale story. Since they couldn't find it online, everyone could only look for the creator of the fairy tale, and Anan's father. As a result, the live broadcast accounts of Shinjun and Anan began to gain followers like crazy, and countless people flocked to the media account of Where Are We Going, Dad? To watch the show crazily. Lin Jia never expected that the matter would be resolved like this. What's more, I didn't expect that after all this commotion, the attention to the program didn't decrease, but seemed to have increased a lot. This made Lin Jia breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that the haze in his heart had finally been swept away. After readjusting his state, he immediately shouted, "Get ready to go live." Shinjun was chatting with Jiang Runan. After hearing the news of the broadcast, he sent a message to Jiang Runan. "It's ready to go live, we'll talk later. Remember to come to Shanghai when you have time. I'll treat you to a delicious meal." The other side quickly replied, "Come on, senior. It's settled. I'll definitely go when the time comes." A cartoon emoticon with glowing eyes. Shinjun smiled, made a cool expression, put down his phone, and then went to pick up Anan, the mud monkey who was having fun in the field. In the dressing room of Jiangnan Film and Television City, Jiang Runan patted her cheeks, which were a little hot due to excitement and happiness. Before she could calm down, the door of the dressing room was swung open. Agent Su looked helpless. "My dear aunt, your fans are going crazy, and you still have the mind to chat here." The happiness on Jiang Runan's face suddenly stopped. It was getting dark. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Where Are We Going, Dad? Program, which had been off the air for an afternoon, resumed broadcasting, and the number of viewers began to soar as soon as it started. There are still 5 live broadcast rooms and 5 groups of guests. According to the back-end data of the program team, Songshow's live broadcast room had the highest traffic, which reached its peak the moment the show started. The screen of the live broadcast room was full of comments supporting his brother. However, not long after, Shinjun and Anan's live broadcast rooms came from behind and instantly surpassed the traffic of Songshow's live broadcast room. And as the news of the launch spread, the influx of traffic has never stopped. Shinjun's live broadcast room quickly widened the gap with the other live broadcast rooms, leading by a long way, and was even about to reach the total traffic of the last 3 groups of live broadcast rooms. All the staff of the program were stunned. Everyone thought that after this wave of public opinion, Shinjun might become silent, but unexpectedly, the traffic increased even more. Part of the traffic in Shinjun's live broadcast room is from passers-by, and these people like Anan and Shinjun very much. Another part is fairy tale fans. This group of people came here just to listen to fairy tales. Another part, which also accounts for the largest share of traffic nowadays, is Jiang Runan's fans. Ever since Jiang Runan spoke out in the afternoon, her fans have been going wild. As a popular young actress, Jiang Runan's fan base even exceeds that of Song Xiu. And there are countless male fans among them. After hearing Jiang Runan's words in the afternoon, these male fans were all filled with curiosity and hostility towards Shinjun, so when they heard that the show was about to start, a bunch of people rushed over directly. They want to see what kind of man their goddess values. This has resulted in a surge in traffic in the live broadcast room. This terrifying traffic even alarmed the Hunan provincial TV station. At this time, the 5 groups of guests who received the notice to start the broadcast have gathered at the recording point. Shinjun walked over carrying Anan and happened to meet Song Xiu, who was holding a stone in the distance. Shinjun's eyes flashed coldly and he looked straight at Song Xiu. Song Xiu curled the corners of his mouth with a look of disdain. Song Shio felt quite regretful that he had not killed this amateur in the afternoon. All we can say is that this amateur is very lucky, but Song Shio doesn't think that this amateur can create any big waves. You can never survive in this circle just by luck. The two glanced at each other and then looked calmly at the camera in the distance. At this time, Lin Jia had already called on several groups of guests to greet the camera. Shinjun held an in and greeted his live broadcast room. The live broadcast room suddenly flashed. And Anne's dad is so handsome. I want to listen to an Anne's fairy tale. Who is this mud monkey? Where is my lovely Anan? After public opinion calmed down, the hostility in Shinjun's live broadcast room became much less and there was laughter and joy instead. After the guests were introduced, the staff guided them to finish the accommodation rooms that had not been prepared at noon, allowing the audience in the live broadcast room to see the difficult accommodation environment for each group of guests. After seeing the paper-pasted window frames in the old, shabby room that looked like it was from the 1970s or 1980s, countless viewers in the live broadcast room exclaimed, "The best room is Song Shio." Compared with the other 5 rooms, Song Shio's room is closer to a modern room. Countless fans in the live broadcast room exclaimed that my brother is awesome. The person who stayed in the worst room was director Wang Hai. Because he gave the worst self-introduction, the worst room was left when it came time for him to choose. The wooden door was shaking and the thatched roof was rustling in the wind, which made Shinjun frown. Wang Hai's accommodation also aroused the sympathy of many viewers, and many viewers said that this program was too real. As for Shinjun, he followed his previous choice and chose a middle-level room, which was neither good nor bad, and there was nothing special about it. Then they had dinner live. This time they didn't have to cook dinner, but the program crew prepared the meal in advance. Whole grains, corn, sweet potatoes, and steamed cornbread. The program team wants everyone to feel that life is not easy and recall the good times. This meal was not a pleasant one. Even Shinjun and Anan swallowed the food with frowns on their faces. In his 2 lives, Shinjun had never been short of money and he also had cooking skills. His mouth has been spoiled for a long time. As for Anan, she was raised to be even more cunning by Shinjun. When eating, his little face was almost wrinkled like a bun, and it took Shinjun's coaxing before he ate a little. As for the other groups of guests, it was even more lively. The sounds of crying and shouting echoed all night long, and the fathers all looked tired. It was almost 9 o'clock by the time we finished our meal. There were no more arrangements after that, and each group of guests went back to their rooms to prepare for bed. When I saw this, a lot of viewers in the live broadcast room had left, and the current traffic was only half of what it was when the show first started. Many viewers in Shinjun's live broadcast room commented, "That's it? There's nothing special about him other than being handsome? Let's go, I thought it was something great, it's just ordinary. I don't know why the goddess cares so much. This is no different from ordinary people." Most of those who said these things were Jiang Runan's fans. They originally wanted to see what was so special about Shinjun, but ended up watching for more than an hour. Apart from being handsome and having a cute daughter, there is nothing different about him. So they all prepared to leave. However, those old fans who have been following since morning said lightly, "Why are you in such a hurry? It hasn't even started yet." At this time, Shinjun had already finished taking in a bath. Now the 2 of them, one big and one small, were lying on the bed wearing a set of cute father-daughter pajamas. Anan rested her head on Shinjun's arm, feeling a little sleepy. "We got up early today and played all day." Now the little guy couldn't hold on as soon as he got into bed, but Anan tried hard to open his eyes and said in a soft voice, "Daddy, story." As soon as these words came out, the originally somewhat calm live broadcast room suddenly became boiling. "Here it comes. The little bench is ready. Front row, get ready. I've been waiting all night, and it's finally here." My son stopped playing with his toys when he heard we were going to tell a story. Chapter 25: The Magical World. There were passers-by who had just arrived in the live broadcast room. These people had no idea what was going on. They saw that the guests were going to sleep and thought the show was about to end. Unexpectedly, the live broadcast room became even more lively. At this moment, everyone looked puzzled. "What's going on? Aren't you going to bed? I don't understand. What are you looking at now?" Those old fans replied, "It's only showtime now. Don't ask, just sit back and listen." "Shoo! I've been waiting all night for this party." At this time, in a villa in Beijing, an old man with a kind face turned up the volume of the live broadcast on his mobile phone to the maximum. If there were anyone here, they would recognize that this kind-faced old man is none other than the great Chinese fairy tale master, the famous domestic fairy tale writer, Sun Dawei. Sun Dawei's actions caused some surprise to the people on the other side. "Old Sun, when did you become so trendy and watch live broadcasts?" Sun Dawei laughed. "What's the point of me being trendy? I'm half buried in the ground. My grandson heard a fairy tale while watching short videos this afternoon and couldn't forget it. He asked me to learn it." The person on the other side was surprised for a moment, then laughed. "You are allowed to study? Don't you know what you do? I'd like to see what kind of story can make our fairy tale master learn with an open mind." While the two were chatting and laughing, Shinjun had already discussed the content of the bedtime story with Ann. And Ann's favorite recent story is Harry Potter. So tonight's bedtime story is still Harry Potter. But before he spoke, Shinjun's expression changed slightly. There was a camera in the room, so he was obviously aware that the show was still being broadcast live. Therefore, the audience in the live broadcast room can also hear the stories he tells. If it were before, Shinjun would not care whether the audience could understand or not, but now, since Shinjun has decided to retaliate against Song Xiu, he has an extra consideration in his mind. Since Song Xiu's fans think that he has seized Song Xiu's traffic, then Shinjun will let Song Xiu's fans see what it means to seize traffic. Shinjun had an idea in his mind and started again from the beginning of Harry Potter. As for Ann couldn't remember the plot at all, she just wanted to hear about the magical and fun magic world and the super powerful magic. At this time, the traffic in the live broadcast room began to increase again, and most of them were curious about what bedtime story Shinjun was going to tell. Through word of mouth among many netizens, everyone knows that Ann's father can tell fairy tales, and many of them are stories that no one else has ever heard of. When I heard Shinjun and Ann discussing, the live broadcast room was also discussing. "Harry Potter? Did I make a typo? What is this story? It sounds like a name, and a foreign name at that. Is it a foreign fairy tale? I want to hear Little Red Riding Hood. Isn't it said that Mr. Shin has many stories that others have never heard of? Where are they? I don't like foreign stories. I prefer stories from our country. I don't feel like I can relate to them. I waited in vain. Hey, sleep, sleep." The name Harry Potter discouraged many people. After all, everyone wanted to listen to Shinjun's fairy tales, not stories from foreign countries. Especially the name is difficult to pronounce and there is no sense of immersion at all. Shinjun didn't know the reaction in the live broadcast room. If he knew, he would just smile. Those who leave now will regret it later. Patting Ann gently, Shinjun's low voice slowly rang out. "Mr. and Mrs. Dudley think they are normal people. They hate to see. But they have a secret." The story was told slowly, and many people in the live broadcast room initially found it a bit boring, or when they heard that it was a story from abroad, they didn't want to listen anymore. However, when the mysterious owl and cat appeared, and the extremely mysterious magical world slowly unfolded, everyone's eyes widened. There were originally quite a few people complaining or chatting in the comments section of the live broadcast room, but it soon became quiet. The number of people in the live broadcast room is still increasing. It seemed as if everyone was already immersed in the magical world created by Shinjun, until Shinjun slowly said, "Harry was sorted into Gryffindor House and became good friends with Hermione and Ron." When I looked down, Ann had fallen into a deep sleep. Her brows were still furrowed, and she wondered if she was fighting monsters in a magic world in her dream. Shinjun smiled and smoothed Ann's brows. As soon as the story stopped, the audience in the live broadcast room all came back to their senses, and the originally quiet comment area instantly became boiling. "Ann and Dad, don't listen. Keep talking. Ah. I haven't heard enough. What a magical world, it seems to exist in reality. Is this the end? Ann, Dad. Dad. Ancestor. Tell me more. It's over. I wanted to fall asleep listening to a story, but now I can't fall asleep. No, what story is this about? It's so good, why haven't I read it before?" Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed, but all the viewers in the live broadcast room were still not satisfied. The story just told by Ann's father was really too exciting. Especially the magical and magnificent world, which seems to be real, makes everyone yearn for it and wants to know the next story. However, when everyone was immersed in it, it came to an abrupt end, which made countless viewers cry out in discomfort. And then, you can't sleep. I haven't finished listening to my sister's story yet. And then, get up quickly and let daddy continue telling stories. I envy Anan and want to be Anan. At this time, in the villa in Beijing, fairy tale master Sun Dawei and his friends also came back to their senses from the story and looked at each other. Sun Dawei frowned and asked, "This is obviously not a fairy tale, it reads like a novel. Have you heard of it?" The person sitting opposite Sun Dawei thought for a moment and shook his head. "I have read almost all the literary works published in China and even abroad, but I have never heard of this story." Sun Dawei's expression froze. "You mean to say, this is original?" The person on the other side took a deep breath and said with a somewhat shocked look, "I have to go back and confirm it, but it's pretty close." Sun Dawei recalled, "This story is quite interesting." The person on the other side said, "This story? Tisk, it's quite interesting. I didn't expect that when I came to you to urge you to submit the manuscript, there would be an unexpected surprise. Thank you, grandson, for me." As he spoke, the person opposite him stood up. Sun Dawei was stunned for a moment and said, "Will you sit for a while?" The person on the other side shook his head and said, "No, I have to go back and confirm this story. If it is confirmed to be original, I may have to take a trip to Hunan province." Then he put on his coat and quickly left Sun Dawei's house, leaving Sun Dawei in the house with a sigh of regret. Young people today are incredible. Chapter 26, Awakening. It was already dark inside the EMI Records building, but the lights were still on inside. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Lu Yao's new album will be available online. Because Lu Yao is the artist that the company is focusing on promoting now, the company has high hopes for her. In addition, Tanya Media released an album at the same time. Therefore, EMI Records has attached great importance to the release of Lu Yao's new album this time, and all relevant staff of the company are checking and coordinating the album release matters tomorrow. Make sure everything is foolproof. Strive for a higher status as soon as the new album is released. At this time, Jiawani, who was wearing a black dress, had a sad face because she had been busy all day with the release of her new album. Still busy till now. Now that everything was settled, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiawani turned off the computer and looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. On the phone, Mr. Sun sent her a message. "Wani, let me know when you're done and I'll pick you up for dinner." Jiawani thought for a moment, then tapped with her slender fingers and replied, "I'm done." The other side quickly replied, "Give me 15 minutes. I'll be there soon." Mr. Sun, Sun Yawan. The boss of Yawan Film and Television Media Company, whose market value is estimated at over 1 billion, is a company larger than EMI Records, specializing in film and television investment, production, and distribution. Moreover, Sun Yawan is only 30 years old and he has already taken charge of such a company. He deserves to be called a young and promising man. Even Zhao Wani admires him. More importantly, Sun Yawan had been pursuing Zhao Wani. The two met at an evening party. At that time, Sun Yawan was shocked by Zhao Wani's beauty. He immediately began to pursue Zhao Wani madly. This pursuit lasted for a year, and even Zhao Wani's company employees and Zhao's father and mother knew something about it. It's quite sincere. Just like what Sun Lanfang said, Mr. Sun is a good person with both good character and ability. Zhao Wani had some feelings for him, and after Sun Yawan heard that she was divorced, he pursued her even more enthusiastically. Then there was the dinner appointment tonight. Try contacting first. Zhao Wani withdrew her thoughts. There were still more than 10 minutes before Mr. Sun came over. After thinking about it, Zhao Wani clicked on the short video. In her spare time at work, she also watches short videos, which allows her to relax and learn about current entertainment trends. However, as soon as she clicked on the short video, Zhao Wani's brows furrowed. Because the video she saw was the scene where Shin Jun called in to get up in the morning, and the number of likes on this video has now exceeded 3 million. Looking at the intimate movements and expressions of love between the father and daughter in the video, Zhao Wani felt extremely irritated and her face immediately darkened. His eyes were cold. She already knew in the evening that Shin Jun had escaped from public opinion. Zhao Wani originally wanted to use this public opinion to turn Shin Jun into a complete waste, so that it would be easier for her to get the custody of Anan. Unexpectedly, Shin Jun actually reversed public opinion. Thinking of this, Zhao Wani recalled the news she saw in the afternoon, that Golden Melody Award producer Mr. Shin and popular young actress Jiang Runan both spoke up for Shin Jun. Zhao Wani knew that Mr. Shen's professional teacher was Mr. Shen. Because when they got married, Mr. Shen attended their wedding. But there was no contact afterwards, and after Zhao Wani became the president of EMI, she asked Shenjun to play the emotional card and ask Mr. Shen to sing a song for her. As a top composer and a leading figure in the music world, every musician longs to sing a song written by Mr. Shen. But Mr. Shen retired 5 years ago and no longer invites people to sing songs. Zhao Wani was thinking at the time that Shenjun was Mr. Shen's student, so she wanted to see if she could play the emotional card and ask Mr. Shen to sing a song for her. Just one song would do. Maybe it will take the company to the next level. However, Mr. Shen told her at that time that he and Ms. Shen were just normal university teacher and student and they were not particularly familiar with each other, so they could not make an appointment. Thinking back to this incident, Zhao Wani felt a surge of anger in her heart. She actually believed it at that time. After all, judging from Shenjun's behavior after marriage, he didn't seem like someone who could know such a top boss. Results now. Normal university teacher-student relationship? What kind of teacher-student relationship could make Mr. Shen, who is not very good at using social media software, speak out to defend it as soon as the incident happened? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is not a normal teacher-student relationship at all. And since Shenjun had this relationship, why didn't he help her before and never told her about it? Trash is trash. The more Zhao Wani thought about it, the angrier she became, and she cursed in a low voice with a cold expression. Besides Mr. Shen, the popular young actress Zhang Runan made Zhao Wani feel even colder. She never knew what the relationship between Mr. Shen and Zhang Runan was. As someone in the entertainment industry, Zhao Wani knew too well how big a risk Zhang Runan took by speaking out. Are you willing to help Mr. Shen even at the cost of your own interests? Looking at Zhang Runan's pure, sweet and delicate little face on the internet, Zhao Wani pinched her red nails into her palms unconsciously. Just as Zhao Wani's expression became increasingly cold, the cell phone in her tightly clenched hand rang. Sun Yaowen called and said that he had arrived downstairs. Zhao Wani hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and suppressed the fluctuating emotions in her heart. Before going downstairs, Zhao Wani took out her lipstick and touched up her makeup. Looking at the bright and beautiful face in the mirror, Zhao Wani's expression gradually returned to calm. No matter how hard Shenjun tries, he is still a waste. There will always be a world of difference between me and her. Zhao Wani curled the corners of her mouth, a hint of disdain appeared on her face, then she tossed her long wavy hair and walked downstairs in a free and easy manner. There was a Maybach parked downstairs. Mr. Sun Yaowen, was leaning against the car in a neat suit. When he saw the bright and beautiful Zhao Wani coming downstairs, he immediately took out a bouquet of flowers from behind and walked forward. Wani, you've worked so hard. There were employees and passers-by walking downstairs of the office building, and many of them showed envious looks and cheered softly when they saw this scene. The annoyance in Zhao Wani's heart suddenly dissipated, and a smile appeared on her face. This is the life she wants. Zhao Wani accepted the rose that Sun Yaowen handed to her with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Then Sun Yaowen opened the car door considerately and Zhao Wani got in the car holding the flowers. The luxurious and dazzling Maybach drove towards the neon lights of Shanghai. At the same time when Zhao Wani got into Sun Yaowen's Maybach, a deafening thunder suddenly sounded in the night sky of Lingnan City. There were flashes of lightning and roars of thunder in the night. The several groups of guests who were recording a program in Xiaobu ancient village were all shocked. What followed was the heart-wrenching cry of a child, or the whining sound of asking for his mother. In the room, Shenjun sighed lightly. He finally managed to talk into sleep and was ready to end the live show. Before he could say anything to the staff, a sudden thunder instantly tore the sky and earth apart, and then a crackling rain curtain fell. Then, Anan was frightened awake. Chapter 27, Insects Fly. Anan has been afraid of thunder since he was a child. Whenever there is thunder, he cannot sleep well and someone must watch over him all night long. Especially after being frightened awake, if I can't find my father, I will cry and collapse. Sure enough, after the thunder, Shenjun saw the little person in his arms move. First, his little face wrinkled, and then his legs kicked. The big eyes opened immediately. Unlike her usual cute look, Anan's eyes were now filled with fear. Shenjun felt a pang in his heart when he saw this. He immediately embraced Anan, patted her gently and coaxed her softly. Don't be afraid, Anan, Dad is here. Anan was awakened by the thunder. Fortunately, she saw Shenjun as soon as she opened her eyes. The fear in her big eyes was reduced a little, but she was still scared. She trembled and leaned into Shenjun's arms, crying out in grievance. Daddy, I'm scared. There were still quite a few people in the live broadcast room at this time. Although it was almost over, everyone was in high spirits because of the story that Shinjun had just told. Even though the show was about to end, there were still quite a few people in the live broadcast room. Many people wanted to continue listening to the story, and kept refreshing the screen in the live broadcast room, hoping to attract Shinjun's attention. And then there was the thunder just now. When everyone heard Shinjun coaxing Anan softly, many people in the live broadcast room commented crazily. "Anan, Dad, are you still in need of a lovely daughter who is 6 years and 204 months old? Ah, the sound is so sweet, it's killing me. Anan, give up your seat and let me lie down for a while, I will lie down for a while." Then when everyone heard Anan say that she was afraid in a wrong tone, they all felt distressed. In particular, the program live broadcast set up multiple camera positions, one of which was a close-up of Anan's face. When seeing that frightened little face, a bunch of mother fans in the live broadcast room immediately said distressfully, "Don't be afraid, Anan, Mom is with you." "Oh, poor thing. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Anan, leave a place for Mom. Mom and Dad will protect you together." I can hear the abacus upstairs clearly from the northeast. The situations of the other groups of guests were similar to Anan's. They were all ready to end the live broadcast and hug their children to sleep. Unexpectedly, there was a loud thunder and all the children who had been coaxed to sleep with great difficulty woke up. The other groups of guests usually have fewer children to take care of, and most of them are boys, who are even more noisy, so the process of coaxing them to sleep almost cost several fathers their lives. The children finally fell asleep, but before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, they all woke up again. Everyone in the live broadcast room laughed wildly. I felt like Zhang Shuai was about to burst. I finally managed to coax this little devil Guangzai to sleep, but it was all in vain. The moment Guangzai was frightened awake, Zhang Shuai subconsciously showed an expression of despair, as if he had seen a ghost. And they were all captured by the audience. Some viewers even put together Zhang Shuai and Guangzai's emoticons, calling it shocked father and son. This caused everyone in the live broadcast room to laugh wildly, and the number of people watching the live broadcast increased again. Lin Jia saw that all the guests had woken up and were busy coaxing their children. The topic of the show came up, so he waved his hand and said, "Keep on broadcasting." Just in time to make up for the afternoon suspension time. The staff continued to work, diverting traffic from the trending searches and pushing the program, which had just cooled down a bit, back to the hot list. More and more viewers flocked to the live broadcast room. Then I saw 5 fathers busy coaxing their children. The thunder outside the window came one after another, almost without stopping, and the rain was pouring down. There was also the cry and howl of unknown wild beasts and birds in the night rain. Moreover, the ancient village is not like a city with flashing neon lights. Outside the windows of the ancient village, there are only swaying shadows of trees, baring their fangs and claws. The audience in the live broadcast room all cried out in horror, not to mention the children, who were all awakened from their sleep and burst into tears. Shinjun could even hear Guangzai crying not far away next door. Anan wasn't much better. Although Anan is well behaved and obedient, she cannot control herself when faced with something that she fears from the bottom of her heart. Besides, the ancient village is different from home. It will be much better if you draw the curtains and do some sound insulation at home. At this time, Anan had been crying in Shinjun's arms for a while. The cute little face was covered with snot and tears, and he used Shinjun's pajamas as snot tissue. The audience watching the live broadcast wanted to laugh but also felt sad. Shinjun sat up and coaxed Anan gently. Anan just cried out and her voice was a little hoarse. Now she was sobbing and her eyes were red, which made Shinjun uncomfortable. Especially if there is any movement outside the window, the little person in my arms will tremble, and my whole body will be in a state of nervous tension. This is not a solution. Shinjun coaxed Anan and said, "Dad, can you please continue telling stories to Anan?" Shinjun tried to coax Anan to sleep again, or let Anan relax a little, but Anan just shook her head with red eyes. At this time, there was another loud thunder outside the window. Anan was frightened and cried again. She cried for a long time before being coaxed into tears by Shinjun. "My throat is hoarse and my eyes are swollen." Shinjun felt very distressed when he saw this. The audience watching the live broadcast were also heartbroken. It was obvious that Shinjun and Anan did nothing and they didn't even pay attention to the camera. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room is constantly increasing. There were no more jokes in the live broadcast room. Everyone was feeling sorry for Anan, or giving advice and suggestions to Shinjun's father. Shinjun said again, Do you want to listen to some music, Annan? He had to find a way to make Annan relax. Fortunately, this time, Annan nodded under Shinjun's nervous gaze and hummed in a hoarse voice. Daddy, Gidge. Shinjun looked delighted and said immediately. Daddy, can you sing a song for Annan? Annan nodded with red eyes. Shinjun half sat up and held Annan directly in his arms, so that Annan felt more secure and it was also convenient for him to sing. While Shinjun was adjusting his posture, many people in the live broadcast room exclaimed. And Ann's dad can sing? Wow, what a perfect dad Annan is! He can do all the housework, tell stories and sing songs. Perfect husband. Another day when I want to be an Ann's mom. It just so happens that I'm getting ready to go to bed, and thanks to Annan, someone is singing me a lullaby. Snickering. The guy upstairs, aren't you afraid that Ann's father will scare you to death with his shout? Although I trust Ann's father, singing is different from telling stories and doing housework. The key is talent. And there's no background music, so it's too difficult to sing a cappella. Ann's father is just an amateur and has never practiced before, so don't have too high expectations. The requirements are not high, as long as you can listen. The traffic in the live broadcast room was very high, and the comments section was full of people arguing about Ann's father's singing level. At this moment, Shinjun had already adjusted himself. Then he patted Annan lightly, and Shinjun's singing voice slowly began. The dark sky hangs low. The bright stars follow. Insects fly, insects fly. Who are you missing? Chapter 28 The Mute Bride. The sound of rain was still outside the window, the shadows of the trees were swaying, and Shinjun's soothing and gentle singing slowly rang out in the dimly lit room. As the song started, the live broadcast room, which had been filled with endless debate, instantly became quiet. The comments that were already flooding the screen suddenly stopped. Everything seems to have been paused. Shinjun didn't pay any attention to the situation in the live broadcast room. He was already immersed in the singing. The Insects Are Flying was a song that Shinjun liked very much. He grew up listening to this song when he was a child, and when he grew up he listened to this song to find his childhood. It can be said that it runs through his life. This song The Insects Are Flying was a very popular ballad in the previous life. Because the melody is very simple and soothing, and the lyrics are very warm, it was almost known to everyone in the previous life. Almost every kid has heard it. After having Annan, Shinjun would sometimes sing some songs to Annan in order to coax her to sleep. This song The Insects Flying is also Ann's favorite song. As Shinjun sang, he recalled some scenes from his life with Annan. He remembered that once, the two of them sat on the balcony, looking at the stars outside the window. Shinjun held Annan in his arms, and the two, big and small, hummed The Insects Flying together. The moonlight was shining, the stars were following, and Annan was calling Daddy with a smile on her face. At that time, Shinjun felt that life was so happy. Thinking of this, a hint of tenderness appeared on Shinjun's face, and a happy smile overflowed from the bottom of his heart. The singing voice became softer, deeper, and more emotional. The stars in the sky are crying. The roses of the earth wither. The cold wind blows, the cold wind blows. As long as you are with me. In this life, as long as Annan is with him, he will be satisfied. Immersed in his emotions, Shinjun had no idea that as he sang slowly, the live broadcast room of the show had already become lively. When Shinjun just opened his mouth, the live broadcast room was silent for a while. But not long after, a large number of comments suddenly poured out of the silent live broadcast room, one after another, almost flooding the screen. And Ann's father sings so beautifully. This song and this voice are amazing. I want to praise Ann's father so much, his singing went straight to my heart. It's over. I've completely fallen in love with Ann's dad. That sounds good. It sounds so simple, why is the song so touching? I instantly thought of my childhood, when the moonlight was bright, the rice fields were swaying, and everyone in the village sat under the street lights chatting and playing cards. I suddenly want to be a kid. The song is beautiful, but why do I feel a little sad? Growing up isn't fun. I don't know why, but I suddenly miss my grandpa. I wonder how he is doing in heaven. I miss my grandma. When I was a child, she would sing to me with a palm leaf fan and coax me to sleep. I'm sad and want to cry. I just want to watch a variety show before going to bed. Why do you want me to cry? Can anyone tell me what lullaby this is? Aw, why is it so beautiful? Whoa, please stop singing it. The comments in the live broadcast room were overwhelming, and I couldn't tell which was which. I was overwhelmed as soon as I took a look at them, and the traffic in the live broadcast room was still skyrocketing. The short video platform has already made it into the top 10 of the hot list. At this time, in the game live broadcast area of the short video platform, a live broadcast room was very popular and ranked first in the game live broadcast area. In the live broadcast room, a beautiful female anchor is broadcasting a very popular game. The female anchor is very beautiful and has a great figure. Her eyes are sharp when she plays games and she looks heroic, making people want to click on the live broadcast to watch it. But as soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I heard a lot of sweet words. What a psycho! Death to your father. The voice was so violent and rude that all the people who had just entered the live broadcast room were stunned and at a loss as to what to do. The old fans in the live broadcast room have been frantically commenting. Sister Joe, don't talk. Damn it, I forgot to watch it on mute. Who can poison Sister Joe's voice and make her mute? When Sister Joe doesn't speak, she's beautiful and kind-hearted. But when she opens her mouth, the sky collapses and the earth cracks. The female anchor in the live broadcast room is the popular game anchor on the short video platform, Joe Winaway, also known as Sister Joe. Sister Joe is beautiful and has a good figure. The key is the contrast of the mouth, which has attracted countless fans. The number of fans on the entire network even exceeds 10 million. She is one of the most popular anchors in the gaming area and is known as the Mute Bride. At this time, accompanied by Sister Joe's ghostly howling. How the hell can I win with teammates like this? How can I win if you sue me? Then the game ends. Sister Joe slammed the keyboard, her pretty facial features showing signs of gritting her teeth. She didn't look like an image at all. Damn it, Sister Joe, can't you be more ladylike? You can only watch Sister Joe in muted mode. Can someone calm Sister Joe down? Please. You want Sister Joe to be quiet? You might as well teach the monkeys on Mount May to understand human language. Sister Joe's life is ruined by this mouth. To keep Sister Joe quiet, it's better to poison her to make her mute. I'm buying medicine now and will be ready to act soon. Add me one. Mute Bride, love. Sister Joe had calmed down by now. When she saw the comments in the live broadcast room, she immediately widened her eyes and shouted. I'm so beautiful, why are you comparing me to the monkeys in Mount May? Someone immediately commented in the live broadcast room. I'm sorry, we were wrong. We insulted the monkeys of Mount May. Sorry, monkey. Sister Joe, with a mouth, is really worse than the monkeys on Mount May. The comments in the live broadcast room made Sister Joe glare at them, gritting her teeth and saying, Okay. Since you are so unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Tomorrow's cosplay welfare live broadcast is cancelled. Fans in the live broadcast room responded. Cancel it. Just remember to post photos, it's more fun to see them. Sister Joe in the live broadcast room makes my crotch cold, but Sister Joe in the photo makes my crotch hot. I love you even more. Sister Joe has long been accustomed to the teasing in the live broadcast room. This is her normal approach, so she quarreled with fans for a while, and when she was tired of scolding, she said, Come on, brothers, Sister Joe will take you to the ward. Don't blame Sister Joe for not giving you food. Sister Joe will take you to eat together. After saying that, she exited the game page and opened the live broadcast area of the short video. Sister Joe habitually glanced at the hot list to see if there was any new gossip today. Just as she was about to take her brothers to watch the young lady dance, an entry on the hot list suddenly caught her attention. Today I know what a perfect husband is. Sister Joe paused and subconsciously clicked on this entry. Fans in the live broadcast room all saw Sister Joe's actions and burst into laughter. The comments section joked crazily. We agreed to take the brothers out to eat something good, but Sister Joe wanted to eat secretly? Perfect husband? Could it be that Sister Joe is also in love? Sister Joe, don't even think about it. Unless you poison yourself to mute yourself, you won't be able to find a husband. Sister Joe's eyes are full of her husband. Sister Joe also reacted quickly. She immediately pretended to be shy and patted her hand holding the mouse, then said angrily, Oh, it's all this hand's fault. I clearly didn't want to watch it, but this hand insisted on clicking it open. Chapter 29 Shut Up Sister Joe. The live page loaded for a moment, and then the topic live room opened. Sister Joe instantly saw the title corresponding to this topic live room. Where are we going, Dad? And then Amp Dad. Sister Joe also saw the cover of the live broadcast. On the cover, a boy who looked more handsome than a star was holding a cute little girl with a gentle look on his face. When Sister Jo saw the boy's appearance, she was stunned for a moment. This scene was also observed by her fans in the live broadcast room, and the comment section once again made fun of it. It's over, Sister Jo is really in love. My goodness, this dad is only slightly more handsome than me. The guy above is so shameless. This dad is obviously as handsome as me. Sister Jo quickly came back to her senses, her cheeks a little hot from being caught, and she immediately cleared her throat to cover it up. Isn't this the show that was so popular today? This guy should be the amateur who was slandered, right? He is indeed quite handsome. I was stunned just now because I remembered this incident, not because of anything else. Brothers, can you please stop making random guesses? Crazy comments in the live broadcast room. Yeah, what did we say? Sister Jo, you are just trying to cover up your mistake. I'm not thinking about anything, why are you blushing? After seeing this comment, Sister Jo subconsciously touched her face, which caused the fans in the live broadcast room to make fun of her crazily. Sister Jo just gave up. I just like looking at handsome guys, so what? This is the blessing I got from working like a slave in my previous life. Perfect husband? I want to see what it is like. Let me taste it for my sisters first. Having said that, Sister Jo directly clicked on an amp Shinjun's live broadcast room. At this time, Shinjun had finished singing The Insect is Flying. And unliked listening to it very much. The fear on her little face was indeed much less, and her eyes were not so red anymore. Shinjun didn't stop, he patted an in and started singing again. The dark sky hangs low. The bright stars follow. Insects fly. Sister Jo's account level is very high. When this kind of account enters the live broadcast room, there will be a system prompt, which makes it convenient for the anchor to know that a big shot has entered the live broadcast room. Normally, when Sister Jo enters the live broadcast room, the anchor who is broadcasting live will be stunned, and then shout with a look of surprise. Thank you for your support, Sister Jo. Welcome to visit us often. Although Sister Jo has no image and is always noisy with her fans, having tens of millions of fans is very impressive for most anchors. An existence that needs to be looked up to. But this time, when Sister Jo entered the live broadcast room, it did not cause any ripples. The handsome man holding the child in the camera did not even raise his head. Faced with the handsome guy ignoring her, Sister Jo was naturally a little frustrated. But the next second Sister Jo was attracted by other situations. She looked at the exploding number of viewers in the live broadcast room and the overwhelming and dense comments. Sister Jo's eyes widened and she even stuttered subconsciously. Fuck, am I dazzled? As he spoke, he rubbed his eyes and looked at the live broadcast room. The number of viewers was still so explosive, and the number of people online at the same time had exceeded 1 million. I can't make out a single word in the comments section. Sister Jo took a deep breath. She had seen many big scenes, but at this moment she felt extremely shocked. No wonder no one else brags about her, her account is only at the level of a small karami. In this short period of time, she has seen many familiar big boss accounts. Sister Jo's voice was a little hoarse. This is too awesome. The fans who were watching Sister Jo's live broadcast room also saw what was happening in an and Shinjun's live broadcast rooms and were equally shocked. Then someone said, Sister Jo, it seems that this man is not your turn. My goodness, I can't even read a single comment in that section. Every time I take a glance at it, I want to be a mom. I started watching the show in the evening. The traffic in the live broadcast room was quite high then. I didn't expect it to be even higher now. Sister Jo had come back to her senses at this time, and said, Brothers, this is incredible. Watch the live broadcast carefully, I want to see what's so awesome about it. As soon as Sister Jo finished speaking, a soft and clean male humming sounded, and this humming sound went straight into people's hearts. Sister Jo was stunned. The fans who came with Sister Jo were all stunned, and the comments section that was originally full of jokes and funny things became visibly quiet. Sister Jo looked towards the live broadcast room following the sound of the song, and saw a handsome man in the room holding a little girl sitting on an old bed. The man had a kind and gentle look on his face. The light in the room was dim, like the light at home when I was a child. Outside the room, the shadows of trees are swaying, the sound of rain and wind can be faintly heard, and the night outside can be vaguely seen through the old window glass. Plus that soft humming. Sister Jo just felt that the scene in front of her made her feel very warm. And as the lyrics slowly sounded, the low, soft, and emotional humming made Sister Joe feel dazed. Sister Joe seemed to see her home as a child. She saw her mother fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, her father busying around, and even the old house that had been demolished long ago as a child appeared in front of Sister Joe. The scenes from my childhood are still vivid in my mind. Sister Joe suddenly felt very tired. She wanted to go back to her childhood, to the childhood when her mother loved her and her father cared for her, and she was carefree and happy. No need to hustle for a few pieces of silver anymore, no need to do things you don't like to do just for a living. There is no need to force yourself to smile every day and turn your life into a drama. As Sister Joe listened to the song, her expression became more and more dazed. She stopped chatting with fans and stopped joking with them in a carefree and sweet-mouthed manner. Sister Joe curled up in a ball on the gaming chair, hugged her knees with her hands and rested her chin on them. Listened quietly to the singing in the live broadcast room. The fans in Sister Joe's live broadcast room had long noticed something was wrong with Sister Joe. Seeing Sister Joe sitting so well behaved and quietly, all the fans felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Sister Joe became popular because she talks too much, always has something to say, and has a foul language that makes her look terrible. Some people say that it is harder to make Sister Joe shut up than to climb to the sky. Many fans said that the best way to make Sister Joe silent is to make her mute, or just have a mute bride. It can be said that since Sister Joe started live streaming, no one has ever seen Sister Joe so quiet and well behaved over the years. When Sister Joe calmed down, her eyebrows and eyes were as beautiful as a painting. Many fans were moved. Oh my God! This is so scary. I actually have a crush on Sister Joe. Sister Joe is indeed a mute bride. As long as she doesn't speak, she is the most beautiful esports live broadcast. I suddenly realized that Sister Joe is actually quite pretty. Brothers, what should we do if we feel a little moved? Sister Joe, please open your mouth and speak. Don't play this on us, brothers. We are really tempted. This is so scary. Has Sister Joe been possessed by another spirit? While many fans were complaining and making fun of her, no one noticed that Joe Jia's eyes were getting redder as she was listening to the song, and then suddenly, a tear fell. Chapter 30. I can't hold it anymore. The crystal tears streaked across Sister Joe's pretty face, adding a unique charm to her already beautiful facial features, making her look so pitiful. Fuck. Sister Joe is crying? Am I seeing right? Sister Joe is crying? Damn it, what the hell is this inexplicable heartbeat feeling? It's killing me. I suddenly want to hold Sister Joe in my arms. It's scary just thinking about it. What's the difference between this and hugging the monkey on Mount Amay? I just discovered how pretty Sister Joe is today. As expected, the mute bride is more beautiful. As long as Sister Joe doesn't speak, she is my goddess. Love it, love it. Is Sister Joe going to switch to being a beauty anchor? Woman, you have successfully aroused my interest. The fans in the live broadcast room were already used to jokes, so when they saw Sister Joe crying, they subconsciously commented, but before they could say anything more, Sister Joe's eyes became redder and redder, more and more tears flowed, and she even started sobbing. Sister Joe, don't scare me. Sister Joe, what's wrong? Sister Joe, don't cry. My eyes are itchy too. What's going on? Hug Sister Joe. Sister Joe, don't cry. I just said you look like a monkey from Mount Amay. Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? I suddenly feel sorry for Sister Joe. What's going on? In the eyes of all her fans, Sister Joe is always carefree and always has a smile on her face. Even if she encounters something unhappy or unpleasant, she will just say a few sweet words. Afterwards, he happily joked and argued with his fans. What a big heart! Many people like Sister Joe because of this feeling of her, good temper, open-minded, and not shy or pretentious. No one has ever seen Sister Joe cry. So when they suddenly saw Sister Joe crying, and crying harder and harder, all the fans in the live broadcast room were a little panicked. They stopped teasing Sister Joe and started to find ways to comfort her. Moreover, Sister Joe's crying made many old fans in the live broadcast room suddenly feel itchy in their eyes, and they inexplicably wanted to cry too. Sister Joe also knew that she was emotionally broken at this time, and she wanted to hold it back. After all, she was still live streaming, and she would never show such emotions during a live broadcast. No matter how aggrieved or angry I am, I will deal with it alone after the show ends. But at this moment, Sister Joe couldn't help herself, she couldn't control herself at all. The soft humming sound was like a sharp blade, cutting out all the grievances and pains in her heart for so many years. Sister Jo was sobbing and shaking all over. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer and said to the live studio with sobs, "Sorry guys, I feel a little uncomfortable, so I'll go offline first." Sister Jo wanted to put on a bright smile like usual, but the forced smile was uglier than crying, and all the fans in the live broadcast room felt heartbroken. "Sister Jo, are you okay? Sister Jo, please stop crying. It hurts me to see you cry." "It's over, Sister Jo, really stop talking, I'm still a little uncomfortable with what's going on. Who understands this feeling of being broken? Sister Jo is simply my god. Is Miss Jo okay? I usually watch Sister Jo drain my negative emotions. This is the first time I see Sister Jo collapse like this. I feel sorry for her. Hug." Before the fans in the live broadcast room had time to say a few more words, the room was quickly closed by Sister Jo. In the room that suddenly became quiet, Sister Jo's sobbing gradually became louder. At this time, there were many people in Shinjun's live broadcast room who were in the same situation as Sister Jo, and many viewers said that it was very uncomfortable to listen to. Many viewers even shed tears. Who understands? I just wanted to watch some variety shows before going to bed, but now I'm crying in my bed and can't take care of myself. I miss my grandpa so much. Whoa. My roommate asked me why I cried so hard, and I was embarrassed to say that I saw it while watching a variety show. And then Dad, you are trying to kill me. Stop singing, I can't hold it anymore. In addition, many parents said that Shinjun sang very well and the children who watched the variety show with them were coaxed to sleep. One viewer even commented, "I've decided. From now on, I'll watch this variety show before going to bed and let Anan's dad put me to sleep." This comment has countless supporters, and many people think it is a practical solution. They really think Shinjun is very good at coaxing children. There are even marketing accounts online that have started posting "Learn Shinjun's 3 steps to coaxing your baby." At this time, Shinjun had already sung Flying Insects several times. Anan, who was originally a little afraid of thunder, finally calmed down and stopped shaking. The redness and swelling of the eye sockets that were previously a little bit swollen has also subsided. At this time, she was already feeling sleepy again in Shinjun's arms, her big eyes began to blink weakly, and Shinjun whispered in Anan's ear, "Go to sleep, Daddy will be with you." Anan was already a little confused, and mumbled vaguely, "Daddy." Then she twisted her little body in Shinjun's arms, found the most comfortable position, and slowly closed her eyes. Shinjun continued to sing "The Insects Are Flying." It is not about the number of songs or the complexity of songs that can lull you to sleep. The key is simplicity. A simple rhythm repeated humming has the best effect. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Anan finally fell asleep and even started snoring softly. Shinjun looked at the baby in his arms with tenderness in his eyes, then carefully put Anan into the quilt and patted her gently for a while. After making sure that Anan had fallen into a deep sleep, Shinjun stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. It sounds easy to coax a child, but it is actually very difficult to do. Not only is it mentally tiring, but it is also physically tiring. Who can stand sitting still for half an hour? Seeing that Shinjun finally coaxed Anan to sleep, the audience in the live broadcast room also breathed a sigh of relief and commented, "Thank you for your hard work, Anan. It's so hard. It's not easy to take care of kids. Anan's father works so hard, please find a mother for Anan as soon as possible." While the audience was commenting, Shinjun also walked in front of the camera. Lin Jia had already informed each group of guests that they could choose to turn off the broadcast according to their own circumstances. Shinjun didn't have time to do it just now, but now that Anan has finally been coaxed to sleep, Shinjun is ready to stop broadcasting. So Shinjun said hello to the camera one last time. "Thank you for your company, everyone go to bed early." After saying that, he closed the live broadcast amid a series of goodnight comments in the room. After closing the live broadcast, Shinjun did not go to bed immediately. Instead, he came to the next room. At this time, Lin Jia was already waiting with a stack of information. When he saw Shinjun coming in, he immediately handed all the information in his hand to Shinjun. "These are the recent movements of artists under Hanshi music. I have found them all for you." Lin Jia started working on the task assigned by Shinjun in the afternoon, and he has only just finished it. Shinjun took the information with a touched look on his face. "Thanks, brother." "Hey, what's the word thank you for, brothers? Chapter 31. Is it urgent? Brother Jun, what are you going to do?" In the side room, Lin Jia looked at Shinjun, who was carefully looking through the documents, and asked puzzledly. He probably already knew Shinjun's plan and knew that Shinjun wanted to use the power of Hanshi music to attack and retaliate against Song Xiu. Although Song Xiu is considered a top star, but it is still not enough when facing a behemoth like Hanshi music. If Hanshi music is willing to help Shinjun, it would not be difficult to completely eliminate public opinion or to punish Song Xiu. But how to get Hanshi music to help, this is a big problem. Although Shinjun has the support of Mr. Shin behind him, Lin Jia knows that a behemoth like Hanshi music will definitely not make a big deal out of it for Shinjun. Mr. Shin doesn't have the capital for this at the moment. When Lin Jia was collecting information in the afternoon, he was thinking about how Shinjun could convince Hanshi, but he couldn't think of any solution after thinking about it. At this time, Shinjun had already seen the general picture. After hearing Lin Jia's words, Shinjun did not respond in a hurry, but went through the selected information again, and then pulled out one of them. Putting the information on the table, Shinjun clicked on one of the lines of text. Seeing this, Lin Jia curiously picked up the documents on the table. The paper recorded some activities and projects of Hanshi music this month. However, it was not very important information, so Lin Jia summarized it all on a piece of paper. Lin Jia frowned when he saw the paper, then looked at the line of words that Shinjun had just pointed at, and saw that the content of the line of words read: Hanshi music singer Song Huaying will participate in Peak Singer and may be eliminated in the 5th round. Seeing this, Lin Jia raised his eyebrows. You want to start with Song Huaying? Shinjun nodded and said slowly. According to the data, Hanshi Music Company now has 3 top-tier singers, and Song Huaying is one of them. The remaining 2 are Adu and Xuewenlu. As he spoke, Shinjun took out another piece of paper from the file, pointed at the contents on the paper and said, Here. Xuewenlu's contract will expire in 4 months. Shinjun took out another piece of paper. Look here again. In May, Xuewenlu and her husband attended your Hunan TV station's May 4th gala as a couple. Lin Jia knew about this. Xuewenlu and her husband attended the Hunan Taiwan May 4th gala. Lin Jia was puzzled. What does this mean? Shinjun said slowly. According to the information, one of the founders of Hanshi Music is Zhang Haowei, and Zhang Haowei came from Dragon TV. Hanshi Music was initially started because of a talent show on Dragon TV. So Hanshi Music has a deep connection with Dragon TV, and according to the data over the years, the base of activities for Hanshi Music's artists is Dragon TV. Hanshi and Dragon TV have already formed a survival model of mutual dependence. Shinjun nodded at Lin Jia. Your station and Dragon TV are almost incompatible, the competition is very fierce. Lin Jia suddenly realized. You mean, Xuewenlu might want to change jobs? Shinjun nodded slowly. It's very likely. There is no possibility of relief for Dragon TV and Hunan TV. Especially in the past 2 years, the competition has become more intense. Under such circumstances, Hanshi Music will not easily allow top-tier singers to participate in programs on Hunan TV to compete with the competition. Even if Hanshi Music wants to, Dragon TV will probably stop it. However, this situation has occurred, and the company behind Xuewenlu's husband has close ties with your station, so Xuewenlu is going to change jobs. If this is the case, I'm afraid that Hanshi Music will not have an easy time in the second half of the year. In this situation, Hanshi Music should either train new talents to move up, or push veterans to the next level. The time left for Hanshi Music is too tight, and Hanshi Music currently has no plan to train new people, so Hanshi Music's choice is the second one. Push the veteran to the next level. It was probably under this background that Song Huaying participated in Top Singer. The first episode of Top Singer was broadcast in mid-May. That was not long after the May 4th party. So Song Huaying is very likely the veteran candidate chosen by Hanshi Music Company, and the company must have high hopes for him. However, at this time, Song Huaying will be eliminated before the finals. You say. Is Hanshi Music in a hurry? Shinjun curled the corners of his mouth and chuckled at Lin Jia. Lin Jia had understood by now, and his expression was even more shocked. He was quite often exposed to entertainment news, but he had never thought about it in this regard. Even after collecting a bunch of information in the afternoon, I still couldn't figure out the internal situation of Hanshi Music. But Brother Jun only looked at the information he found for a while, and in just a few moments he figured out so much information, and even figured out the development direction of Hanshi Music in the next 6 months. How could Lin Jia not be shocked? Lin Jia had nothing to say, so he can only take a deep breath and say, "Brother Jun is awesome." If Shin Jun knew how shocked Lin Jia was, he would definitely laugh. In his previous life, he had been in the entertainment industry for half his life and had experienced many things personally, so he could naturally see these things at a glance. Otherwise, my previous life would have been wasted. Shin Jun waved his hand, straightened his face and said, "Help me find a recording studio. I want to record a demo." Simple. Lin Jia nodded. Shin Jun sighed lightly and said to Lin Jia a little embarrassedly, "Thank you for all the trouble during this time. When we are done, N and I will treat you to a delicious meal." Lin Jia's face turned anxious. "Brother Jun, if you say that, you don't treat me as a brother anymore. You have helped me so much before. Now that I can finally use you, please don't hesitate to help me. And it's my fault that I didn't handle this matter properly, causing trouble for you and. I've disliked Songshio for a long time." Shin Jun didn't say anything more. He patted Lin Jia's shoulder hard and then returned to the room. N was sleeping soundly. Shin Jun kissed An's head, causing N to scratch her hands in her sleep. Shin Jun put his fingers there. N grabbed Shin Jun's fingers and suddenly became quiet. Shin Jun turned off the lights and fell asleep holding N. The next day, Shin Jun woke up at daybreak and ran a few laps around the village as usual. The ancient village had already woken up in the early morning. The fields in the distance were shrouded in white mist, and smoke was curling up from the green bricks and black tiles. After running, Shin Jun came back and took a shower. Seeing that the staff of the program crew had woken up, Shin Jun began to complete the task. The morning task is to make breakfast. All breakfast ingredients are stored at a fellow villager's home and breakfast is made on a first-come, first-served basis based on the selected ingredients. Now that he has been targeted, Shin Jun no longer has any thoughts of hiding anything. Since some people are worried that he will steal traffic, he will make the worry become reality. Chapter 32 is finished. Shin Jun was the first to start completing the task, and the staff followed him, feeling a little sleepy. Shin Jun's live broadcast room had already accumulated a large number of fans at this time, and the account was very popular, and people started to come in as soon as the broadcast started. So early. Isn't it too cruel of the production team to start the show so early? It's really An's father. When he assigned the tasks last night, I guessed who would finish breakfast first. Shin Jun was dressed casually, having just finished a shower. His hair was not completely dried yet, and he looked refreshed and clean, yet revealed a hint of sexual tension. Many viewers who had just woken up were stunned. Shin Jun quickly arrived at the food storage area and unceremoniously selected a number of ingredients according to An's eating preferences. By the time the guests and babies from other groups woke up one after another, Shin Jun had already prepared breakfast and called N to get up and eat. Because of the thunder last night, N didn't sleep very well and was in a bad mood when he got up in the morning. Finally, I finished washing up and was about to eat when Zhang Shui, who lived next door, knocked on the door and came in with his son Guangzai. Zhang Shui was still holding some unprocessed food in his hands, and his old face was a little red. "I really don't know where to start. I'm afraid I might poison Guangzai to death. Xiao Shun, please help me." The audience in the live broadcast room laughed when they saw this. Zhang Shui is here to hug his thigh again. Fans in Zhang Shui's live broadcast room covered their foreheads. I said Zhang Shui was going in the wrong direction. His home was clearly over there, so why was he heading straight this way? It's so funny. If it weren't for Mr. Shen, Zhang Shui would have starved to death in the ancient village. Guangzai also stuck out his tongue. "Uncle, my father's cooking is terrible. I want to eat the food you cook." There is nothing wrong with Mr. Shen. Zhang Shui is a nice person and Guangzai is also quite interesting. Mr. Shen likes them all. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. N was sitting at the dining table. When she saw Guangzai, she stuck out her tongue. Stupid brother. Because Guangzai is a few months older than Anan, Zhang Shui and Shin Jun acknowledged the two kids as siblings when they were chatting. Zhang Shui was just about to say hello to the little cutie, and then he heard Anan continue. "Stupid uncle. Forehead." Shin Jun got up the earliest, and Su Hong, who was used to getting up early for training, followed closely behind him. Next came director Wang Hai and Zhang Shui. Wang Hai was old and slept less, while Zhang Shui woke up by the smell of food cooked by Shin Jun next door. So actor Song Xiu and his son were the last group to wake up, and also the last group to get the ingredients. All the good ingredients were taken away. Plus, Lin Jia deliberately wanted to target Song Xiu. So when Song Xiu arrived at the place, only a few of the worst ingredients were left. Looking at the wilted green vegetables and coarse flour, Song Xiu's face immediately darkened. Even if these ingredients were given to pigs, they probably wouldn't eat them. Song Xiu tried to communicate with the staff, but was told that this was a punishment for being late. This is the only way. Song Xiu looked as if he had been screwed. He had participated in countless programs and naturally knew that the rules were for the audience to hear. He had never seen a program team so strict. Song Xiu wanted to find the director, but was told that director Lin Jia was out for something. If Song Xiu had any questions, he could wait for the director to come back. But I'm afraid the director won't be back until noon. Song Xiu understood completely that this was what the director wanted to do to him. Song Xiu was so angry that he couldn't help but kick the table next to him viciously. The staff did not lie to Song Xiu. Lin Jia did go out. He went out to contact the recording studio for Shinjun. But it was done quickly. When they came back, several groups of guests had finished breakfast. When the show was suspended in the morning, Lin Jia drove Shinjun and Anin directly to the recording studio. In the car, Lin Jia asked in surprise, "Brother Jun, have you finished writing?" Lin Jia knew that Shinjun was planning to write a song for Song Huaying as a way of opening his mouth. The recording studio was prepared for this, but Lin Jia thought Shinjun would take a few days to write, so he scheduled the recording time for the next few days. "I'll talk about it after the show is over." As a result, when he came back this morning, Shinjun told him directly to start recording. It's not that he underestimates brother Jun. Writing songs is a difficult task in itself, not to mention writing for a large company like Hanshi Music that has so many talented people. Shinjun chose Song Huaying as his target. A top singer. This kind of company and this kind of singer usually have no shortage of songs. There are plenty of good songs waiting for them to sing, so Lin Jia was a little surprised at this time. In the car, Shinjun was holding Anin and playing with him. Hearing this, he responded, "It's done." He finished writing the song after he got up this morning. Writing songs may be difficult for others, but for Shinjun, it is a piece of cake. The memory of the past life is a huge treasure trove, and Shinjun only needs to dig into it according to his needs. Last night, Shinjun read Song Huaying's information and had a detailed understanding of her singing skills and style. Song Huaying is able to secure his position as a top-tier singer. Needless to say, his singing skills are naturally very versatile and he is better than many new generation singers. In addition, Song Huaying's style mainly focuses on sad songs. When she was young, she was even called the love song princess by countless fans. So the style can be decided. In addition, Top Singer is a competition program. Shinjun watched it in detail and found that it is somewhat similar to I Am a Singer in the previous life. The competition is very fierce. All the participating singers are top-tier or first-tier singers. It's a fight between the masters. So the participating songs must have a certain competition style. This may also be the reason why Song Huaying has not been able to get a ranking in the competition and is even facing elimination, because the style of sad songs is not suitable for competition. Sad song. Competition style. Secondly, Mr. Shin listened to a lot of Song Huaying's songs this morning and found that Song Huaying's voice and timbre were a bit similar to his previous life. Fei Wong. Although not as extreme as Fei Wong. However, Song Huaying's voice also tends to be ethereal and transparent, and he is better at using head and nasal resonance. It can be considered as a substitute version of Fei Wong. So after reading Song Huaying's information, Shinjun made a choice in his mind and wrote down the lyrics and music early this morning. Hearing Shinjun's firm answer, Lin Jia hesitated. "Brother Jun, this is a song for Hanshi, so their requirements may be higher." Although he knew that Shinjun graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and was very talented, he had never heard Shinjun sing. "I have never heard of Shinjun writing songs." So Lin Jia was still a little hesitant and nervous. Shinjun smiled faintly, gave Lin Jia a reassuring look, and then continued to play with Anin. The recording studio was hastily found by Lin Jia to his friend. Lingnan is just a fourth-tier mountain city, and the conditions of the recording studio are not particularly good. But Shinjun just recorded a demo, it was very simple. It took more than 2 hours to record. This was because Shinjun hadn't practiced for a long time and was not familiar with the equipment, otherwise it would have been even faster. After listening to the demo recorded by Shinjun, Lin Jia completely shut up. The worries in his heart had long since disappeared. He was even in shock the whole way back. While Shin Jun and Lin Jia were recording the demo, EMI Records in Shanghai was already ready. Zhao Wani specially changed into a bright red long dress for work today, hoping that Lu Yao's new album and company will be more prosperous. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yao's new album, Love 365, is available online. Chapter 33 One More Thing. EMI Records has been preparing for this for a long time. With the release of the album, the publicity department quickly took action, invested countless resources and launched an overwhelming publicity campaign. This time, EMI Records is determined to push Lu Yao to the top of the charts. At the same time when EMI Records released its album, Tianyu Media Company's new album was also simultaneously released online. Today's Tianyu Media has made it clear that they are planning to step on EMI Records to gain popularity and let Su Qing take over Lu Yao's position. Tianyu Media's publicity is equally crazy. All available resources were mobilized, and even Song Xiu from the same company helped to advertise during the live broadcast of the morning program. Song Xiu is also an artist of Tianyu Media. It's just that there are two branches with Su Qing, one is the film and television department, and the other is the music department. In addition, many Tianyu artists have helped to forward and support the promotion, and the publicity is overwhelming. You can see Tianyu's publicity almost at any time. EMI Records is not to be outdone, using various means of promotion, including variety shows, music platform recommendations, TV interviews, and internet celebrities, one after another. Anyone can see the smoke and war between the two companies. The two new albums also began to climb rapidly on the charts of major music platforms, becoming extremely popular. On that day, almost everyone's attention was attracted by the actions of these two companies, and more people paid attention to these two records. Some people in the industry have even started betting on which company will win in the end. However, no one noticed that just after all attention was attracted by the two companies, the popularity of a video on the short video platform began to slowly rise. If you often watch esports live broadcasts, you will recognize that the person in the video is none other than Sister Zhou, the internet celebrity anchor in the esports area. The video title is "A Man Who Made Sister Zhou Break Down and Cry." The corresponding video cover shows Sister Zhou with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful, pure and seductive. In addition, a music recording that looked a bit rough and shoddy was uploaded to the Huala Music platform. Huala Music, the most popular music platform in China. For example, albums from both EMI and TE Music are all released on Huala, and all subsequent competitions are also carried out on Huala. Everyone has only one goal, and that is to be number one on the Chinese music hot songs chart. If a song can reach this position, it is enough to prove the value of the song and the status of a singer. At this time, EMI and Tianyu are both on the charts. The competition is very fierce. And at the very end of the list, in a corner that you can't reach even after turning a few pages, that crude and shoddy music recording began to slowly rise. This crudely made music is called an sleeping song. On the other side, Lin Jia and Shin Jun drove back, and Shin Jun called Qin Man on the way. Hanqi Music is a leader in the industry and has been listed for a long time. The company is very large and is completely different in size from EMI Records. Even Tianyu Media is not good enough. As the president of Hanqi, Qin Man has busier affairs every day. He starts working in the morning and continues until after midnight. After taking a breath, Qin Man asked her assistant to make her a cup of coffee. If she is busy, she usually has a few bites of bread and a cup of coffee for lunch to save time. There are still a lot of things waiting for her to deal with in the company, such as the application approval she is holding now, which was submitted by Song Huaying's agent. It has been signed by the director and others. Qin Man took a quick look and understood what was going on. Song Huaying participated in the Peak Singer. Because he had ranked last in the previous episode, he may face elimination in this episode. So the singer himself and his agent want to pay a high price for the song. After reading it, Qin Man frowned, because Xue Wenlu had made it clear that she would not renew the contract, so Song Huaying and Edu would be the company's main singers in the second half of the year. It was decided at the meeting in May to increase the resource investment in Song Huaying, and strive to raise Song Huaying's status to a higher level by the second half of the year. This is the only way to ensure that the company is not affected. Participating in Top Singer was the decision made at this meeting. The Peak Singer is a competition variety show launched by Dragon TV. Although it has only held one episode, it has become very popular. It even has the potential to become a phenomenal variety show. The singer who wins the final of Peak Singer will be awarded the title of King of Singers. This title is very valuable and is deeply recognized by the audience. Even if you can't get the title of King of Singers, your fame will skyrocket if you can get the third place. The champion and runner-up of the previous episode of The Peak Singer were only first-tier singers when they participated in the competition, but now they have all entered the ranks of super first-tier singers. His popularity even surpasses that of veteran top-tier stars like Song Hwaying. It just so happened that Hanchi had a good relationship with Dragon TV, so Hanchi arranged for Song Hwaying to participate in the latest episode of The Peak Singer. The company's original plan was to let Song Hwaying win the championship and the runner-up. As long as he can get the third place, Song Hwaying's reputation will skyrocket and he will be expected to reach a higher position. But unexpectedly, after 4 rounds of regular season, Song Hwaying was already showing signs of being eliminated before even entering the finals, and the chance of being eliminated was very high. Sheen Man frowned as he looked at the information collected by the company. The next issue of The Peak Singer will once again invite 2 top-tier singers to challenge. If Song Hwaying gets the last 1 or 2 places again, she will be eliminated directly. If he is eliminated, all the resources previously invested by the company will be wasted, and if he is eliminated halfway, Song Hwaying's reputation will also suffer a serious blow. Neither Song Hwaying himself nor the company can bear this result. Sheen Man sighed and signed the application. The assistant brought in the coffee. Sheen Man drank it for a while and was about to continue working when the phone rang. Private call. Not many people knew her private phone number, and most of them were important people, so Sheen Man picked up the phone first. A look at the communication notes. Grandma student. Sheen Man was stunned for a moment before she remembered that this was the person her grandmother asked her to help yesterday, and his name seemed to be Shinjun. This kind of thing was too trivial for her, so after the phone call yesterday, Sheen Man left a note and forgot about it. If it weren't for the phone call today, she wouldn't even have remembered this person. Thinking of the old man's solemn tone yesterday, Sheen Man sighed and answered the phone. She didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters, but after all, she was the granddaughter. After Shinjun got through the phone, he said politely, "Hello, Sister Sheen, I am Shinjun." Sheen Man responded calmly. "Hello." Shinjun sighed and said, "I recently participated in a variety show. You should have seen that the public opinion situation is a bit serious, so I may need your help to deal with it, Sister Sheen. Especially some public opinions about my daughter. I hope you can help deal with it." Although public opinion has reversed and Shinjun's reputation has improved a lot, Song Show's fans are still clamoring online, and even affected in an can. Sheen Man nodded. Since she had promised her grandmother about this matter, she would naturally help. It would not be difficult to deal with public opinion. After agreeing, Sheen Man was about to answer the phone, but unexpectedly the other party said, "There is another thing I need your help with, Sister Sheen." Chapter 34 Prosody Enlightenment. When Sheen Man heard this, she frowned subconsciously, and her impression of Shinjun dropped again. Pushing the limit. Sheen Man's eyes flashed with annoyance, but Shinjun on the phone was still talking. "I hope Sister Sheen can help me get Song Shou to quit the show." Song Shou. Top idol star. Let Song Shou quit the show? Hanchi can do it, but it will cost a lot. This is totally incomparable with the cost of eliminating public opinion. Hanshi cannot possibly pay such a huge price for an insignificant person. Simply put, Shinjun is not worth it. Even though he is grandma's student. And how did my grandmother choose such an unruly and greedy person? A series of thoughts flashed through Sheen Man's mind, and the coldness in his eyes deepened, while Shinjun continued to speak ignorantly and fearlessly. "I know this isn't going to be easy. I heard that Sister Sheen's company is short of songs recently, so I wrote a song that may be able to help Sister Sheen. In addition, if Sister Sheen's company needs it later." Arrogant. Don't know your place. Sheen Man's impression of Shinjun dropped to the lowest level. He snorted and interrupted Shinjun. "Thank you, but no thanks." After saying that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Sheen Man held his forehead in silence. Hanchi Company has more than a dozen composers under its umbrella, and has collaborated with many top composers in the industry. When does it need a newcomer to write a song? Strictly speaking, Shinjun is not even a newcomer, at best he is at the college student level. I wonder where he gets his confidence from. Sheen Man shook his head, threw his phone aside, and continued to process documents. On the other end, Sheen Man hung up the phone so quickly that Shinjun was caught off guard. He thought he could chat a little longer for Mr. Shin's sake. And when he hung up the phone for the last time, he seemed to hear a light sigh. Shinjun frowned, but still sent the music demo to Chinman. He added Chinman's contact information after the phone call yesterday. However, no one responded after I sent the demo. Shinjun's hope was fading. Looking at the situation, he was afraid that he could not count on Hanshi. You still have to figure it out on your own. At noon, I returned to Shobu Ancient Village to continue filming and cooking. Because of yesterday's experience, and the program crew wanted to stir things up, so this time the cooking rules allowed us to only cook our own food. And the pot used for cooking is a stove hot pot. The show effect was at its maximum. Except for the group of Shinjun and Anan who were living a peaceful life, the other groups were in chaos. When Zhang Shui and Guangzai were cooking, they almost exploded the stove, with thick smoke billowing. When the two rushed out of the smoke, both the big and the small were covered in clown clothes. Everyone in the live broadcast room laughed wildly, and the father and son got a new emoticon package. After lunch, several groups of guests took a short nap because the children needed to rest. The show started again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the program team assigned new tasks to each group of guests. Herding cattle. Lingnan City is a famous buffalo breeding and breeding base in Hunan Province, so the program team prepared 10 buffaloes and distributed them to each group of guests. Then the guests were asked to take the buffaloes to the nearby mountains to graze. The buffaloes need to be well fed and also need to be driven back within the specified time. If they miss the return time, the guests' dinner will be reduced. These buffaloes are all domesticated and have a mild temper and will not hurt people. Moreover, the buffalo itself looks sturdy and is quite popular among children. As soon as the buffalo came over, several children surrounded it, shouting and yelling. They were all city kids, they had never seen anything like this before, and they couldn't move their legs at all. It took me a while to finish the task. When we left, several children had already sat on the buffalo's back. The father was holding the rope in front, and the children were laughing on the buffalo's back. The picture looks very warm. However, the warm scene was broken as soon as they left the village, because the program team did not tell the guests where they could graze, and only told them to find the land themselves. However, the guests were unfamiliar with the area and had no idea where to graze their livestock. So they all wandered around the entrance of the village, not knowing which way to go. While other guests were hesitating, Shinjun had already calmly led the cow out of the village. Walk out into the mountains. While jogging in the morning, he took a general look at the nearby terrain and remembered that there was a place with lush grass and trees suitable for grazing. So I just looked for it according to my memory. Perhaps because they were worried that the guests would let the cows run away, a bell was hung around the neck of each cow. When the buffalo moved, the bell would shake gently, making a crisp sound. Anan happily sat on the buffalo's back, shouting go, go. Shinjun walked in front with his morning glory in an upright posture. On his side were step terraces, green and beautiful like a painting, and behind him was an ancient blue brick town located in the valley, heavy and vicissitudes of life. The camera lens deliberately selected the best angle, so the pictures presented in the live broadcast are like walking in a poem. Many people exclaimed, "What a nice view! It feels so poetic. It's like the scene described in the ancient poem has been recreated." At this moment, my desire to live in the south has reached its peak. While everyone was discussing in the live broadcast room, Shinjun had already found the place. It was a hillside, very open, with lush vegetation, very suitable for grazing. The most important thing is that the scenery is also very good. Standing on the hillside, you can overlook the continuous mountains and paddy fields of Lingnan. The scenery is very beautiful. As soon as the two cows that Shinjun was leading arrived at the land, they lowered their heads and began to eat grass. Buffaloes are docile and have plenty of food, so Shinjun wasn't worried that the buffaloes would run away, so he simply tied the rope to a nearby tree. Then he took it into play. Although Shanghai is a prosperous city, it lacks this kind of pure natural beautiful scenery and air. Although Shinjun would take Anan back to his hometown every winter, the winter in Shandong was covered with snow and there was no green at all. So Shinjun and Anan both liked the place in front of them. Have fun. While Shinjun and Anan were playing, the other groups of guests were still struggling to find a place to graze. There are so many difficulties. After walking for a long time, there was no grass. Or maybe the guest wanted to change places, but the buffalo just lowered its head and kept eating grass and refused to move. It was so stubborn. Song Xiu was like this. Originally, Song Xiu wanted to take Shirtu to another place, but the buffalo he was leading took a fancy to a patch of weeds on the side of the road, lowered its head and was unwilling to move forward. No matter how Song Xiu pulled, the cow wouldn't move away. The man and the cow were in a stalemate for a long time. And the group led by director Wang Hai actually let the cows directly into someone's vegetable garden, causing chaos. Zhang Xuei's group was smart. When some fans saw Shinjun found the place, they immediately ran to Zhang Xuei's live broadcast room to inform him and guided Zhang Xuei to curry favor with the big shot. Zhang Xuei's fans are already used to it now. In this episode, Brother Xuei is here to curry favor with the big shots. Zhang Xuei was also happy and relaxed, but he didn't expect that the more his fans pointed the way, the further he went astray. Finally, he got dizzy in a ravine and couldn't even remember the way back. The show's effects are simply endless, leaving the audience completely satisfied. On the other side, Shinjun had already accompanied An in chasing butterflies, catching grasshoppers, and weaving dogtail grass. They had been having fun for a long time. An was tired from playing, so Shinjun held An in his arms and found a tall rock to sit on. Looking at the picturesque scenery of mountains and rivers in the distance, Shinjun's heart moved, and he lowered his head and said to An, do you still remember the prosody enlightenment your father taught you? Chapter 35, Poetry Meter. This may be a common problem for parents. When they see a suitable scene, they unconsciously want to take their children to learn. Although Shinjun dotes on An, he has never neglected An's study and education, but his educational method is more gentle. Influence imperceptibly or educate through entertainment. Just like right in front of my eyes. Although An was a little tired, she had a lot of fun today, so her eyes were shining. After hearing what Shinjun said, An frowned and thought for a while, then clapped her hands. An remembered it. Clouds are to rain, snow is to wind, sunset is to clear sky. An's sweet voice echoed in the mountains and fields. The childish voice and the picturesque mountains and rivers stunned the audience in the live broadcast room for a moment. But the next second, the picture was shattered and An was stuck. Letter. Shinjun smiled, rubbed An's head lovingly, and then carried An on his back and said, the coming wild geese are paired with the departing swallows, the roosting birds are paired with the singing insects. An shook his little head and repeated. The coming wild geese are paired with the departing swallows, the roosting birds are paired with the singing insects. Then, the clear voices of two people, one big and one small, one deep and magnetic, and the other childish, echoed in the mountains. A 3-foot sword, a 6-jun bao, the north of the mountain range faces the east of the river. The Qingshu Palace on earth, the Guanhan Palace in heaven. The willows on both sides of the river are green in the morning mist, and the apricot blossoms in the garden are red in the spring rain. Tradition versus reform, difference versus similarity, the old man versus the young boy. The river breeze versus the sea fog, the shepherd boy versus the fisherman. When Shinjun led An to recite pronunciation and rhythm primer, the audience in the live broadcast room did not notice anything unusual and thought it was just an ordinary children's enlightenment book. At most, the content is poetic, the rhythm is catchy, and it sounds pretty good. Some people are thinking about buying a copy for their children in the future, and using it as an enlightenment reading material. However, ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room did not notice it, but some professional viewers in the live broadcast room gradually became surprised and even solemn. Xu Qingwan is a junior student majoring in Chinese language and literature at Yenching University. She was originally doing her homework in her dormitory. In their junior year, they took a course called The Aesthetics of Rhythm and Ancient Poetry, and the teacher was a well-known scholar of Han and Tang literature and classical poetry at Yenching University. Tang Shuyi. The homework Xu Qingwan is doing now is the homework assigned by Tang Shuyi. The homework is poetry couplets. To put it simply, Tang Shuyi gave out a test paper with only the first half of a poem or a word on it, and students were required to come up with the second half and the corresponding word. This homework looks simple, but it is actually very difficult to complete. Because there are many things to consider for this assignment, such as the neatness of the parallelism, the coordination of rhyme, whether it rhymes, whether the imagery of the parallelism is appropriate, etc. Anyway, it's a very difficult homework. Even though Xu Qingwan was a top student in Chinese language and literature this year, she still found it very difficult. But she had to complete the task, since she was the class representative. So she started to complete her homework in the dormitory in the afternoon when she had no classes. However, this homework could not be completed just by wanting to do it, it required some brains. And there are many things to check. After doing it for a while in the afternoon, Xu Qingwan felt dizzy and even felt like the words were not real. Xu Qingwan was just thinking about watching something to relax her mind. As a result, as soon as she went online, she saw the live broadcast of the program Where Are We Going?, Dad, and what Chu Qingwan saw was the live broadcast room of Xinjun and Anan. She was immersed in her studies all day and was completely unaware of the previous public opinion. She just felt that the scenes in the live broadcast room looked particularly poetic. Liberal arts students like this kind of style. In addition, Xinjun and Anan's live broadcast rooms are not that noisy. Many variety shows are very noisy nowadays, and Chu Qingwan doesn't particularly like that. Xinjun and Anan's live broadcast room was exactly what she wanted. So I stopped in the live broadcast room. While watching the show, I was thinking about my homework. When Xinjun was leading Anan to recite the introduction to prosody, Chu Qingwan was stuck on her homework again. She was chewing on her fingers, thinking, with a conflicted look on her face. Then Chu Qingwan heard the voice coming from the live broadcast room. One big and one small, one is deep and magnetic, the other is innocent and childish, the combination of them creates a unique flavor. Moreover, the voice of the recitation is catchy, and the rhythm makes people feel very comfortable and very familiar. Chu Qingwan's distracted brain suddenly froze. Then she suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the live broadcast on her mobile phone. At this time, the live broadcast room was full of green mountains and rivers, and white clouds were floating. Chu Qingwan could clearly hear what Xinjun and Anan were reciting. A 3-foot sword, a 6-jun bao, the north of the mountain range faces the east of the river. The Qingshu Palace on earth, the Guanhan Palace in heaven. The willows on both sides of the river are green in the morning mist, and the apricot blossoms in the garden are red in the spring rain. When this sentence was finished, Chu Qingwan's expression was no longer clear. She only knew that she couldn't close her mouth and her voice was extremely stuttering. This. Isn't this my homework? Chu Qingwan swallowed hard in shock and astonishment, her expression filled with disbelief. What Xinjun and Anan were reciting were actually couplets of poetry. Although the content of the homework was different from what teacher Tang assigned, and what Xinjun and Anan recited was a little simpler, it was basically the same, they were all couplets of poetry. The key is, this homework is already very difficult for her. She even felt that what the little girl in the live broadcast room recited might not match what she recited, and Xinjun and Anan were not finished yet. The more you memorize, the more you learn. More and more amazing. As a top student majoring in Chinese language and literature and also the class representative of the elective course, Chu Qingwan is very serious about learning and studying the rules of poetry. Teacher Tang even told her to consider taking the postgraduate entrance examination later. So Chu Qingwan had a general understanding of the research situation of poetry in China, but she had never heard that there was already a preschool education version of poetry rules. The lowest level is just the middle school version. Moreover, compared with what Xinjun and Anan are reciting now, the difference between those versions is like heaven and earth. They are not even on the same level. As Xinjun and Anan were reciting what they were reciting, Chu Qingwan even had an idea in her mind. The rhythmic content is a bit advanced for primary and secondary schools, but for a college student like her, it's just right. Chu Qingwan even felt that her control over rhythm had improved a bit while listening to Xinjun and Anan's recitation. Even a few problems that had been bothering her just now suddenly gave her a burst of inspiration. Thinking of this, Chu Qingwan took a breath of cold air and could no longer sit still. She immediately picked up her phone and ran out. She may not understand or be sure about these things, but her teacher, Mr. Tang, who is one of the best researchers of ancient poetry in China, must know them clearly. Tang Shuyi had no classes today and was drinking tea and chatting with his friends in the office. Tang Shuyi held a high status in the School of Literature at Yenching University, and was also a leading figure in the study of ancient poetry in China, so he had his own office in the school. It can also be considered an everyday studio. The walls around the studio are covered with flowing poetry, calligraphy and paintings, and there is also a bookcase in the office that takes up half of the wall. The bookcase is packed with books. Moreover, all these books are grayish or ancient, which makes people wonder if they are antiques. At this time, Tang Shuyi was chatting with Liu Yaoye, who was the vice dean of the School of Literature at Yenching University and a big name in the field of literature. Chapter 36. That's right. Tang Shuyi sighed slightly. Nowadays, China is vigorously promoting traditional culture into schools, and students are learning more and more traditional cultural knowledge. But when will this trend be adopted by poetry and songs? Tang Shuyi's greatest wish in this life was to popularize poetry, songs, and ancient Chinese literature throughout the country and even promote it internationally. In his opinion, poetry and songs are the treasures of Chinese traditional culture and the shining pearl on the crown of the great Chinese culture. This is the root of China and the character of China. However, although the country has begun to promote the study of traditional culture, it is still somewhat difficult to popularize poetry and songs. Poetry and songs are nothing more than tools of exam-oriented education. Not to mention that the study of poetry is still very rare in primary and secondary schools nowadays, even though high schools and universities now have poetry majors. But poetry is still difficult to popularize. There is almost no trace of poetry in our daily life. Tang Shuyi was really worried that if this situation continued, one day the Chinese character would be completely submerged in the long river of history. Gone completely. So when Tang Shuyi saw the news about traditional culture entering the campus today, he felt depressed and couldn't help but complain to Lao Lu. He was naturally aware of the poetry atmosphere in the country. Although the country had taken many measures, the results were minimal. Poetry is nothing more than a tool for exams. Once you finish learning it, it will be forgotten completely in the blink of an eye. Lu Yaoye was naturally heartbroken, but more than that, he felt helpless. Poetry is too difficult. Many people never master it in their entire lives. Not to mention the education in China. You only really start learning when you go to university. Before that, it's just cramming. But how much can you learn in just 4 years of college? If we can start learning from a young age, maybe. Lu Yaoye stopped talking helplessly, because they all knew that both the domestic education model and the difficulty level of ancient poetry were very difficult. Can't learn from childhood. The first hurdle facing everyone is that there are no teaching materials. Poetry culture is brilliant, but it is complicated to learn. We want to simplify it and transform the complicated ancient poetry into simple and easy to understand teaching materials for children. This step is where everyone is stuck. Tang Shuyi has been teaching for more than 10 years, and has been researching and studying simpler teaching materials on a daily basis, but even now half of his students still cannot learn. These are all college students. Tang Shuyi did not give up, but he also knew that this step might take his entire life, or even be impossible to complete. He only hopes that what he has done can serve as a stepping stone for future climbers, so that those who come after him can follow the trail and gain hope. Let the pearl of ancient poetry not be destroyed easily. Thinking of this, Tang Shuyi looked a little depressed. Lu Yaoye immediately picked up the teacup and said, "Tea, tea." Just as Tang Shuyi was about to serve tea, Xu Qingwan rushed into the office in a hurry. Because the matter was urgent, Xu Qingwan pushed the door open and walked in. Tang Shuyi and Lu Yaoye were both startled. Tang Shuyi looked at the hurried-looking students, frowned and said, "What's wrong?" As soon as the voice fell, a clear and tender child's voice was heard from Xu Qingwan's phone, and the child's voice was clear and clear. Poor versus rich, blocked versus accessible, old man in the wild versus child in the river. White hair versus green eyebrows, white teeth versus red lips. As an expert who has devoted his life to studying ancient poetry, the rhythm and these imagery words instantly caught Tang Shuyi's ears, and he was shocked. This child's voice matches the words very well, both the imagery and the rhythm are excellent. Before the thought came to mind, another deep voice sounded. The sky is vast, the sun is warm, the swords are facing the bows. The streams are green, the flowers are red. Swallows fly through the willows and rain, the fish play in the lotus pond in the breeze. Tang Shuyi didn't pay attention to the voice, but instantly focused on the content of the voice reciting. Tang Shuyi was shocked and murmured. Half a creek versus 1,000 trees. Flowing water versus falling flowers. Green versus red. Wild fairy faces fragrant pond. Swallow versus fish. Where the right play. The willows and the lotus. Rain versus wind. Tang Shuyi's mumbling became louder and louder, and his originally lost and dim eyes became brighter and brighter, as if a flame was burning at this moment. At the end, Tang Shuyi's voice even resounded throughout the room. Okay. That's right. At this time, the child's voice had finished reading a sentence, and another deep voice continued to sound slowly from the phone. A woman's eyebrows are thin, with a crescent moon under her forehead. A man has a strong spirit, with a rainbow in his chest. Lu Yaoye in the office also gradually became focused. The introduction to prosody was very long, but Shinjun, with his strong memory from the time travel, was able to recall every word clearly, and he recited it with an while herding cattle. By the time I came to my senses, the sky in the distance was already shrouded in a faint yellow. 2 leisurely buffaloes had eaten their fill and were lying leisurely on the ground. In the afternoon, because Shinjun took it into study, the traffic in the live broadcast room dropped a lot. After all, most people still like to watch lively and hilarious programs. The initial poetry and pictures did attract many viewers, but after a while, people got tired of it. So at the end of the afternoon, the traffic of Shinjun and An's live broadcast room had become the last, while Song Show's live broadcast room became the first. This made Song Show's fans feel proud. However, before Song Show's fans could be happy for long, Shinjun became a hot topic again. This time it became a hot topic because of the song she sang to coax into sleep last night. This song was originally uploaded to the internet by Joe JS fans as a gimmick news. The name is a man who made Sister Joe collapse and cry. Sister Joe already has a large number of fans, and the video cover shows her tearful and pitiful appearance, which attracted many passers-by to watch. So after the video was released, the number of views skyrocketed. In just 100 days today, it has accumulated millions of likes, and the number of views has reached tens of millions. In addition to Sister Joe's increased popularity, the popularity of another man in the video, Shinjun, has exploded. Mr. Shin was originally a stunningly beautiful person. Looking around the entertainment industry, there aren't many rivals who can beat him. In addition, in last night's video, Shinjun's serious, tender, and distressed expression when he coaxed An into sleep made the girls who watched it say they couldn't stand it. In addition, last night's stormy weather and dilapidated houses made countless female fans imagine countless melodramatic skits. All of a sudden, the number of Shinjun's female fans skyrocketed. Moreover, unlike the casual fans before, today's fans are genuine die-hard fans, and some even directly started a fight with Song Show's fans. In addition, the reason for Shinjun's surge in popularity was also the lullaby he sang last night. After Sister Joe's video went viral, people realized that Sister Joe was not the only one who broke down after hearing this song. There are still a large number of victims on the internet. These people may be the audience who watched the live broadcast last night, or the audience who saw the short video out of boredom today. Without exception, they became sad as they listened. Chapter 37 Copyright. Among them, a video of a college student went viral. The college student's eyes turned red as he accused Shinjun of what he had done last night through the video. He clearly just wanted to watch some videos before going to bed, but he ended up seeing Shinjun and an NS live broadcast room. He was first attracted by Shinjun and an NS looks, and then he was moved to tears by Shinjun's singing. They really did fish the dog in first and then kill it. The college student said he cried so hard that he couldn't take care of himself, and was even ridiculed by his roommates for the whole day. He almost was late for the 8 a.m. breakfast today. To be frank, other people's songs cost money, but Shinjun's songs cost lives. At this point, the new entry Shinjun songs are deadly once again topped the hot search list. In addition, many of Shinjun's fans are mothers and parents, because the lullaby song Shinjun sang last night was really hypnotic. A netizen played this song to a child, and the child calmed down after a while. It works much better than coaxing yourself. Many parents have decided to learn this song, or save the live broadcast recording and play it for their children before bed. So Shinjun once again brought up a new topic, those sleep songs that can be considered cheating. So at night, Shinjun alone had become one of the most searched hot topics, and no one on the entire internet could rival him. More and more people are paying attention to Shinjun. More and more people are hearing last night's lullaby song. This also led to a lot of chain reactions, such as an An sleeping song which was previously uploaded to the Chinese music platform by netizens. At this time, the number of downloads skyrocketed. Shinjun didn't pay much attention to the situation on the internet as he was negotiating at the time. After dinner in the evening, Lin Jia found him, and with him came a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The middle-aged man is called Wang Lei, and he claims to be the head of Jojo Publishing House. I came here specially from the capital. I want to talk to Mr. Shin about the story he told last night, the story called Harry Potter. After hearing Wang Lei's introduction, a gleam of light flashed in Shinjun's eyes. He had deliberately paved the way when he told the story last night, but he didn't expect that someone would come to him so soon. But think about it, when he was telling the Harry Potter story last night, the number of people online in the live broadcast room at the same time reached over 500,000. The number of viewers in one night reached tens of millions. The stories of Harry Potter are very popular among the audience in the live broadcast room. Now there are many people on the internet urging Shinjun to tell stories. Many of his current fans are fans of the books. Anyone with a little business sense should be able to see the commercial value of the Harry Potter story. Shinjun chose to tell the story of Harry Potter from the beginning in order to lure the fish into taking the bait. He must start planning his future life. So Shinjun was very welcome to Wang Lei's arrival. However, Shinjun remained calm and chatted with Wang Lei calmly. After a deeper conversation, the two had a preliminary understanding of each other. Wang Lei is very professional and should have a high status in the publishing house. Shin Jun was quite satisfied overall. The only thing that made Shin Jun frown was that Wang Lei was a typical businessman, and his words were full of tricks. If Mr. Shin had no experience from his previous life, he would probably have fallen into the trap. It's so tiring dealing with people like this. Wang Lei on the other side also frowned. He had collected some information about Shin Jun before coming here. Judging from the information circulating on the internet, this young man probably rarely set foot in society and got married and had children as soon as he stepped out of the ivory tower. This kind of person lacks the ability to survive in society and should be relatively simple. But after chatting for a while, Wang Lei directly overturned his previous judgment. How could this person be a simple person? He managed to circumvent all the traps he had set for himself without making a sound, and he almost fell into them several times. Moreover, because he was not on guard at first, he also revealed a lot of information about the publishing house and the industry. When Wang Lei thinks back on it now, he wants to slap himself twice. The two men fought, and they were evenly matched. Mr. Shin, although we see the potential of the book, you also know that last night's popularity was largely due to the program, public opinion, and you yourself. There are so many external factors that it's impossible to judge the value of this book. Besides, you are a newcomer in the literary industry. The first book of a newcomer is too risky. I also took a big risk. The buyout price I'm giving you is already the highest among newcomers. The two talked for more than half an hour, and Wang Lei finally said with a sincere expression. Shin Jun was not moved by Wang Lei's sincerity at all. What Wang Lei said made sense. There were indeed risks in a newcomer's first book, and no one knew what the outcome would be. But Shin Jun had seen how popular Harry Potter was in his previous life. This book brought rolling billions of dollars in income, allowing her to live a life of luxury for the rest of her life. So no matter how much Wang Lei said and what means he used, Shin Jun would not agree to the buyout. He only had one choice. Share. And other copyrights have to be calculated separately. Wang Lei was almost laughed at by Shin Jun. Does he know what he is talking about? Profit sharing and copyright calculation are both offered to veteran writers who have been famous for a long time and have proven their worth. A newcomer asking for profit sharing and copyright right away is simply too much and unreasonable. Wang Lei took a deep breath. If he hadn't come all the way from Beijing and gone through so much trouble, and if he hadn't been optimistic about the potential of this book, Wang Lei would have even wanted to just walk away. Seeing Wang Lei's impatience, Shin Jun remained calm. Boss Wang, since you have come all the way here, you can spend a few days in Lingnan and see the local customs and practices of Hunan province. I will continue to tell the story of Harry Potter during the live broadcast of the show these few days. Boss Wang can also consider it carefully. The show will start soon, Boss Wang, please go around by yourself. Shin Jun finished talking to Wang Lei with a smile, then apologized, pushed the door and left the room. Watching Shin Jun leaving the room, Wang Lei sighed deeply. Why did he come to Hunan province on impulse last night? Now he was in a passive position. Wang Lei cursed again when he thought of this. He did not expect that Shin Jun was so familiar with business negotiations, and so confident. Underestimate the enemy. The evening program started as normal and there was laughter and joy again. However, the atmosphere in EMI Records in Shanghai was a little low, because it had already been 10 hours since the album was released. The album song chart results are out. The Chinese music platform is the largest music platform in China, ranking first in both size and authority, so the major charts of the Chinese music platform have become a battleground for singers. The better the chart performance is, the higher the album sales are. Zhao Wani had someone keep an eye on the hot song and album charts on the Chinese language platforms early on, and the ranking results had already been printed out. There was silence in the office. The company is working at full capacity, and Lu Yao's album is of good quality, so the chart performance is pretty good. All 8 songs in the album entered the top 100 of the hot song chart, and the title song has even reached the top 10. The results seem pretty good. But when everyone saw Tianyu Media higher up the list, their expressions became gloomy. All the songs from Su Qing's new album from Tianyu Media have entered the top 100, and 2 songs from Su Qing's album have entered the top 10. The title song has even made it into the top 5, far surpassing Lu Yao's title song. There is even hope of breaking into the top 3 tonight. Chapter 38. Why not do it? The Chinese music platform is the largest music platform in China. If a song can reach the top 3 of the list within 24 hours, it means that the song has great potential. It may even become a hit. Tianyu Suqing's hit song has a great chance. Lu Yao, who released an album at the same time, is still struggling in 9th place with her title song, which can only mean that she managed to squeeze into the top 10. There is no way to compare with Su Qing. Although only 10 hours have passed, it is still a long way from being settled. But this data can also give us a glimpse into the potential of a song or the strength of a company. There's nothing good about Su Qing's song. It's just that Tianyu spent a lot of money to make it. Tianyu is a wealthy family, so they are naturally willing to spend money. Today, the screen of Tianyu was almost flooded with messages from Tianyu artists. Everyone in the office said with suppressed anger that they had all listened to the songs of Su Qing and Lu Yao, but they really didn't realize how good Su Qing's songs were. In the eyes of everyone, the reason Su Qing was able to rush into the top 5 so quickly was all because Tianyu was willing to spend money. Someone snorted coldly and said, "I compiled the reviews online. Although Lu Yao's song is a little weaker at the moment, its rating is higher than Su Qing's song. We still have the advantage. Tianyu will be powerless sooner or later. We have a chance to overtake." Zhao Wani, who was sitting in the first seat, had a cold expression on her face. She had high hopes for Lu Yao, and the company had made a great determination this time. It consumes a lot of resources. If Lu Yao fails to get promoted this time, the company will probably suffer a serious blow. This is like adding insult to injury for EMI Records, which is already in a period of transition. Zhao Wani only felt that the ranking on the list was extremely dazzling. When she heard the employees' discussion, she said in a cold and solemn voice, "Then don't do it. I don't need to hear your speculations and complaints. Mobilize all the forces of the company. I want to see Lu Yao surpass the ranking tomorrow. Tianyu can spend money, and so can the company." Zhao Wani's cold voice contained suppressed anger, which made everyone in the office silent and they all lowered their heads in response. On the other side, when EMI Records was busy as crazy, Shin Jun had already carried In into bed, and it was time for the much-anticipated stage of coaxing In into sleep. The traffic in Shin Jun's live broadcast room is very strange. The closer the show is to the end, the more traffic comes in, especially at this time. Other live broadcast rooms are ready to go to bed. Shin Jun's live broadcast room is becoming more and more popular. In the words of netizens, after a day of showing trailers, it's finally time for the feature film. Countless people were looking forward to Shin Jun's sleep stories and songs. With more attention from publishing houses, Shin Jun continued to tell In bedtime stories. Still Harry Potter. That amazing magical world. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard that Shin Jun was going to talk about Harry Potter, they suddenly quieted down and typed. The bench is ready, front row is in place. Although last night's Harry Potter story was not as popular as later lullabies, it still attracted many fans. Someone on the internet converted all the stories that Shin Jun told last night into text, and now it is going viral on the internet. The story begins slowly. "I just told the beginning of the first book, The Sorcerer's Stone, last night, and tonight, the story of Harry Potter has come to the part where the 3 little ones are studying at Vogelholtz. And a small climax is about to come." The audience in the live broadcast room also listened more and more attentively. Wang Lei was lying in an old, shabby room in the ancient village of Xiaobu, and he sighed for who knows how many times. After the conversation with Shin Jun broke down in the afternoon, he didn't know why he believed Shin Jun's lies and actually stayed there at night. There was no dedicated hotel in Xiaobu ancient village. So he could only sleep in the village like the other staff members. The bedboard beneath him was creaking and shaking, and from the dark night outside the window came the cry of some unknown monster, which made Wang Lei frown. Thinking of what Shin Jun said in the afternoon, Wang Lei sighed again and clicked on the live broadcast of the program. You don't even have to look for it specifically, the homepage is Shin Jun and in an S live broadcast room. Nowadays, the popularity of the program is extremely high, especially the live broadcast rooms of Shin Jun and In. There is no rival on the entire network during this period of time. Naturally, it also became the platform's key recommendation. Wang Lei opened the live broadcast room and saw the same environment as last night. The little girl named In was lying in bed, and Shin Jun was telling a story softly beside her. When he saw the scene last night, his heart was suddenly touched. He was not touched by the warm atmosphere, nor by Shin Jun's handsomeness, nor even by the content of the story. It's because Shin Jun tells stories so effortlessly. Other people may not feel anything, but for Wang Lei, an old man who has been immersed in the field of literary publishing for half his life, Mr. Shin is so casual when telling stories. No manuscript, no outline, and even no need to think. A story with a grand and mysterious worldview was told in this way, and this casualness shocked Wang Lei last night. You should know that the story that Shinjun is telling now is not a simple childish fairy tale, but a medium-length novel with a complex and magnificent worldview. It seemed as if this story had been engraved in Shinjun's mind. And Shinjun's casualness was also the reason why Wang Lei impulsively rushed from Beijing to Hunan province today. He felt that Mr. Shin might be a literary genius, otherwise how could one explain his ease in writing? And the stories of literary geniuses often become popular. So Wang Lei acted impulsively. Of course, there is a more important point. Wang Lei saw the value of this story and wanted to get it early, perhaps he could get some bargains. Result? Then let me see if your story is worth a share. Thinking of Shinjun's confidence and determination, Wang Lei snorted lightly, and then clicked on the live broadcast room of Shinjun Ananan. At this time in the live broadcast room, Shinjun had already talked about the giant monster appearing in Vogholz. When one magical and fantastic setting after another such as transfiguration, potions, black magic, three-headed dogs, trolls, etc. came out of Shinjun's mouth. Everyone just felt that the magical world in their minds was becoming more and more magnificent, magical and grand. I am becoming more and more immersed in and yearning for it. When they heard that Hermione was trapped by the troll, the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room were all gripped. But when they heard that the three little ones accidentally teamed up to knock the troll unconscious, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I love the three little ones more and more. The following Quidditch setting also made the audience in the live broadcast room open their eyes wide and become curious. Wang Lei was also quite curious and muttered, "That's interesting. A sport adapted from football?" However, this project is very consistent with the setting of the magical world, and there is no sense of being out of place at all. Wang Lei sighed slightly. As the worldview of Shinjun's story unfolded, he even seemed to think that there really was such a magical world in this world. And Shinjun's story tonight ends here. Chapter 39 is not over yet. Anan in his arms had fallen asleep. Shinjun looked at the time and saw that it was already 9 o'clock, so he stopped telling the story and waved to the audience in the live broadcast room with a smile. Prepare to go offline. Upon seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room shouted no. They were now listening to the Quidditch plot, curious whether Harry Potter could win, but it ended up stopping here. It was so frustrating. Some netizens even commented, "Anan, don't sleep. If you fall asleep, I can't sleep. Anan, don't fall asleep. Mommy just wants to listen to me for 5 more minutes. Woo woo woo, if I were Anan's mother, I would let Anan go to bed at 12 o'clock. Shinjun couldn't see the ghosts and wolves howling in the live broadcast room, and he would not pay attention to it if he saw it. In his heart, Anan was the most important, and he would not do anything like disturbing Anan's sleep. So I decisively asked the program team to shut down the live broadcast. In a room not far away, Wang Lei smacked his lips in disappointment. He was also curious whether Harry Potter could win the championship, but this kid actually went off the air. After a few seconds of disappointment, Wang Lei was suddenly shocked. No. Am I not here to find fault? This. Wang Lei was speechless for a moment, and was somewhat surprised at the appeal of this story, which could even attract someone like him who came with a different mindset. Not to mention others. Just when Wang Lei was speechless, the notification sound of his cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Lei took a look. Someone was chatting in a group called Industry Discussion Group. This industry discussion group was set up by several publishing house leaders when he attended a conference before, saying that it was convenient for discussing industry development. The people in the group have already started chatting, and the content of their chat is exactly the story Harry Potter told by Shinjun. People in the group are discussing the situation of this book. Most of them think that the book is good and there is traffic to be generated. If it is published, it may become a hit. When Wang Lei saw it, his pupils suddenly shrank and a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. At this time, someone in the group had asked, "I think this is a fantasy novel. Don't you like this kind of novel the most in JoJo? Are you going to take any action?" It is the name of Wang Lei's group. Wang Lei had no choice but to hide when he saw this, so he immediately popped his head out and replied, "I haven't seen it yet. I don't know." At said, "Boss Wang, this is not your style. Isn't JoJo the favorite to sign books online? And this program is so popular, how could you not have heard of it? You are not deliberately lying to us, and then planning to secretly capture him. It has to be said that the people in the group are all old foxes. They guessed Wang Lei's plan in one sentence. Wang Lei touched his nose awkwardly and said stubbornly, "I've been busy publishing a few other books lately. I'm not as idle as you guys are every day." In order to prevent others from asking further questions, Wang Lei added, "Why, are you interested? Then I have to take a look." After asking the question, everyone in the group who had just been chatting enthusiastically said, "I just saw that the public opinion was quite heated, so I felt it was okay. As for the meaning, it's still not good enough. Hey, our publishing house has several new books coming out soon, so even if you're interested you won't be able to get in line. This kind of sleep story is too risky. Go to sleep." All of a sudden, the group that was just bustling with activity suddenly became quiet, which made Wang Lei sneer. He would never believe what these old foxes said. But what happened tonight also made him alert, and he had to get the book quickly. The longer the night, the more dreams you have. The night outside the window is as dark as ink, and wild birds are singing. Wang Lei shrank down under the quilt, thinking about going to look for Shinjun early tomorrow morning. He didn't believe that no matter how fast others were, they could be faster than him. This book was signed by them in Zhuzhou. While all the lights in Xiaobu ancient village were turned off, bright lights were still on in the high-rise buildings in Shanghai. EMI Records. It's still that office. The atmosphere this time was much better and not as depressing as before. Even Zhao Wani's mouth corners curled up. Because after a night of hard work and spending money, they successfully pushed Lu Yao's album's title song into the top 5 of the charts. Just one step away from Tianyu's Su Qing. Su Qing is 4th. They are 5th. Just one person missing. And the gap between the two is not that big. Tianyu is running out of steam, and our promotion is still going strong. Sooner or later, we will bring her down. Someone in the office said with an excited look. Compared to the dullness in the previous meeting, everyone in the office was now beaming with joy. Yes, I have contacted several MCNs, and tomorrow the influencers from these media companies will start promoting the song at the same time. The combined number of fans of these influencers is over 50 million. In addition to the homepage promotion on the music platform that we paid a high price for, there is also promotion on other platforms. Besides, starting tomorrow, the variety shows and program inserts we purchased earlier will also begin to take effect. By then, a matrix will be formed and the popularity will rise instantly. By then, don't even think about surpassing Tianyu. We will surpass all the singers and rush to the top of the list. Yes, I will directly get to the top of the list tomorrow. Everyone in the office seemed to have won a victory and was talking excitedly. Zhao Wani, who was sitting in the first seat, said with a smile on her face, "Thank you for your hard work today." Everyone in the office responded, it's not hard, thank you for the hard work, boss." Zhao Wani nodded and finally arranged. The propaganda department should stand guard for the last time. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Everyone else can go back and rest first. The others said, "Thank you, boss." "Goodbye, boss." Then the lights in EMI went out one by one and everyone left the office building. Zhao Wani went downstairs with everyone else. As soon as she got downstairs, she saw Sun Yaowen, who had been waiting for a long time. Sun Yaowen was still wearing a neat suit and standing by the car smoking. When he saw Zhao Wani coming downstairs, he immediately threw away the cigarette in his hand, stomped out the cigarette, picked up the big bouquet of roses in the car and walked over. The other employees around Zhao Wani started to make a noise. Zhao Wani blushed and blushed. Sun Yaowen walked straight to Zhao Wani and handed her the bouquet, saying, "Wani, I wish your album will be a big hit." The employees around were making even louder noises and shouting. Zhao Wani smiled and took the bouquet from Sun Yaowen. Then, amid the noisy cheers, Sun Yaowen put his arm around Zhao Wani's waist and got into the car, and the Maybach disappeared into the night. However, the people who were in a state of excitement were still unaware. At this moment, on the hot song list of the Huala music platform, a song is rushing to the top 10 at a crazy rocket-like rate, and there is no sign of slowing down. Songs on the hot song charts were released one after another. 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th. In a blink of an eye, this song had already made it into the top 5, and it directly brought down the new song that EMI Records had worked so hard to push up. And this is not over yet. Chapter 40: The Sky Has Changed. Lullaby. As the name suggests, songs to listen to before going to bed. So although an Anne's sleep song was uploaded to the internet during the day, and because of Shinjun's popularity, the number of download clicks is increasing. But it hasn't exploded yet and has been growing slowly. During the day, it only climbed to around number 30 on the hot song chart. However, this climbing speed changed instantly after dark. It took a long time to climb 1 or 2 places during the day, but at night it changed almost every minute. Downloads and clicks skyrocketed. Especially with the end of Shinjun's live broadcast, countless netizens whose curiosity was aroused by the story couldn't sleep and began searching the entire internet for topics related to Shinjun. This song and Anne's lullaby song on the Hwala music platform was discovered by netizens. And it's spreading more and more. Therefore, this lullaby song of An made it all the way to the top 10 of the list. It was already late at night, and countless sleepless night owls opened the Hwala music platform, wanting to listen to music before falling asleep. This is the case with Wang Su, who is currently studying at university. Suffering from frequent insomnia, he always couldn't fall asleep at night, so Wang Su always forced himself to put down his mobile phone at a certain time, and then listen to music and close his eyes to rest. If I'm in good condition, I might be able to fall asleep in half an hour. If he is not in a good state, Wang Su once listened to songs for 2 hours with his eyes closed, but he didn't fall asleep in the end. Wang Su sighed. He didn't know why, but as he got into his junior year, there were more and more things to do and he suffered more and more insomnia at night. Perhaps it is when he thinks about the upcoming internship in his senior year and his future job that Wang Su becomes anxious, uneasy, and worried. So Wang Su's insomnia became more and more serious. He also suspected that he might be suffering from depression. Anyway, his current condition was very bad. Hope I can fall asleep early tonight. Wang Su sighed helplessly and opened the Hwala music platform before putting down his phone. He didn't have any specific preferences when listening to music, and he played music mainly to divert his attention, so Wang Su directly clicked on the hot song list and it started playing automatically from the beginning. Put down your phone. The music in my ears slowly sounded. The night outside the window was clear, and my roommate would occasionally make a light snoring sound. Wang Su listened to one song after another, estimated to be 6 or 7 songs, but he still didn't feel sleepy at all. On the contrary, my thinking becomes more active. But Wang Su could clearly feel that his body was very tired and empty. He needs sleep. Wang Su tried hard to control his thoughts and empty his mind, trying to focus on the music, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't completely relax. My brain is so confused. I suddenly think about my job after graduation. I suddenly think about the current life of my parents in my hometown. Then I thought about the increasingly high housing prices. Will he be able to afford a house when he gets married? Wang Su felt like his brain was about to explode. He even felt his scalp on the back of his head starting to ache. And just at this moment, just when Wang Su couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to hit himself on the head. After the previous song ended, the music that had been silent for a while suddenly sounded again, and a low and magnetic voice slowly sounded in Wang Su's mind. This low voice reveals a sense of tranquility and leisure that brings peace of mind. And a hint of sadness. This quiet and leisurely feeling made Wang Su feel as if an electric shock had occurred in his heart. His brain, which had been extremely confused and about to explode just now, suddenly became blank for a moment. At this moment, Wang Su felt extremely relaxed. And the singing in his ears was still ringing slowly. The singing was low, quiet, and leisurely, like the breeze on a summer night, instantly smoothing out the ripples in Wang Su's heart. The dark sky hangs low. The bright stars follow. Insects fly, insects fly. Who are you missing? Amid the quiet and leisurely singing, Wang Su seemed to see scenes from his childhood, where he and his parents, as well as the entire family, were lying on mats on the roof of a bungalow in their hometown. At that time, no one played with mobile phones. His parents took him to count the stars in the sky and taught him where the Big Dipper was. Sometimes Dad would chat with Mom about adult topics, and he would listen with his ears pricked up like a little adult, wanting to grow up sooner and enter the adult world sooner. Carefree childhood. Happy hometown. As the song played, Wang Su's brows, which had been furrowed all night, slowly relaxed, and a smile from the heart slowly formed at the corners of his mouth. With a smile on his face, Wang Su slowly fell asleep and returned to his lost childhood. There are many people on the internet who are in the same situation as Wang Su. Wang Su was the type who fell asleep while listening to the song. Many other people felt sleepy while listening to the song, and then forced themselves to recommend the song online or on WeChat moments despite feeling sleepy. There are many internet celebrities like Zhou Jie who are promoting this. For example, Zhou Jie was also on the hot search today. In her own words, "This overwhelming wealth has finally come to me." So she didn't play games during her live broadcast that night, but watched Shinjun's entire live broadcast. During the live broadcast, she completely turned into Shinjun's little fangirl. After Shinjun finished, Sister Jo had nothing to do, so she looked at some of Shinjun's materials on the internet, including this Song and An's sleeping song on the Hwala music platform. Some review bloggers also recommend it. So that night, when most people had already gone to bed, the Song and An's lullaby made a strong impact on the top of the hot song chart on the Chinese music platform. At this time, neither EMI Records nor Tianyu Media nor other music companies paid attention to the situation on the charts. Because the situation was so good before getting off work, the people from EMI Records and TE Media were all fantasizing about making it into the top 3 tomorrow before going to bed. Finally try to hit the top of the list. However, when they woke up, they were shocked to find the sky had changed. Because she asked Sun Yaowen to help with the album promotion, Jiawani had a few drinks with Sun Yaowen last night and slept soundly at night. Until the continuous phone calls woke her up. Jiawani, who was woken up, had a cold and annoyed look on her face. She frowned, picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table, and looked at the incoming call. The director of EMI called her. And the call was made directly to her private number, so it must be an urgent matter. Jiawani frowned and swiped her finger to answer the call. As soon as the call was connected, the director on the other end of the phone said anxiously, "Boss, something bad has happened." Jiawani usually pays great attention to her dressing and appearance. No matter when she comes to the company, she is always bright and stunning. However, today, Jiawani didn't even have time to put on makeup. She simply put on some lipstick in the car and walked into the company with a cold face. The sound of high heels rang out, and all the employees in the office were silent and lowered their heads. He didn't dare to look at Jiawani, whose expression was obviously unfriendly. Jiawani entered the office again, the same office as last night, but this time the expressions of everyone in the office had returned to their original state. Ugly. So ugly. All the laughter from last night disappeared, and everyone had a gloomy face now. What's going on? Jiawani threw the bag directly on the table and asked in an extremely cold voice. Chapter 41. How is this possible? The top 3 on the list were deliberately obstructing us. When we were exerting our strength last night, they also exerted their strength. Everyone in the office looks unhappy. Now it is the middle of the month, and the top 3 songs on the charts have dominated for more than half a month. They have earned enough fame and money. According to the conventions in the industry, now that they and Tianyu are aiming for the top spot, there is no need for these 3 companies to hinder them. After all, their new songs are coming on strong, and the potential of the first 3 songs has been exhausted. To stop them now would be totally counterproductive. So after reaching 5th place last night, everyone at EMI thought that the top 3 would be within their grasp. However, after an entire night, they didn't make any progress at all. The top 3 still defended tightly and didn't give them any chance. Moreover, Tianyu Media was also different from what they expected. They originally thought that Tianyu Media had no stamina. After all, they were weaker in the competition last night. Unexpectedly, after falling asleep last night, including before dawn this morning, Tianyu started to make efforts again. Still suppressing EMI's new song. Can't get through. And this isn't even the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is that last night a song suddenly hit the charts like thunder and reached the top of the charts overnight. Directly pushed all the rankings on the previous list back 1 place. Last night, Tianyu ranked 4th and EMI Records ranked 5th, which is just in the top 5, which is a pretty good result. But this morning, because of the sudden emergence of the number 1, their EMI Records directly became the 6th place. Fall out of the top 5. Although they are all in the top 10, the gap between the 5th and 6th place is still huge, which makes EMI Records 1 step weaker than Tianyu. That's why everyone's faces look so bad. They never expected that so many unexpected things would happen overnight when they were clearly sure of victory. Putting aside other situations, what the hell is this number 1 that dropped from the sky? Thinking of the name number 1 on the list, everyone in the company's mouth twitched. At this time, Jiawani had already understood what happened. Her face was as cold as ice, and there was anger rising in her eyes. She glanced at everyone in a cold voice. Is this what you said last night, that there was no problem? Everyone in the office looked at each other, some of them said with evasive eyes. This situation is special. We didn't expect the 3 companies ahead of us to compete with us and invest so much money. Yes, the top 3 have the advantage of the previous half month. If they defend tightly, we won't be able to rush in at all. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Xiaowani slammed the table. Defend it strictly. What's the situation with the number one who suddenly appeared? Why can others rush forward but we can't? Xiaowani's tone was extremely cold, and she was very angry. She was angry about the results she saw today, and even more angry about this group of people who kept talking big and shirking responsibility. Tell her to be on high alert? She is not blind. She is guarding against them closely and preventing them from getting up. How can the number one on the list get up? To put it bluntly, it's because these people are just useless. If he had the strength to be number one, how could this happen? Facing Xiaowani's outburst, everyone in the office shut up, but there was still some injustice in their eyes. After all, the situation this time was really special, so someone mustered up the courage to speak. Boss, this situation is a little special. The song that topped the list is from the variety show that has become popular recently. That variety show is so popular right now, it's still trending on the internet, and the traffic is so huge. When Xiaowani heard someone wanted to refute, her expression immediately became colder and she wanted to scold, but after hearing what the employee said, her eyelids twitched involuntarily. Xiaowani took a deep breath and asked, "What variety show?" Xiaowani didn't know why she asked. She just felt her heart subconsciously tense when she heard about the variety show. An employee immediately responded, "That variety show, Where Are We Going, Dad, has been really popular recently." There's no comparison. It was indeed the name she didn't want to hear. Xiaowani felt her temples throbbing. Emotions were churning in her eyes, and she asked in surprise, "Is the song number one on the list from this variety show?" The employee nodded. "Right. And this song is very special." Xiaowani frowned, and suddenly a bad premonition arose in her heart, as if someone was slowly grabbing her heart. Xiaowani naturally knew that Shinjun brought his daughter to participate in this variety show, and Shinjun and his daughter were very popular. Although she didn't want to pay attention, she could always see something about them on the internet. So when the employees talked about this variety show, Xiaowani subconsciously thought of Shinjun. For some reason, her intuition told her that this matter might be related to Shinjun. But reason made Xiaowani quickly deny it. Shinjun has been very popular recently, but it is purely because of being scolded by others. He doesn't have the ability to do it on his own, let alone make it to the hot song charts. She had hardly ever heard Shinjun sing at home. I heard that Shinjun's academic performance was not particularly good when he was in college. And even if Shinjun is good at singing, after so many years of neglect, his singing level is only that of a college student, even worse than that of a college student. How can they be compared with professional lyricists and singers? Especially this time, the lyricist she found is a big name in the industry, and she spent a very high price to get this title song, and the singer Lu Yao is also a second-tier singer. At least he's better than a loser like Shinjun. Maybe I've been under too much pressure recently, which is why I have such a ridiculous idea. Xiaowani snorted in her heart and quickly suppressed this ridiculous idea. At this time, the employee had already handed the sorted materials to Xiaowani. Xiaowani took it casually. The information shows the top 10 songs on the Hot Songs chart, as well as detailed information about the songs. However, as soon as Xiaowani's eyes fell on it, her pupils suddenly shrank, and the hand holding the information trembled violently. The first line of the document read: 1. An sleeping song singer, Shinjun, guest of the variety show Where Are We Going, Dad, frequent guest on the hot search list. Whether it is an N or Shinjun, they are extremely familiar words to Xiaowani. These two words are like two sharp blades that pierce into Xiaowani's heart. Xiaowani's expression suddenly became somewhat ugly and pale. The trembling gradually spread from her palms to her entire body. Xiaowani could not believe the information she saw in front of her eyes. It was the goal she had dreamed of and tried so hard to achieve. It was actually taken by this useless man. How is this possible? Xiaowani's heart was roaring and shouting. She felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by someone, making it impossible for her to breathe. Xiaowani tried to stay calm and said to the people in the office in a hoarse voice, "You guys go out first." The people in the office had no idea what was going on. They only saw the boss's face suddenly turn bad the moment he got the information. The whole person seems to be shaking. A few people looked at each other. It was a good thing to be able to escape, but the boss's condition was too strange, so someone asked with concern, "Boss, are you okay?" Zhao Wani raised her head and shouted angrily with an extremely cold expression. Go out. The few employees who stayed behind looked into the boss's eyes and felt a chill all over their bodies, as if they were falling into an icy cave. They immediately fled from the office. Chapter 42, Lullaby? After several employees left the office, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The look in the boss' eyes just now was so terrifying that it made people feel creepy. They have worked with the boss for so many years, but have never seen him so angry. Someone asked with lingering fear. What's wrong, boss? It was so scary, I couldn't even breathe. This is the first time I've seen the boss get so angry. This is the end. As everyone was talking in low voices, someone suddenly said, I heard that our boss's husband is the amateur in the variety show. Some people didn't react immediately. Amateur? What amateur? After a pause, the person who spoke suddenly widened his eyes and raised his voice a lot. Are you talking about Mr. Shin? They had watched the song, number 1 on the list, and the singer of the song countless times this morning, so everyone knew the name Shinjun. Not to mention that this name has been very popular on the internet recently and can be seen more or less everywhere. So everyone reacted instantly, their eyes widened, expressions of shock and disbelief, but someone asked in confusion. That's not right. Isn't the boss's husband Mr. Sun from Yawan Film and Television? They have seen Mr. Sun many times in the past year, and more frequently recently. Last night they saw Mr. Sun giving flowers to the boss, and the two of them left in a car together. So many people in the company thought that the boss's husband was Mr. Sun. After all, the two of them looked quite compatible. However, someone whispered. No. I heard from an old employee of the company that the boss got married right after graduation. But they should have divorced recently. Didn't you see the public opinion online? There are some photos. Although the girl in the photo is wearing sunglasses and the picture is not very clear, she is our boss. At this point, the others all widened their eyes. How come I've never heard of it before? I thought the boss had never been married before. Someone shook his head and said, I don't know. The boss never mentioned her husband in the company. Someone suddenly thought, if the boss husband can help promote us on the show, our album will definitely be a big hit. Others rolled their eyes. Already divorced. The person who spoke was embarrassed for a moment. All right. That Mr. Shin is much more handsome than Mr. Sun, and he seems quite talented, too. Why did they get divorced? Several people were talking in low voices and walking further away. In the office behind her, although Zhao Wani couldn't hear what the employees outside the door were talking about, she could hear the name of Shinjun clearly. Zhao Wani's face became even darker, and her chest began to heave violently. This piece of trash actually has this ability. She really didn't expect it. Zhao Wani's eyes were extremely cold, her emotions fluctuated violently, she stared at the name on the information, then gritted her teeth and crumpled the information in her hand into a ball. At this time, the aftermath caused by the music charts has not ended yet. At Hanshi Music Company, Shin Man arrived at the office in the morning, and the secretary quickly handed over a summary of the latest information in the industry today. As the boss of Hanshi Music, Shin Man must always pay attention to the situation in the industry so that he can understand the market and find the right direction. So Shin Man would check the latest information every day. The latest ones were all the same old topics. Shin Man glanced at them and quickly flipped through them. After reading 2 pages, her eyes finally fell on the latest issue of the Chinese music chart rankings. These lists can help Shin Man judge the current market trends, and can also help her search for potential artists. Among them, the hot song list is particularly important. The Chinese music hot songs chart can be said to represent the popular trends of Chinese music and is very authoritative. So Shin Man quickly flipped through several other charts and found the hot song chart. Scanning it from bottom to top, she saw several songs from the company. Among them are songs released by the company's artists last month, as well as the song that Song Huaying sang when he participated in the Peak Singer at the end of last month, which occupied several positions on the list. But the rankings are not very high, hovering between 10-20. The 10-20th place range is okay for a small company, but for a large company of Hanshi's size, it is just barely acceptable. Shin Man sighed. This also shows that the company is now on a downward trend. Back when Hanshi was at its most popular, the 3 top-tier artists were all making efforts at the same time, and half of the top 10 songs on the charts were Hanshi's songs. A glorious moment. It's not as good as before. Sheen Man's thoughts flashed through his mind, and then his eyes fell on the top 10 positions. Because there aren't many new songs this month, most of the top 10 are old acquaintances, with only 3 songs being new today. The 6th song is a new song from EMI Records. Sheen Man had heard of EMI Records. The company was not very large, but the artists signed by them were all pretty good and they took the boutique route. Especially, several artists who signed contracts in the past few years have become popular. Last year, Hanshi also poached a singer from EMI, and he has now firmly established himself as a first-tier star. People in the industry say that the boss of EMI is very good at judging people, and I heard that the boss of EMI is also a female president like her, and she is said to be very beautiful. The information related to EMI flashed through Sheen Man's mind instantly, and Sheen Man looked at the 4th one again. Tianyu Media. Tianyu's scale is very large, not much weaker than Hanshi. However, Tianyu's main business is movies, and it has only entered the music field in recent years. It is very weak to Hanshi and does not pose any threat. Thinking of this, Sheen Man suddenly remembered something, the last time that her grandmother's student asked her to help. The one involved, Song Xiao, is an artist from Tianyu Media. Thinking in his mind, Sheen Man looked at the song ranked first. It's amazing to be able to occupy the first place on the hot song list of the Chinese music platform. I haven't seen Tianyu and EMI fight for it no matter how hard they try. If it were the heyday of Han Lion, it would not be difficult for them to be the first. But for Hanshi today, they haven't been in the first place for more than half a year. During this period, the company also promoted several songs, but none of them were satisfactory. At this time, Sheen Man had already seen the number 1 song. The moment he saw the song title, Sheen Man was stunned for a moment and thought he had seen it wrong. I re-watched it on purpose. Confirmed that you are not mistaken. First of all, the name of this song is indeed an Anne's sleeping song. There was some surprise in Sheen Man's eyes. Judging from the name of this song, it sounds like a lullaby for children, but how could a lullaby reach number 1? The hot song chart of Huala Music Platform is highly authoritative, and Huala Music Platform has a large number of users, almost occupying half of the music market. Every song that makes it to the charts is pushed up by countless netizens who download and click on it, or by companies spending money to push it up. A lullaby? How could something like this possibly get first place? It's hard to even make the list. Chapter 43 is? Okay. Sheen Man frowned. She had never watched the variety show Where Are We Going, Dad, so naturally she didn't know who Anan was. Sheen Man thought about it and thought that this might be a pioneer song. After all, there are still many pioneer experimental singers who love to come up with weird names. While thinking, Sheen Man glanced at the information of the song. Singer, Shin Jun. Composer, Shin Jun. When she saw the name, Sheen Man subconsciously thought about the pioneer singers in the industry, and there didn't seem to be anyone named Shin Jun. Is it a newcomer? And, why does this name sound familiar? Sheen Man thought about it and confirmed that she didn't know any singer named Shin Jun. She could only suppress her doubts and open the Huala Music Platform on her computer. She was ready to listen. Every piece of music that can make it to the top of the charts is worth studying. On the Chinese music platform, the hot songs list is the main list, and the name of this song is at the top of the list, making it very easy to see. Sheen Man put on headphones and clicked play while reading the comments. There are a lot of comments on this song, some of which even exceeded Sheen Man's expectations. When he opened it, he saw that they were all positive reviews. Sheen Man just glanced at the comments and found that they were all about sleeping in childhood. Sheen Man frowned. Could it really be a song to lull you to sleep? Before she could think, the music in the headphones started playing, without any prelude or any fancy preparation. Just like that, it rang straight away. A low and magnetic voice slowly sounded in Sheen Man's ears. Sheen Man was shocked when he heard the voice. A cappella. This song is actually sung a cappella? How confident is this singer that he actually hit the charts by singing a cappella? And it also made him take the number 1 spot on the list. Countless surprises flashed through Sheen Man's mind, and the singing in his ears slowly entered, accompanied by the sound of a low and leisurely singing voice. Sheen Man suddenly felt his mind calm down. Because the work is too busy every day, Sheen Man feels like he is in a war every day at work, and his nerves are tense. So Sheen Man would feel very tired after getting home from get off work every day, and even feel tired at the company, so she drank coffee like water at the company. Because I can't survive without coffee. Sheen Man also thought about letting herself relax, and her family also advised her not to push herself too hard and to relax appropriately. But she had already developed this habit of working hard when she was young, and it is not something she can just let go of, especially now that the future of the company is uncertain. The whole company is waiting for her to pay their salaries, so the pressure on Shin Man's shoulders is getting heavier and heavier. It was so heavy that she didn't dare to relax at all. Sometimes she feels very tired, physically tired, and even more mentally tired. Shin Man also tried to relax herself and give herself some time to breathe after work, but as soon as Shin Man stopped, a bunch of things would pop up in her mind. I will also feel uneasy in my heart. This made it impossible for her to relax at ease, and this state had even seriously affected her sleep and rest. Insomnia, this has become Shin Man's old problem. But now, when the leisurely singing voice slowly sounded in Shin Man's ears, when the quiet and leisurely artistic conception suddenly rushed into Shin Man's mind. For some reason, Shin Man felt his whole body relax. The frowning brows relaxed unconsciously. The fingers that were originally organizing the documents on the desk also stopped. Shin Man suddenly felt a rare sense of security and comfort, so much so that she couldn't help but close her eyes and lean back in her office chair. The office fell silent for a moment. The song was not long, even a little short. Shin Man opened his eyes a while after the song ended and let out a long breath. She has confirmed that this song is a children's song. And Shin Man seemed to understand why a children's song could top the hot song list. Watching the song again, Shin Man's eyes were filled with surprise. The song was just like its title. It should be a lullaby written for a little kid named Anan. It's very simple. The melody is simple, the lyrics are simple, and the singing method is also simple. But this song, which seems simple in every way, seems to have magical power, making people immersed in the song as they listen. The moment I heard the song, the beautiful memories and scenes of my childhood emerged one by one. This song is like a switch. With the flick of a switch, people return to their childhood, temporarily forgetting their worries, their busyness, and everything. And Shin Man was not the only one who had this feeling. She took a look at the comments section and saw similar comments everywhere, saying that hearing this song reminded them of their childhood. Some people commented that they cried after listening to it and missed their parents. Looking at the comments, Shin Man's eyes flickered. The composition of this song is amazing. The simple melody can bring out the atmosphere of memories. The lyrics are obviously simple, and the words used are the most common imagery words, but there is a poetic and romantic feeling when singing, and it is beautiful to listen to. And the singer who sang it has something. Although this song sounds simple, as a person in the industry, Shin Man can naturally hear something different. The song is simple. Singing is not easy. No one else can sing with such immersion, not to mention the emotions in the song. The fact that the singer can generate such amazing resonance and involvement in the comment section is enough to show his level. Make it simple. This person is incredible. Shin Man's eyes fell on Shin Jun's name. The singer and the songwriter are the same person, and he is also a singer-songwriter. Shin Man's heart was somewhat moved. Hanshi is in great need of talents now, especially singer-songwriters like this. Even though there is only one song, it is enough to show that this person is very talented, and I have never seen it before, which means he is a newcomer. It's easy to sign newcomers. Shin Man's eyes lit up, and she immediately picked up her phone to ask someone to check Shin Jun's situation to see if he could sign him. But just as Shin Man typed out Shin Jun's name, he suddenly thought of something and paused. His brows furrowed even more. Shin Man quickly exited the chat page and typed the word Shin Jun in his WeChat search bar. Click to search. Soon, a business card was searched out. Mr. Shen. The two are already good friends. Shin Man did not stop and directly clicked on Shin Jun's chat page, only to see two messages on the page. One is, "Hello, Sister Chin, I am Shin Jun." One is, "New song demo.mp3. Seeing these two pieces of news, Shin Man was stunned. She said that the name Shin Jun looked familiar, but Shin Man couldn't remember it. After all, the notes she gave Shin Jun on her phone were, "Grandma's student." She didn't take Shin Jun seriously, thinking that they would have no interaction in the future, so she didn't even remember his name. The reason she just remembered it was because she saw someone in the comments saying that he or she was a die-hard fan of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Only then did I remember this person. Shin Man's expression was a little complicated for a moment. She thought of what her grandmother had said before, that if they could win over Shin Jun, the company would not have to worry about songs in the future. She thought it was an exaggeration at the time, and even now she has never believed it at all, and she has a very bad impression of Shin Jun. But I didn't expect it. This guy can actually write songs. And the writing is, okay. Sheen Man pursed her lips and looked at the song sample file on the chat page. Suddenly, a hint of curiosity arose in her heart. Even children's songs can be written so well, what about normal songs? As the thought flashed through his mind, Sheen Man had already reached out and opened the file. Chapter 44. I have another song. 10 o'clock in the morning. Hanshi Music Company convened a high-level meeting. The content of the meeting was to discuss Song Hwaiying's program matters. The approval for the song subscription was approved yesterday, and the fee for the song subscription was very high this time, completely exceeding the usual fee. Song Hwaiying must not be eliminated. The worst-case scenario is to make it to the finals and get a good ranking. This is the consensus of everyone in Hanshi. If Song Hwaiying is really eliminated in the next episode, coupled with the news that Shwewenlu is preparing to change jobs, Hanshi Music may be in big trouble. My fame is completely over. Yesterday's news. Just think about it and you will know what others will call Hanshi in the future. Moreover, this will make it clear that Hanshi is on the decline. By then, not to mention its reputation, its stock price will probably plummet. So the board of directors is getting anxious. And this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that Song Hwaiying can't make a singing appointment now. I paid the money, but I couldn't get a song. Even if you offer a lot of money, you still can't get a date. Because now no one in the entire industry dares to write a song for Song Hwaiying. Why was Song Hwaiying eliminated? Before participating in the competition, no one could have expected this. After all, Song Hwaiying is a veteran top-tier singer, and both his singing skills and emotions are amazing. But after 4 episodes, everyone knew it. Because Song Hwaiying's singing method and style are really not suitable for participating in this kind of competitive competition. However, if you want Song Hwaiying to change his singing method or style, Song Hwaiying's ability will be greatly reduced. As for the song, the new songs written by the composer that Song Hwaiying had worked with before were still in that style and were not suitable for singing competitions. The new composer he found could write competitive-type songs. But Song Hwaiying couldn't ensure his stable performance. So now a very embarrassing situation has arisen. What was written before cannot be sung in the competition, and what is written now may not be sung well by Song Hwaiying. The Peak Singer is a phenomenal variety show that is not only watched by the entire internet, but also by the industry. In this situation, if Song Hwaiying performs poorly, not only will she be embarrassed, but the composer who wrote the song for her will also be implicated. And now there is a high probability that Song Hwaiying will be eliminated. Therefore, no composer is willing to wade into this muddy water. Composers who can reach a certain status are very careful about their reputation. And now there are other companies behind the scenes. Many people in the music industry hope that Hanshi will never recover and decline completely, so all kinds of monsters and demons have come out recently. And then we have the current dilemma. I have money, but I can't get a song. It is possible to arrange an appointment with an unknown composer, but Song Hwaiying is already in trouble now. If the song does not reach the top level, he will probably be eliminated. So the company held a meeting today to discuss what to do next. Now there are only 2 choices before everyone. One is to take a gamble and collaborate with those unknown composers to write songs. The second is to choose to withdraw. At least I can save my reputation and not lose all my face. However, as soon as the second option was mentioned, Song Hwaiying himself directly refused. Song Hwaiying was over 40 years old, from the north, with a slightly long face and long wavy hair. At this time, Song Hwaiying said with a sad look, "You can't withdraw from the competition. If you withdraw from the competition, you will not only lose the game, but also lose your reputation. This is to tell others that I was beaten so badly that I don't even dare to go on stage. How will my fans see me in the future?" However, as soon as the words fell, someone in the conference room snorted and said, "What other choice do I have if I don't withdraw from the competition? It will be even more embarrassing if someone eliminates us then. And then not only will you be affected, our company will also be affected." Song Hwaiying looked somewhat sad and angry. "You were the ones who allowed me to participate in the competition, and now that I can't win, you're asking me to withdraw. Who do you think I am? I'm telling you, even if I lose on stage, I won't quit. If I have to lose, I'd rather lose honorably." The middle-aged man who had just snorted glared at him. "It's not your decision whether to retreat or not. This incident has already affected the company's stock. The board of directors needs to stop the loss as soon as possible. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, the others in the meeting room immediately advised. Don't make any noise. Isn't there another choice? Yes, Huaying, what Mr. Lin said is just the last option. We have other options. The rest of the people in the conference room tried to stop the fight, and the middle-aged man called Mr. Lin snorted coldly. What other choice is there? But the voice was low and there was no anger. Everyone also knew that Song Huaying was not to blame for this matter. After all, it was their joint decision for Song Huaying to participate in the competition. Now that something had gone wrong, they could not put all the blame on Song Huaying. Xin Man, who was sitting in the first seat, slowly said. What Sister Huaying said makes sense. It's okay to lose a game, but if you lose the hearts of your fans, that would be a big deal. The others also echoed. Yeah, I think we should consider the first option. It is a taboo in military strategy to be timid before the battle. I think we must fight no matter what. Whether we will be eliminated or not is another matter. Sister Huaying has the talent, what she lacks now is a suitable song. I think there is still a chance. After discussing for a while, everyone finally decided to adopt the first option, which was to try songs with unknown composers. Maybe there will be a surprise. After all the big names started out as newcomers. Before the company announced that it would pay a large sum of money to write a song, many composers submitted their submissions, but no one paid any attention to these small fry at the time. At the same time, the company's music library also had a lot of good songs. At this moment, everyone took them out and listened to them one by one. The style of this composition is somewhat similar to Sister Huaying's, you can consider it. The style of this composition is too folk, the style is totally incompatible, and folk music has no competitive value. This song is pretty good. Who composed it? Teacher Su? Forget it. The first half of this song is okay, but the chorus is a bit off. Everyone in the conference room was discussing the topic, but after searching for a long time, there were still no suitable options. Most of these songs with unknown composers were not very good. Even if there is gold occasionally, it is not particularly suitable for Song Huaying. Or lack of competitiveness. Then we can only arrange a new song. 4 days is too short. It's not enough time. What if I find the wrong person? Then find a few more. This kind of composition isn't expensive anyway. Cast a wide net and catch more fish. Everyone had a headache, and Song Huaying sat in the conference room with his head down. After struggling for a long time, it seemed that there was no hope at all. Song Huaying regretted very much at this time. Why did he agree to participate in the competition in the first place? This time, I'm afraid that this time on the peak singer will become a stain that she can never erase in her life. Just being a stepping stone for others for nothing. Song Huaying looked as pale as death. Everyone in the conference room had expressions of lamentation and despair, they simply couldn't find a way out of the impasse. However, at this moment, Xin Man, who had been sitting in the first seat and remained silent, suddenly spoke. I have another song here, everyone please listen to it. Chapter 45 Publishers Gather. After getting up in the morning, Shinjun and Anan started the live broadcast. Today is the third day of the broadcast of Where Are We Going, Dad? And also the last day of the first episode. As soon as we got up in the morning, the program team started to get things done. All 5 groups of guests gathered together, and the program team announced the first task of the day. Teach your kids to sing. Every parent must teach their child to sing a song today. During this period, mobile phones are not allowed to be used for querying and there is no background music. In the evening, 5 children will go on stage to sing. The program team will organize villagers to serve as judges. The song with the highest votes from the village judges will win. The winner will enjoy the highest reward of this episode tonight, including but not limited to returning to the city early, having a big meal, staying in a hotel, etc. When the reward was mentioned, the 5 parents and children all widened their eyes. For them, life during these 3 days was too hard. They couldn't even take a comfortable shower, let alone eat and sleep. I'm here just to experience life in the countryside. So the 5 groups of guests had already been unable to bear it for a long time, and when they heard that they could leave early, they all looked excited. They were all shouting that they wanted to win the reward tonight. Zhang Shuai laughed. I'm sure to get this reward tonight. It's not that he is arrogant, but because he is the only singer among the 5 groups of guests, and Zhang Shuai's singing level is indeed very impressive. Influenced by him, Guangzai has been a good singer since he was young. Therefore, Zhang Shui and Guangzai were both very confident about this mission. They looked at each other and were sure of victory. But Zhang Shui didn't see it in the live broadcast room. After hearing what he said, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. "It's over, Brother Shui has planted the flag early again. Brother Shui, I admit that you sing well, but there are people around you who can sing too." Zhang Shui doesn't know yet that Shinjun's sleep song has become a hit on the internet, but the audience in the live broadcast room knows. When they woke up this morning, an sleep song had already gone viral on the internet. Lullaby. Number 1 on the Chinese music hot songs chart. These two originally unrelated keywords were linked together and exploded instantly, not to mention that this topic was also related to Shinjun and Anan. Shinjun and Anan are definitely the center of public opinion now. As long as it is related to Shinjun and Anan, the traffic will not be bad. Now, marketing accounts in all industries have to use the topic of Shinjun and Anan when writing articles. Not to mention, this hot topic was created by Shinjun and Anan themselves, so Anan's sleep song went viral on the internet early in the morning. It went viral on WeChat Moments. So the audience in the live broadcast room all know that Shinjun sings very well, especially children's songs. So it was a little too early for Zhang Shui and Guangzai to be happy. Who can compete with the lullaby song? Seeing Guangzai's smug look now, I couldn't bear to see how miserably Guangzai cried this afternoon. Anan, please be gentle with Brother Guangzai. I am dying of laughter. I will also come to watch the show tonight just to see how loudly Shui and Guangzai cry. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed wildly and made jokes. The 5 guests of the program team had no idea that, except for Zhang Shui and Guangzai who were confident, the other groups all showed a competitive look. Shinjun and Anan looked at each other and blinked quietly. After arranging the tasks, it was time to eat. The program crew remained true to their old ways and asked the 5 fathers to drive to get the food. He was driving a tractor. Even Shinjun had no idea where to start. During the attempt, Su Hong fell directly into the ditch, looking miserable. By the time we finished breakfast, it was already past 10 o'clock. The live broadcast ended in 2 hours. Shinjun breathed a sigh of relief. Driving a tractor in the morning was not an easy job and he was in a mess. After comforting Anan, Shinjun quickly went back to the house and took a shower. As soon as I came out of the shower, Wang Lei from Jojo Publishing House came up to me. Wang Lei had been waiting for the whole morning. After watching the live broadcast last night, he had already made up his mind to sign Shinjun. Especially the comments of his old friends made Wang Lei feel a little urgent. So Wang Lei woke up early in the morning, wanting to find Shinjun to sign the contract as soon as possible, for fear that the night would bring more trouble. But as soon as he got up in the morning, Shinjun started the live show, which only ended now. Wang Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shinjun coming out of the room. I went back and thought about it last night, and Mr. Shin's conditions are not bad. Wang Lei looked like he had given it serious thought and said with some worry. But... However, before he could finish his words, a voice with a northern accent shouted from outside the door. "Well, you old fox, aren't you paying attention?" A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Wang Lei was startled and quickly looked back, then he saw several figures walking in from outside. These figures were exactly the people in the group chat last night. Facing the half-smiles on these people's faces, Wang Lei's heart skipped a beat, and he knew that today was going to be troublesome. But Wang Lei's expression remained unchanged. "Oh. I went to see it last night after hearing what you guys said. But after seeing it, I couldn't fall asleep, so I came here directly." The others didn't believe it at all and sneered. He. When Shinjun saw so many people outside the door, he was stunned for a moment, but after listening to Wang Lei's conversation, he reacted and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Harry Potter is indeed a story that was popular all over the world in its previous life. He simply threw out a bait on the show, but he ended up catching so many big fish. Looks like there's no need to worry about publishing. Shinjun's expression completely calmed down. He smiled as he watched Wang Lei joking with the others, and took the opportunity to observe the people who had come. The few people who came over also observed Shinjun out of the corner of their eyes. Before coming, several people had already read Shinjun's information, had a general understanding of him, and knew him. But seeing it with their own eyes at this moment, everyone still exclaimed in their hearts, "It would be a shame if she didn't become a star with this look." Several people were all stunned. The people were brought by Lin Jia. The director of his program group is the host, and since it involves Brother Jun, he helped to greet everyone. A meeting room of the village committee was vacated. A group of 6 or 7 people sat down one after another, and the clear purpose of their visit was to read the book that Xinjun talked about. Wang Lei had not made a sound since he entered the room, as if he were an invisible man, calmly watching the same few old foxes who were doing the same thing as he did at the beginning. He tried to take advantage of the fact that Xinjun didn't understand and lower the price to sign the contract. He had experienced how powerful Xinjun was, and now he was happy to see his colleague making fun of him. After all, they are a bunch of old foxes. Normally, you can't even watch them make fun of them. Now is a rare opportunity. Although the others were surprised at Wang Lei's silence, signing books was the key now, especially with so many publishing houses competing. They ignored Wang Lei and started talking to Xinjun. However, as they talked, everyone discovered that the young man in front of them was not at all what they had imagined. He was sophisticated, too sophisticated. There were also 2 publishing houses, one with the bad cop and the other with the good cop, who tried to work together to negotiate prices with Xinjun, but all their attempts were resolved by Xinjun. Everyone looked at each other. The eyes are solemn. In the end, the negotiated price was stuck at the price Wang Lei proposed last night. Xinjun still shook his head and ignored all the advice from the others. Negotiations are at a stalemate. At this moment, Wang Lei, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke. Jojo Publishing House can meet Mr. Shin's requirements. We don't need to sign the copyright, but only discuss profit sharing. When the others heard this, their eyes widened. Chapter 46 Publication finalized. Although several publishing houses raised their prices later, Xinjun finally chose Jojo Publishing House and signed the contract after a detailed discussion for a morning. After signing the contract, Wang Lei smiled. Mr. Shin, it's a pleasure to work with you. Xinjun smiled and shook hands with Wang Lei. It's a pleasure to work with you. At this time, several other publishing houses confirmed that Xinjun and Jojo had signed the contract. They all sighed and prepared to leave. Before leaving, someone whispered to Wang Lei. Are you crazy? You're actually negotiating a profit share with a newcomer? Old Wang, I know you have a good eye, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Several people patted Wang Lei on the shoulder, then shook their heads, and went back the same way they came. Wang Lei didn't take these words to heart at all. In business, how can there be gains without risks? And from his perspective, the gains this time far outweigh the risks. Just take a gamble. Wang Lei turned to Xinjun and said, I will start applying for and approving the publication when I get home today. Please finish writing the first part and send it to me as soon as possible. We will try to publish the first work within 3 months. Xinjun's traffic is very high now, so the sooner he publishes, the greater the benefits will be. However, the earliest the book will be published will be more than 3 months, so they can only do it as soon as possible. Xinjun nodded. He was not an expert in publishing books, but he believed in Wang Lei's expertise. Good. Thinking of something, Xinjun asked again. If we're broadcasting live tonight, we might even tell some stories. Will that have any impact? Wang Lei waved his hand directly. It doesn't matter, just keep talking. But you have to control the pace and don't speak too fast. It's best to finish halfway through. Also, at the end, you can reveal the news of the publication to the audience, which can be regarded as a preheating for the new book. Jojo will also make an official announcement at that time to cooperate with you. The 2 talked in detail about the subsequent publicity, and then Wang Lei hurried back to Beijing. The signing of the contract was just the beginning, and there were still many trivial matters to be taken care of. Xinjun had just come back from seeing someone off, and before he could sit down, he received another call. When Xinjun saw the incoming call message, he was surprised. It is Qin Man of Hanxi. Ever since the last phone call ended in a cold manner, he thought there was no hope for this line at all, and he had already started thinking of other ways. That phone call taught him that it is better to rely on oneself than on others. So after the phone call ended, Xinjun began to think about other practical methods, and the publication of Harry Potter is one of Xinjun's plans. In order to support an and nowadays, making money is inevitable. When it comes to interests, no matter what industry, there are always evil spirits and the law of the jungle. If you don't want to be bullied or looked down upon, you have to climb to a position where no one can bully you. High enough. Strong enough. In order to climb up, Xinjun thought of many plans, and the publication of Harry Potter was just one of them. But he didn't expect that Qin Man would call him just after he finished a task. Xinjun was surprised and suspicious, but he quickly answered the phone. The call was connected, and Qin Man's voice came from the other end again. but this time her voice was not as cold as before, and was a little softer. "Hello, Mr. Shin." Since Chin Man gave face, Shin Jun would naturally not give no face, and politely called out. "Hello, Sister Chin." Chin Man said slowly. "I let the company listen to the song you sent me last time, and they felt it was good. I apologize to you, the company is so inefficient and has only just given me feedback now." As a veteran in the business world, Chin Man can naturally turn the dead into the living. Now that he needs help from Shin Jun, Chin Man naturally would not say that he looked down on him at that time. Shin Jun smiled. "Yeah?" Chin Man continued in the same voice. "Hanshi wants this song. Can you give me 200,000? Shin Jun was not surprised that Hanshi liked this song. After all, it was a song sung by the singing queen Fei Wong in his previous life, and it was a song he had carefully selected. It was very suitable for Song Huaying's singing skills and style. The big problem is not looking down on it. But Shin Jun's expression remained unchanged, and he still smiled. "Sister Chin, this is not a matter of money." Chin Man got straight to the point. 400,000. Shin Jun shook his head. "Sister Chin, I still said it at the beginning. Help me deal with Song Xiao and I will write a song for you." Chin Man on the other end of the phone sighed, seeming a little embarrassed. Song Xiao is a top idol with a huge influence. Moreover, Song Xiao is in the film and television industry and has little to do with the music industry. Hanshi's position is in the music industry. However, Shin Jun remained unmoved. "But there is always a way if you think about it. What do you think, Sister Chin? I remember that Song Xiao's company seems to have also been involved in the music industry in recent years." Chin Man on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then sighed. Song Xiao's status makes this matter very difficult for Hanshi, and it may also cause public opinion afterwards. He knew Hanshi's concerns too well, and he also knew that if he didn't take drastic measures, Hanshi might not be able to make up his mind completely, so Shin Jun said bluntly. "As long as Hanshi helps me, I will send Song Huaying to the finals. The 5th round of competition will determine the semi-final places, and if Shin Jun wants to enter the finals, it means he needs to prepare a song for Song Huaying." 2 songs. To be honest, Chin Man was a little moved. After listening to Shin Jun's 2 songs, especially the one this morning, Chin Man was no longer surprised by Shin Jun's tone. Instead, she thought seriously about what Shin Jun said. The dilemma she just had was not acted out. If she wanted to touch Song Xiao, the price would be very high, as he was a top idol artist. But if Song Huaying can really enter the finals and get a high ranking, this is very important for Hanshi today. It can allow Hanshi to breathe a sigh of relief and may even allow Hanshi to move to a higher level. If this is the case, then no matter how high the price is, we can negotiate. Chin Man pursed her red lips as she thought about it. "I'll be in Hunan province this afternoon, let's talk in detail." After hanging up the phone, Shin Jun had a smile on his face. Now that the publication of Harry Potter has been completed, the songwriting has also been settled. Plus there's also variety show recording. With 3 lines of development in parallel, raising an in should not be a problem. Shin Jun was in a good mood and rewarded an in with a set of carrot pulling skills. An in was stepping in the water with Guang Zai and a few other kids to catch tadpoles. As a result, Shin Jun suddenly grabbed his head and pulled him up. "An. Who am I and where am I?" After lunch, the program team began to distribute the afternoon tasks. This time the task was to catch fish in the paddy fields, and the 5 parents worked hard. The 5 children had a lot of fun. After an afternoon, An turned from a little princess in the morning into a mud monkey, which made Shin Jun feel heartbroken. However, Shin Jun did not stop An too much. An grew up with him in Shanghai. Although the city was prosperous, she rarely saw such a natural rural life. Although she went back to her hometown during the Chinese New Year, there were no children she knew there to play with her, so An rarely had so much fun. Mr. Shin also intended to let it go. Chapter 47 Return with a full load. When An returned to the village after completing the mission, he had a great harvest. An stretched out her 2 little hands and pulled up the clothes, tearing them into a big bag, and in the bag were 4 or 5 lively rice field fish. The fish are lively, jumping and splashing mud and water. Anand's little face covered with mud was full of smiles and she was giggling. Shin Jun behind him kept taking deep breaths. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter when watching this scene. Shin Jun and Anan have always been portrayed as a little princess and a caring dad. But today, the little princess rebelled. And Shinjun, the caring dad, was so angry that his liver hurt. Seeing Shinjun taking deep breaths, the audience in the live broadcast room laughed unscrupulously and teased Shinjun about his current mental state. "Mr. Shin, I raised him, you can't do anything to him. Mr. Shin, the more I look at you, the more I dislike you. What should I do if I want to take action? Mr. Shin, I can't help it." The afternoon live broadcast ended with laughter and joy. After returning to the village, Shinjun immediately picked up Anan, who was covered in mud, and washed her. Shin-Anan played too wildly this time, and even the hair gaps were covered with mud. Shinjun poured shower gel and shampoo into her hair as if they were free, and it took 4 full washes before her hair was clean. After washing, it was already dark. Shin-Anan finally returned to her previous sweet appearance. Shinjuanshi was exhausted, and Shin-Anan sat in the rocking chair unconsciously, swinging her short legs and said happily, "Dad, let's go fishing tomorrow." Shinjun took another deep breath and told himself to stay calm. He shouldn't do anything to the child he raised. After making a fuss with Shin-Anan for a while, just before the show was about to start, Lin Jia came with someone. Shinjun, who was making a fuss with Shin-Anan, looked up. It was a graceful woman in professional attire. The woman in professional attire has a graceful figure and top-notch temperament. Her 2 long legs in black stockings are straight and slender under her hip-wrapped stockings, and a pair of stiletto-studded high-heeled shoes on her feet are clicking. It seemed that because the village was paved with cobblestones, the woman didn't walk very fast. The woman had shoulder-length hair, bright and sharp facial features, and red lips that added a lot of stunningness and aura. The moment he saw the woman, Shinjun's heart paused. Shin Man. When he was in school, he had been to Teacher Shin's house. There was a family photo at Teacher Shin's house, and Shinjun had seen it several times. However, Shin Man in the photo still has long hair and a younger face, and her facial features are not so sharp and oppressive. Maybe this is a common problem for being a boss? While Shinjun was looking at Shin Man, who had walked in from outside with some effort, was also looking at Shinjun. Before she entered the door, she saw from afar Shinjun playing with his daughter in the yard. Before she came, she had specially learned about Shinjun on the internet so that it would be convenient for her to come and discuss things. After seeing Shinjun in person, the first thought that came to Shin Man's mind was, "What is said online is indeed correct." With Shinjun's looks, it would be a shame if he didn't become an actor. Even though Shin Man has now occupied a very high position and has met countless handsome men in the circle, she still feels very surprised when she sees Shinjun at this moment. There was still a flash of surprise and excitement in Shin Man's eyes. Sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. The facial features are sharp and angular, and the jawline can be used as a ruler. The body proportions are perfect. Shin Man couldn't help but look at Shinjun's neck, shoulders, and long legs. Moreover, when Shinjun, who is already a father, plays with Anan, the tenderness and warmth he exudes from his whole body is even more addictive. Shin Man took a deep breath and immediately shifted his gaze. Lin Jia is now familiar with the process. "Brother Jun, I'm looking for you." Anan, who was playing with her father, looked up and blinked her big eyes, as if observing Shin Man. Then, before Shinjun could speak, Anan waved her little hand. "Hello, beautiful sister." Anan's voice was so sweet and soft that it made people feel soft-hearted. Even though Shin Man wanted to put on a stern face, a smile appeared on her face involuntarily. Everyone loves a cute little girl as long as she is not their own child. However, before Shin Man could laugh for 2 more seconds, he heard Shinjun say, "What do you mean, sister? Call me auntie." The smile on Shin Man's face froze instantly, and the high heels she had just put on stomped heavily on the ground. Shinjun was unaware of this. He called Shin Man sister. If Anan called Shin Man sister again, it would mess up the generations, so Shinjun asked Anan to change her words. Fortunately, Anan did not listen to Shinjun. He scratched his head and said, "Dad said that if you meet a beautiful sister, you should call her sister." Shinjun covered his face, stopped correcting Anan, skipped the topic and greeted Shin Man. "Hello, Sister Shin, I am Shinjun." Shin Man nodded slightly. "Hello." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Shinjun always felt that Shin Man's eyes looked a little colder when he looked at him. Suspicious, Shinjun asked Lin Jia to look after Anan, and he took Shin Man into the house. When Shin Man arrived, he got straight to the point. "Hanchi can help you. 3 songs." Shinjun knew that Shin Man would bargain with him, so he deliberately only mentioned 2 songs at that time, just to leave room for bargaining. Shinjun did not rush to make an offer, but smiled and said, "Sister Shin is here because she must have heard my song." I wonder how she feels about it. Song Hwaying has 4 days left before the competition, so he is not the one who was anxious now. Shin Man did not respond to Shin Jun's words for a moment. Not only did she let the company's top executives listen to Shin Jun's demo, but she also asked the company to find someone to evaluate the song before coming. The result of the evaluation is that this song is enough to become a classic. What is more important is that this song is highly consistent with Song Hwaying. Many people even believe that this song was written based on Song Hwaying's singing skills and style. Exclusively built. Shin Man can now imagine the expression on Song Hwaying's face when he heard this song during the meeting in the morning. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from his desperate and dead eyes. The light was so bright that it could even engulf her. Song Hwaying listened to the song demo 3 times in a row, and finally said with great confidence that as long as she was given the song, she would definitely be able to enter the semifinals. Song Hwaying was very excited at the time and asked her who the composer of the song was and if possible, could she sign it as her exclusive composition? Not only could she sense Shin Jun's potential, Song Hwaying could too. You know, writing songs is difficult enough, and writing a good song is even harder. This almost beats 99% of the composers in the industry. Not to mention exclusive customization. Based on a bunch of set premises, create a good song. This difficulty is as difficult as climbing to the sky. This is also the reason why Song Hwaying can't get a singing appointment in the entire music industry nowadays. There are simply too few people like him. Now that he has found one, Song Hwaying naturally doesn't want to let go. Han sure also didn't want to let go. That's why Shin Man made this trip to Hunan province. Otherwise, Mr. Shin's status would not be enough to attract President Hanshi to come in person. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Shin Man nodded. The song is pretty good. Although Shin Man agreed with the song, she still looked calm at this moment, as if the song was really just good and she would not mention the results of the company's evaluation. She wants to take the initiative in the negotiation. Seeing Shin Man's calm expression, Shin Jun curled the corners of his mouth. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably really believe in Shin Man's acting skills, but Shin Jun knew his song very well. Moreover, if Shin Man was not very optimistic, he would not have flown directly from Shanghai to Hunan province. This move has exposed Shin Man's thoughts and Hanshi's current urgency. Chapter 48: Digging a Hole. When Shin Man came, he actually had the same idea as Wang Lei and others. Thanks to Song Show's fans, Shin Jun's information is now very transparent. Everyone knows Shin Jun's situation over the years, and naturally they look down on Shin Jun a little more. After all, what experience can you have in discussing matters when you are taking care of children at home? To put it bluntly, Shin Jun was very incompetent in the eyes of other people, so naturally, they looked down on him a little more. But the same. This contempt quickly disappeared after Shin Man met Shin Jun. Looking at Shin Jun in front of him, who was unmoved and remained calm, Shin Man's face looked a little bad. She has been here for more than an hour, and during this hour she has been negotiating with Shin Jun about singing songs, trying to get a few more songs from Shin Jun. At the same time, we want to pay less and maximize the benefits. The influence of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Has far exceeded that of the S-rated show. Its current traffic is second only to Dragon TV's Peak Singer. It is a hit show throughout the year. Song Shio will not quit easily, and Tanyu behind Song Shio will not give up easily. Shin Man was weak and sighed helplessly. She was telling the truth. Now that Where Are We Going, Dad? Has become more and more popular with Shin Jun, the show is almost catching up with the top singer in popularity. It is a key program of Hunan satellite TV and has a huge influence. And this is only the first episode. Any normal person can see the huge potential of this program. Song Shio will not give up his position as a permanent guest easily. However, facing Shin Man's weakness, Shin Jun still smiled. If Sister Chin had come to see me yesterday, wouldn't things have been much easier? What a pity. When Shin Man heard Shin Jun's words, the expression on his face froze. The meaning of Shin Jun's words was very clear. The problem was caused by Shin Man, so don't let him pay for it. Shin Man glanced at Shin Jun and cursed inwardly. He won't respond to anything soft or hard, and won't tolerate any oil or salt. Thanks to this handsome appearance. Shin Man finally took a deep breath and gave up struggling, his voice sounding a little tired and unwilling. You will get the rights to use the 3 songs, plus a 1 million yuan composition fee in cash. When the 3 songs are released online, you will get another 40% of the royalties. The conditions were very sincere. Shin Jun had no more requests. This time his smile was sincere. "Sister Qin, it's a pleasure to work with you." Shinjun stretched out his hand, and Qin-man had no choice but to shake hands with Shinjun. The two first drafted a temporary contract and then drafted a formal contract after Qin-man returned to the company. After that, Qin-man prepared to return to Shanghai. The company still has a lot of things waiting for her to deal with. Shinjun made 2 polite remarks and sent him out. Before leaving, Qin-man said, "Sister Huaying hopes that you can come and give her some guidance in person when you are free these few days. If she can get good grades, it will be good for both you and me." Nature. Shinjun straightened his face. "Since you want Han Shi to contribute, he will naturally contribute." After receiving Shinjun's serious reply, Qin-man's expression finally relaxed a little. "Song Xiu will not appear in the next show." After saying that, he walked into the night. After Shinjun dealt with Qin-man, he took the contract and quickly went to the program recording location. The show had already started half an hour ago, but Shinjun was unable to make it, so Anan had to do the show on her own for a while. Shinjun was also worried whether Anan would be lonely alone. As a result, when he arrived, Anan was having a great time playing with Guangzai beside him and had long forgotten about his old father. Seeing Shinjun coming, Zhang Shui said excitedly, "You're here at last." It was agreed that there would be a singing competition tonight. Zhang Shui and Guangzai had been preparing for a whole day and were already impatient. He was determined to win this task. However, compared to Zhang Shui's impatience, the other guests had different expressions. Su Hong was practicing with his son Yang Yang. Neither of them was a professional, so teaching a child to sing was quite difficult. Although he has practiced for a whole day, Yang Yang still has trouble remembering the lyrics. The same goes for Wang Hai. Wang Hai's face was full of pain at this moment. For a director like him to teach children to sing was almost like killing him. And he was singing out of tune. Originally, my daughter Wang Sherwan had some musical sense, but after Wang Hai's teaching, she was completely led astray. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed. The remaining Song Xiu looked calm, looking at Shinjun, who had just arrived with a smile on his face, and said indifferently, "What's so important? Everyone is waiting for you." Shinjun paused. There is a hidden meaning in his words, which means that he is troublesome and acts like a big shot. The program is now being broadcast live, and all the audience in the live broadcast room heard what Song Xiu said. Sure enough, the next second, the live broadcast room was filled with comments one after another. As usual, Song Xiu's fans took the lead in criticizing. "He's an amateur, and he wants our brother to wait for him? You've just become a little famous, and you're already acting like a big shot. What kind of person is this? I'm speechless. People who don't know think you're so famous. Who would recognize you after you leave the show?" There are also some people who hide their true intentions and take the moral high ground. "It's late at night, and everyone is waiting for him? You can't do this even if you have something to do. Aren't so many staff members tired? There are also several children. What kind of person is this? What if the child catches a cold?" Even before the show started, director Lin Jia had already explained on the show that Shinjun was helping the program crew and would come a little later. It does not affect the program recording. However, after being provoked by Song Xiu, no one remembered Lin Jia's explanation. Everyone's eyes were filled with emotions, thinking that their brother had been wronged, so they kept criticizing Shinjun. Shinjun glanced at Song Xiu. After Song Xiu said this, he could imagine what the online public opinion would be like. However, Shinjun did not show any anger or upset, but instead curled the corners of his mouth coldly. "Digging a hole? See how many days you can jump around?" In Shinjun's eyes, Song Xiu was a man who was about to be kicked out, so he didn't feel any waves in his heart. He just glanced at him lightly and then looked away. "Continue to walk to your seat and sit down." Being ignored, Song Xiu's face turned dark. He could naturally sense the disdain and disregard in Shinjun's eyes. Song Xiu's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers were pinched until they turned blue and white. There was even more hatred in his eyes when he looked at Shinjun. Ever since his debut, he has been the center of attention wherever he goes. However, after coming to this show, all the limelight was stolen from him. Afterwards, he was ignored and given the cold shoulder by Shinjun again and again. Damn it! Song Xiu gritted his teeth. Sooner or later he will get Shinjun out of this show. Let him know the consequences of going against him. No one noticed the look in Song Xiu's eyes. After Shinjun took his seat, the program team began to prepare for the day's singing competition. The judges are in place. There were 10 villagers, including men, women, young and old. The evaluation method is very simple. If you think the singing is good, you can raise a placard. If you think the singing is not good, you can raise a placard. The guests who hold up the most placards will be the winning group and will receive the final reward. After the staff finished speaking, Zhang Shuai couldn't wait. Let's get started. The order of the competition is still the same as the original order, starting with Song Xiu, followed by Su Hong, Wang Hai, Zhang Shuai, and Shen Jun last. Song Xiu came to power. Chapter 49 Children's Songs or Divine Songs. After Song Xiu came on stage, he looked at Shen Jun deeply, then gave a handsome smile to the camera, causing fans in the live broadcast room to scream. Soon, he started singing with his son Song Lei. Song Xiu is an idol star. In addition to acting, he is also good at singing and dancing. Although he is not as professional as Zhang Shuai, he is more than capable of teaching children, and his son Song Lei is also very talented in singing. The singing is very nice. What is even more unexpected is that Song Xiu not only taught his son to sing, but also taught him to dance. So when Song Lei performed, he combined singing and dancing. Especially Song Lei should have a foundation in street dance, so he danced very well and looked very handsome. When the music ended, Song Lei handsomely made a hat-tipping gesture towards the camera. The live broadcast room audience commented, "Stone is so handsome. As expected of Song Xiu's son. It's okay that the dad is so handsome, but the son is also so handsome. He's so handsome at such a young age. He's sure to charm a lot of little girls when he goes to school. Love it, the stone is so handsome." While Song Lei was performing, the traffic to Song Xiu's live broadcast room began to grow rapidly, even surpassing Shen Jun and An's live broadcast rooms. In the live broadcast room of Shen Jun and An, because Shen Jun did not appear at the beginning, only An was playing around with Guang Zai, which resulted in a lot of audience loss. Now it is almost falling to the third place. At this time, the 10 judges had already started to raise their placards. After counting them, the staff members said loudly, Song Xiu and Shi Tu teamed up to get a final score of 9 points. Seeing the score, a smile appeared on Song Xiu's lips. Not only Zhang Shuai has prepared for this project, he has also made preparations as well, and he is determined to win this project. He certainly can't do such trivial things as working and cooking, but singing and dancing are his strengths, so he certainly won't miss this opportunity to overtake Shen Jun. He wants to stand back in the C position. Song Xiu looked at Shen Jun in the audience and sneered with contempt. He wanted to see what this useless guy who could only take care of children could use to compete with him this time. The 4 groups of guests in the audience all changed their expressions after watching the performances of Song Xiu and Song Lei. Su Hong and Wang Hai, who already looked bad, looked even worse. Zhang Shuai's excited expression subsided and his look became somewhat solemn. Obviously, he didn't expect that the combination of Song Xiu and Song Lei would be so powerful. Although they might not be able to beat him in singing skills, Song Xiu actually thought of combining singing and dancing. This makes up for their lack of singing skills and fills the gap. 9 points. It's a bit difficult to surpass. As for Shen Jun sneered. Song Xiu walked off the stage with a look of disdain, and the next one to come on stage was Su Hong. Compared to Song Xiu and Song Lei's excellent singing and dancing, Su Hong and Yang Yang couldn't even remember the words. Stumbling. In the end, I only got 2 points. Wang Hai and his daughter Wang Sherwan came on stage. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed as they saw the 2 people, one adult and one child, on the stage who were completely out of tune but extremely serious. How can they be so off-key and so serious? I couldn't help laughing. I have to say, Wenwen is still a bit charming, but she was led away by her father. Director Wang should just focus on making movies. This song is kind of terrible. There was a lot of jokes in the live broadcast room, and after the performance, all 10 judges were amused and finally gave Wang Hai and Wang Sherwan an attitude point. 5 points. Then it was Zhang Shuai and Guang Zai's turn to come on stage. The father and son became much more serious, obviously feeling the pressure brought by Song Xiu. Zhang Shuai's singing skills are very impressive in the entire music industry, and his son Guang Zai has inherited his talent. The song he chose is the most difficult one among the 4 groups of guests. But it is the most completed and the singing is also very nice. But in the end he only got 8 points. The staff asked the 10 judges to make some brief comments. After all, Zhang Shuai has quite a few fans, and if there is no reason, it might lead to another war of words. The judges said that the effect didn't seem as good as the first group. Everyone knows the reason, because Zhang Shui and Guangzai did not dance and lost because of the stage effect. Although it is clear, Zhang Shui's fans are dissatisfied. It's clearly a singing competition. When did it become a singing and dancing competition? Some people just can't stand losing. If they have the talent, they can sing better. Crooked ways. You don't even dare to compete in an upright manner, you are rubbish. The live broadcast room was filled with curses, which soon attracted Song Shoa's fans, and the two sides started to curse at each other. No one was aware of the situation in the live broadcast room. Zhang Shui and Guangzai on the stage looked at each other, sighed in disappointment, and left the stage. When they were leaving the stage, Shinjun and Anan were just coming up. Zhang Shui patted Shinjun on the shoulder. "Come on." Shinjun nodded slightly and took Anan to the stage and stood still. Everyone in the audience looked up at him. Song Shou had a smile on his face and a look of disdain. The live broadcast room became lively as Shinjun and Anan came on stage, and the previously lost traffic began to gradually recover. Anan is on stage. What are Shinjun and Anan going to sing? I saw 4 other groups rehearsing today, but I didn't see Shinjun and Anan's. I wonder if they are prepared. Why not just sing a lullaby? Yeah, I think it must be a lullaby. After all, it's familiar. Nowadays, lullaby songs are on the top of the Chinese music charts. Just sing lullaby songs. No matter if it's singing or dancing or anything else, just sing them. Everyone in the live broadcast room commented and discussed the song that Shinjun and Anan were going to sing. During the day today, because the other groups had practiced in their free time, the audience in the live broadcast room also knew a thing or two, except Shinjun and Anan. Played all day but didn't practice at all. So no one in the live broadcast room knew what they were going to sing. But the most likely possibility is that it is a sleep song. After all, Anan's sleep song is now #1 on the Chinese music charts and is popular all over the internet. However, Anan opened his mouth and said, "The song we're going to sing is Explosion of Courage." Hearing this, the live broadcast room was stunned. What song is this? It shouldn't be a lullaby. Who has heard of it? How come I have never heard of this name? I've never heard of this name, but it sounds like it should be a nursery rhyme, right? It's actually singing a nursery rhyme. It's not easy to win. The other 4 groups did not sing children's songs. Instead, they chose some of the hottest online songs and pop songs that are very popular in themselves. And it's very familiar. No one thought that Shinjun and Anan would choose to sing nursery rhymes. Although the nursery rhymes are easy to learn, they are totally incomparable to the other groups. Oh, I'm afraid Song Shou will really win this time. If you don't like listening to nursery rhymes, singing lullabies is better than singing nursery rhymes. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed one after another, saying that children's songs have no competitive advantages other than being simple and easy to learn. Not to mention that the nursery rhyme chosen by Shinjun and Anan has never been heard of by anyone. So many people already have the result in their minds. Shinjun still doesn't know what the audience in the live broadcast room thinks. If he knew what the audience thinks, he will definitely say, "What's wrong with nursery rhymes? Children's songs are divine songs." Haven't you seen that half of the popular songs on TikTok in the past were created by kindergartners? Chapter 50, Living in a Difficult Place. If we talk about the popular online songs in the past life, the children's song Outburst of Courage would definitely be at the top of the list. It is said that the total online playback volume of this song has reached an astonishing 2 billion. All over the internet, regardless of gender, age, or status, everyone has been brainwashed and anyone can hum a few lines. Moreover, the lyrics and music of this song are full of innocence and sunshine, and the meaning of the lyrics is also very positive, making it very suitable as early education music. Shinjun taught Anan when she was 3 or 4 years old. So today, when everyone else is busy rehearsing, Shinjun can let Anan play without worry. After Anan said the name of the song on the stage, cheerful background music soon sounded. It was the background music recorded by Shinjun in his early years. The background music is light and childlike. This also made the audience in the live broadcast room more certain that this was a nursery rhyme. Some people felt that they could not beat the other groups, and they all wanted to listen to the live version of Shinjun and Anan singing a lullaby. They didn't feel anything for the nursery rhymes, so they prepared to exit the live broadcast room. The traffic in the live broadcast room began to decline. Anan on the stage has already gotten into the mood, and his little head is shaking to the brisk rhythm. Shinjun did not bring a microphone. The main focus of tonight's stage performance was on the children, and he was just playing a supporting role. After the prelude ended, Anne's sweet voice suddenly sounded. Plant a seed in your heart, tick tick tick. Adults can't sing the song Outburst of Courage to its fullest flavor, only children's voices can do it. The sweet and crisp sound, combined with the sunny and innocent rhythm and lyrics, can instantly catch people's ears and make people feel relieved. Especially the word tick tick tick, which immediately made many people raise their eyebrows. Quite interesting. And Anne not only sings, she also dances. This was also taught by Shinjun. In the previous life, the song Outburst of Courage was even performed on CCTV's evening party. The singing and dancing had prototypes, so Shinjun only needed to copy them. And Anne is already delicate and cute. She is wearing a little princess dress. Her little face, which still has some baby fat, is full of smiles, and her little arms and legs are jumping around. This series of moves left the audience in the live broadcast room completely defenseless, and they fell instantly. The traffic in the live broadcast room, which was originally declining, suddenly stopped, and countless people were commenting crazily in the live broadcast room. "Oh, it's so cute. It's over, I want to have a daughter again. She lied to me about giving birth to a daughter." Ah, is Anne's father from the Civil Affairs Bureau? A 20-year-old college student smiled like a father. I really want to be Anne's mother. And Anne's father just got divorced. I don't know if I have a chance. The comments in the live broadcast room were so crazy that it was hard to see the content clearly. One after another, they filled the screen directly, and the popularity of the live broadcast room began to grow. And Anne is still singing and dancing cutely on the stage. I heard every kid wants it. Ready to go. Oh. Let us explore together. Shinjun and Zhaowani both graduated from music colleges, so Anne's musical talent is naturally not bad and she sings very well. But what made everyone excited was not how beautiful the song was, but Anne's cute and naughty expressions and actions. It's simply addictive. That is so unfair. Especially that ouch. Anne jumped up and made a fist to cheer. His chubby face showed a serious expression and his big round eyes were so touching that they could make anyone soften their heart. This cry of "oh yo" almost made all the viewers in the live broadcast room fall in love with him. Don't mention it, this song is pretty good. Wow, and Anne's singing is so cute. It makes me feel so maternal. This song gets better and better the more I listen to it. And Anne is so cute. That's it. I want to sing along too. This song isn't suitable for children, but it's just right for college students. Everyone in the live broadcast room praised the song and Anne for being cute. In addition, many people commented. I don't know why, but a man in my 30s, was healed by this song. Capital City. At this time, night has already enveloped the bustling city. 8:30 in the evening, for other people, it might be time to get ready for bed, but for Tan Min, it was just time to get off work. Tan Min walked out of the office building somewhat tiredly and squeezed into the crowded subway station. He is on standby for long hours almost every day. Not only does he work long hours, but his commuting time is also astonishing. The company requires clocking in before 8:30 in the morning, so he needs to get up at around 5 o'clock every day, and then be out before 5:50, and then take 4 subways, which takes more than 2 hours to get to the company. The same thing happens when I get home at night. Very tired. But Tan Min gritted his teeth and persevered for 10 years. He swore when he was admitted to university that he must put down roots in a big city, not only for himself, but also for his parents who worked so hard to raise him. Tan Min's biggest dream is to buy an apartment in Beijing and bring his parents over. But the capital is big and it's not easy to live there. After working for 10 years, I still don't have a place to call my own. Tan Min rushed onto the approaching subway. There were still a few empty seats in the carriage. Tan Min wanted to grab one, but he was a step too slow. An older woman sat half of the seat first. Tan Min also sat down. If he exerted more force, he might be able to push the eldest sister away. But the moment Tan Min hesitated, the elder sister pushed him away with his butt. Tan Min staggered a step and quickly grabbed the handrail to stand firm. The eldest sister took out her cell phone without changing her expression. Everyone in the car was looking down at their phones, looking tired and hurried. Tan Min looked out of the car window. The dark tunnel and bright billboards flashed by like a passing scene. Tan Min's vision gradually became blurred. Is it true that there is no place for me in the capital? Was my original decision wrong? Am I destined to be a failure? The negative emotions that had been accumulated for a long time burst out the moment his position was taken away, madly engulfing Tan Min. Tan Min's already tired look became even more tired, and there was no light in his eyes. He seemed to have become numb and dull. Just like the people in this carriage who were bowing their heads. It was not until the next stop that Tan Min was woken up by the movement of people in the carriage. Tan Min came back to his senses and rubbed his face. He feels tired. There were still no seats in the carriage, so Tan Min found a corner to lean against, thought for a while, took out his headphones and mobile phone, and started a short video. He could feel that his current condition was not good and wanted to divert his attention. When you open the short video, you will see the cover advertisement of the live broadcast room of Where Are We Going, Dad? As the program becomes more and more popular, the Hunan provincial TV station has approved a lot of publicity funds. Lin Jia got the short video advertisement right away. So every night when the show starts, the short video cover is full of show advertisements. Tan Min had heard of this program. These days, people in the company have been discussing it, saying which kid in the program is particularly cute. After thinking about it, Tan Min clicked on the ad. He quickly entered the live broadcast room, and as soon as he entered the room, he saw a delicate and cute little girl waving her short hands and singing cutely. Chapter 51 Oyo. The little girl is very beautiful and cute. Like an exquisite doll. Tan Min thought that it would be great if his daughter could be as cute as this one. Looking at the jumping little girl, the tiredness on Tan Min's face seemed to be reduced a little, and his dull eyes seemed to have a little light. At this time, the little girl's singing slowly sounded. The voice was a little childish, but it sounded very sweet and happy. Combined with the innocent lyrics, Tan Min only felt that his numb heart seemed to be touched. Before Tan Min could think further, he heard the little girl's childish but serious and powerful "Oh yo." This cry of ouch hit Tan Min directly in the heart. Tan Min didn't notice that a smile from the bottom of his heart had appeared on his face at some point, even in the corners of his eyes. The negative emotions that had been pent up in my heart for a long time seemed to be smoothed out in an instant. In addition to Tan Min, Zhang Yong, who was delivering takeout in Yangcheng, also laughed. He was lying in his tattered car. Zhang Yong had been busy since he got up in the morning, and had just taken the opportunity to eat a mouthful of cold rice, thinking of taking a break. I just happened to see Anan. When Zhang Yong heard Anan singing "Oh yo" while waving her little fists, he couldn't stop smiling. He felt that the numb day seemed to be healed. After watching Anan, you will get 10 more orders. This situation not only happened to Tan Min and Zhang Yong, but many viewers who were watching the live broadcast at this time felt touched in their hearts. Emotions such as busyness, irritability, and loss seem to be cured, and a smile from the heart appears on my face. The most fundamental reason why it has become a hit online song, especially one that appeals to people of all ages, is that it has a simple rhythm and is brainwashing. If it can become popular, there must be a reason for it. If the song "The Insects Are Flying" can remind people of their childhood and make them calm, then the song "Outburst of Courage" can heal people's hearts. The courage to sing to children seems to have reached the hearts of every adult, giving many people the courage to keep working hard and keep going. Of course, the essence of the internet divine song is enough to brainwash. As Anan sang the chorus, many viewers in the live broadcast room had already learned it and started humming along. In many families, parents were watching the live broadcast, but the children next to them suddenly started jumping up and down to the rhythm of the music. During the time when Anan was singing, the data in the live broadcast room began to soar rapidly. The traffic of Xinjun and Anan's live broadcast rooms had dropped a lot, and they had fallen behind Song Xiu and even Zhang Shui. Both Song Xiu and Zhang Shui's groups attracted many fans and audiences with their performances. The group of Xinjun and Anan, which had not started yet, continued to decline. However, this trend ended instantly after Anan opened her mouth. As Anan started singing, the data in Xinjun and Anan's live broadcast room began to rise rapidly. By the end, it was almost about to explode. The live video was stuck and the server could hardly hold on. Fortunately, Lin Jia had been in contact with the short video company and immediately requested data support from the company. That's good. Looking at the record-breaking data in the live broadcast room, Lin Jia and a group of staff were stunned. They never imagined that a nursery rhyme could be so powerful that it could take out all the hot topics and internet celebrities. On the stage, Anan finished singing a song. Jumping and dancing made Anan very tired. Sweat was already on her forehead, but Anan's little face was excited. Obviously, he was having a great time singing. After Anan finished singing, there was continuous applause from the audience. The 10 judges raised their signs one after another before the staff even opened their mouths. 10 points, all of them. Anan was even happier. Dad, we won. At her age, Anan already understood the concept of winning and losing. She happily rushed towards Shinjun, who scooped Anan up and flew her around. Anan is so amazing. Baji. Shinjun gave her a kiss. Anan was so cute that he could hardly hold back on the stage just now. Daddy, scumbag. Anan quickly pushed Shinjun's bearded face away. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 500,000, breaking the highest number of viewers for short video live broadcasts. At this time, more than 500,000 people are watching the interaction between the father and daughter. Anan, Dad, your daughter said you are a scumbag. Ha, I'm dying of laughter, and Anne's disgusted expression. If Anan doesn't want it, give it to Auntie. I like men with beards. They look manly. I heard the abacus upstairs in the northeast. Hey, Anan likes it, and Anan's dad likes it too. Which one should I choose? Capture Anan's father, and both of them are yours. Anan is popular to begin with, especially her performance just now, which attracted a lot of older sister fans and auntie fans. These fans even started discussing online how to win over Anan's dad. The staff didn't waste any time and announced the winning group directly. Shinjun and Anan won today's grand prize, which made Zhang Shui and Guangzai extremely envious. As for the win or loss of the game, Zhang Shui said, "Just don't let Song Xiu win. He was so proud just now. What a proud guy." Zhang Shui avoided the live broadcast when he spoke, but did not avoid Song Xiu, who was not far away. When Song Xiu heard it, his expression darkened. He looked at Zhang Shui and Shinjun with resentment and anger. Seeing Song Xiu's eyes, Shinjun sneered, picked up Anan and turned away, not even bothering to give him a glance. Bang! Song Xiu kicked the stool hard and it flew to the ground. After the competition, the other four groups returned to their rooms, while Shinjun and Anan packed up their things and took a bus to the city. Before leaving, Zhang Shui held onto the car door with a look of reluctance on his face. Shinjun just realized that Zhang Shui had a lot of scenes, and immediately laughed and said, "It's a pity that you don't go into acting." Zhang Shui laughed, then waved at the lovely Anan, and before leaving, he gestured to Shinjun to contact him by phone. Keep in touch when you have time. From the beginning of the show, Zhang Shui felt that Shinjun was pretty good. He was handsome, but not as arrogant as those handsome guys in the entertainment industry. And he takes good care of his daughter. Guangzai was taken care of a lot, so the two of them left their contact information with each other. Goodbye, Anan. Goodbye, brother Guangzai. As the two little ones said goodbye, the car drove quickly towards the city. Arriving in the city, the living conditions were really good, just as the program crew said, and Shinjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could endure hardships, it didn't mean he liked to endure them without any effort. He immediately took an in to wash up, and then had some midnight snack. It was already 9:30. Normally it was time to go to bed, but Anan was a little excited tonight and had no desire to sleep. Shinjun was also thinking about promoting the publication of Harry Potter. So the program team started a live broadcast and continued telling the story. At this time in the Xiaobu ancient village, the live broadcast of the program had ended, but the lights in Song Xiu's room were still on, and the sounds of smashing and looting continued to be heard. Song Xiu kicked down all the furniture and objects within his sight. Chapter 52 returned to Shanghai. His son Song lay hid in the corner of the room, looking at his angry father with fear and panic. Fortunately, the agent's sister Chen arrived in time and stopped Song Xiu. Are you crazy? When someone explodes, you're done. Sister Chen said sternly. Song Xiu wanted to smash something, but Sister Chen snatched it away. Sister Chen is in her 40s and is a veteran agent at Tianyu. She is quite famous in the entire industry and has produced many stars under her. But the most popular one is still Song Xiu. So when recording the show, Sister Chen almost lived in Xiaobu ancient village. After being stopped by Sister Chen, Song Xiu finally calmed down. At this time, he said to Sister Chen with an angry face, "Sister Chen, I don't want to see Mr. Shen in the next show. Get him out of this show." Shinjun completely pissed him off, especially when he thought of Shinjun's final sneer and disregard, which made Song Xiu furious and he couldn't calm down at all. An amateur who is nothing. He has been given the cold shoulder time and again. Does he really think he is a nobody? Sister Chen has been in Xiaobu for the past 3 days, so she naturally knows why Song Xiu is so angry. She also doesn't want to see Shinjun still there. If Shinjun was here, he would have snatched away all of Song Shio's traffic and limelight. Song Shio can only be a supporting role for others. But Sister Chen frowned and said, "There is someone behind Mr. Shin." In the previous public opinion, it was Mr. Shin and Jiang Runan who spoke up for Shinjun, which helped him escape the disaster. Otherwise, Shinjun would have died without a burial place last time. Anyone? Song Shio sneered directly. An old one and a young one. I don't believe they can protect Mr. Shin. Let the company take action. I don't ask for anything else, just ask Shinjun to get out of the show. After a pause, Song Shio looked at Sister Chen. Sister Chen, tell the company directly that if you help me, I am willing to take on 2 more idol dramas for the company and I don't mind them inserting people in. Sister Chen hesitated. But this will affect your transformation. Song Shio's eyes were sinister. As long as I can kill him. I don't mind transitioning a year later. On the other hand, Shinjun's story has finished the Quidditch plot and reached the Chamber of Secrets plot. Everyone can tell that there must be something wrong with the secret room. An injured teacher, a strange snake-voiced guy, a giant monster that broke into the school, and so on, the clues that have been laid out have begun to come together. Everyone was amazed at the existence in the secret room and was extremely curious about the mysterious person behind it. The curiosity of all the audience was piqued. However, at this moment, Shinjun said, "That's the end of the story for tonight." Anan had fallen asleep beside Shinjun, and was even snoring softly. She must be tired after a crazy day of fun today. Shinjun touched Anan's little face with heartache. At this time, the live broadcast room was in an uproar, because everyone knew that tonight was the last night of this show. So if you want to continue listening to the story of Harry Potter, you have to wait until the next episode. Although the next episode will be in a week, everyone is already on high alert and can't wait to know the final ending. I can't wait at all. Waiting for a week feels like the end of them. So he frantically posted comments in the live broadcast room, hoping that Shinjun would see it. Wow, Anan, Dad, I can't leave you, please finish your story before you leave. No, it won't be aired until next week, how can I wait? Some even said. Anan, Daddy, Anan, I'll comfort you, can you tell me a story? Becoming Anan's mother is imminent. Shinjun could roughly guess the comments in the live broadcast room, so he ignored them and said seriously to the camera. I have signed a contract with JoJo Publishing House for the Harry Potter story. It will be published and released in about 3 months. If you like this story, you can support it when the time comes. Thank you all for your company over the past 3 days. Love you all. As Shinjun spoke, he made a heart-shaped gesture towards the camera, just like in his previous life, and then, ignoring the wailing in the live broadcast room, he turned off the live broadcast. A good night's sleep. After returning to modern society, Shinjun finally had a good night's sleep. And because the show had ended, no one disturbed them today, so Shinjun also took a day off and slept in. It was already past 9 when I woke up in the morning. After having breakfast with Lin Jia sent Shinjun and Anan to the airport. Before leaving, Lin Jia said, Song Shio should be unable to sit still. There was such a big commotion last night, so as a director, he naturally knew everything. Shinjun waved his hand. Fine. Shinman had already told him last night that Hanshi Company agreed to Shinjun's conditions and would take action to clean up Tianyu starting today and force Song Shio to quit the show. So he can't jump around for a few days. Lin Jia knew that Shinjun had Hanshi behind him, so he didn't worry too much. He smiled and said, I have a few more videos for you. See if you can use it. Then he waved to Anan. Goodbye, Anan. Anan had a great time during the past 3 days, and she also liked Lin Jia very much. She immediately said, Uncle Lin Jia, see you next time. After saying goodbye to Lin Jia, Shinjun took Anan and boarded the plane back to Shanghai. At about the same time, Tianyu Media Company, which had received the news from Song Shio early in the morning, also began to take action. The 2 idol dramas are enough to bring the company tens of millions in revenue, not to mention that Song Shio said that they could insert people into the dramas, which would also help train the company's new generation. The company couldn't help but be tempted by this condition. Even if Shinjun has someone behind him, but just like Song Shio said, one is old and the other is young, isn't Tianyu afraid? Mr. Shen has retired. Jiang Runan is not strong enough to fight against the entire Tianyu. Therefore, Tianyu Media did not take Shinjun seriously at all. After reaching an agreement with Song Shio, they immediately started looking for people to put it into operation. However, Tanyu Media was completely unaware that just when they started the operation, Hanshi Music Company in Shanghai held a simple high-level meeting. Then all departments of Hanshi Company began to get busy. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when Shinjun got off the plane. More than an hour passed when he got home. Shinjun looked at the time and it was already 4 o'clock. It is the rainy season in Shanghai. No one has been home for a few days and the air is damp. After Shinjun brought in home, he first settled in and down. Then Shinjun changed and washed all the beds in the house and opened the windows in the room for ventilation. After a simple cleanup, it was already evening. It was just in time for dinner, and since he didn't have to complete any tasks for the program, Shinjun took a break and took in directly to the restaurant. Although the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Is very popular, it has not yet reached the level of a phenomenal success. Although Shinjun and Anan seem to be quite popular, they are only newcomers who have debuted for 3 days, so they are not yet to the point where they are recognized as soon as they go out. Shinjun breathed a sigh of relief. Anan and I finished our dinner happily. However, Shinjun didn't know that while he was having his meal, or to be more precise, since he was on the plane in the afternoon, the entire network had been in an uproar. Chapter 53, Making Money. Although the first episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Has ended, as a hit program, its influence is still continuing. There are still many people paying attention to and searching for content related to the program. For example, the lullaby that Shinjun sang for Anan, and the nursery rhyme that Anan sang when he broke the record on the last night of the show. In addition, many people are paying attention to Shinjun's bedtime stories. Harry Potter. The show has ended, but the story of Harry Potter has just begun, especially last night Shinjun just talked about the key to the first part. Come to a sudden stop. It makes many people feel very uncomfortable. So from last night until now, this topic has not subsided, but has become more and more intense. Many people urged for updates or sent razor blades under the program's official account. Shinjun does not have his own social account, so fans can only vent under the program's official account. Many people were also discussing the publishing matter that Shinjun mentioned last night. Some viewers are supportive of the story being published. After all, the story is well written, and publishing it is a normal thing. There were also many viewers who were quite resistant. After all, Shinjun's story came to an abrupt end. Although this was the reason for the end of the show, many viewers blamed the problem on Shinjun. I think Mr. Shin didn't finish the story just for the sake of publication. There were also many viewers who were jealous. After all, they didn't expect that a bedtime story could be published. Originally, this discussion was just among the audience and did not cause much impact. However, in the afternoon, someone suddenly posted a message on the social platform. You're trying to make money in the literary world? It's a sentence without a beginning or an end, but the topic at below this sentence is exactly the topic related to the publication of Harry Potter. The meaning is self-evident. And the person who spoke was called Lin Wunshan, a well-known contemporary writer with a background in serious literature. He has won many domestic and international literary awards and is a frequent visitor to bestseller lists. Simply put, famous. And this guy has a pretty bad temper. In the words of his fans, he is angry with everyone and everyone. Lin Wunshan is quite talented, and many fans like to see him argue with others, so he has quite a lot of fans online, more than 3 million. So after Lin Wunshan finished saying this, the topic that was originally limited to the audience of the show suddenly went viral. Many fans and onlookers followed Lin Wunshan at S topic and saw that they were wondering, wow, someone from the entertainment industry is going to publish a book? It suddenly became boiling. What do people think of people in the entertainment industry? Entertain people with beauty. As for literary literacy? Is this something that people in the entertainment industry can have? Especially when the onlookers saw Shinjun's appearance, they were shocked. He didn't look like a cultured person at all. Plus, Lin Wunshan's very pointed words of guidance. As a result, all the onlookers were excited, and everyone was certain that Shinjun came to the literary world to make money. As for the content of the book, there are live broadcast recordings online, and even text versions compiled by netizens, but the people who came to watch were too lazy to even take a look. Does this matter? It doesn't matter. Marketing accounts need a boiling public opinion, cultural figures need a topic for judgment, and audiences guided by emotions need a way to vent. Mr. Shin is just perfect. As a result, the topic of entertainment circles come to the literary world to make money quickly became a hot search. Jinling. A tea house. Several people were drinking tea face to face. If Mr. Shin was there, he would be able to recognize that the people sitting among them were the publishers who went to Hunan province yesterday to find him to sign books. There was only one stranger present. And this stranger is none other than Lin Wenshin, a well-known writer who has sparked public attention on the internet. Lin Wenshin is a man in his 40s with a small mustache. He does not look like a scholar at all. Instead, his eyes reveal shrewdness and calculation. Looking at the heated public opinion on the internet, one of the publishers said with a smile, "Old Lin is really amazing. He put someone on the hot search list with just one sentence." Another publisher sneered and said proudly, "Now, I want to see what this old fox Wang Lei is going to do." Someone shook his head and said, "That's not enough. JoJo Publishing House has a lot of resources now, so removing a trending search is a piece of cake for them. Keep on hyping this up, hype it up." The others followed suit. "I have already contacted other writers. After Lao Lin speaks out, they will speak out one after another and continue to push the heat of this matter up." "Me too. We have contacted some good people, and they are starting to speak out." After everyone finished speaking, they looked at each other and a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Lin Wenshin, who had remained silent the whole time, said slowly with a smile on his face, "Don't forget what happened to Chang Nua and me. Don't worry, your name, Lin Wenshin, will definitely be on the list of winners of this year's literature award." At this time in JoJo Publishing House, Wang Lei had already received the news. Since he came back from Xiaobu Ancient Village, he has been busy with publishing matters. As a result, in the afternoon, the official account operator suddenly came over and said, "Editor-in-chief, something happened." After Shinjun promoted the publication on his live show last night, JoJo Publishing House immediately released an announcement on cooperative publishing. "I originally wanted to promote it in advance, but this announcement suddenly broke out in the afternoon. I was scolded so much. They are all people who follow public opinion, criticizing the publishing house for having no bottom line, publishing any works, and calling it a rubbish publishing house, etc." The operation was so scared that he immediately looked for the top management. Because Wang Lei was in charge of the publishing of Harry Potter, the operation department came directly to him, and Wang Lei also learned the specific situation from the operation department. When Wang Lei heard that this topic was brought up by Lin Wenshin, he frowned. He felt something was wrong. Because he knew Lin Wenshin well, he created an image of a rebellious and scholarly person in front of his fans and readers. But Wang Lei has dealt with Lin Wenshin before, and this guy is a typical profit seeker. He doesn't care about any bullshit literature at all, he only cares about money. Whatever he does must be profitable. So Wang Lei keenly sensed something was wrong, but he was not sure yet. However, he immediately issued an announcement explaining that Harry Potter was a very exciting novel. At the same time, spend money to ask the platform to remove the hot search. However, just as the trending search was removed and before the incident had settled down, one after another famous or unknown writers on the internet spoke out. Join this boiling topic. This caused the hot search that had just been removed to surge again, and it became even more popular, and there was even a terrifying trend of radiating to the entire network. In the meeting room of JoJo Publishing House, Wang Lei slammed the table in anger. Damn it, it was Huawan, Yuyan, Jishu and other publishing houses who were behind this. If it was just Lin Wenshin speaking out, he would not be able to confirm it, but now that so many authors on the internet have spoken out at the same time, it is obvious that someone is planning behind the scenes. As for who it was, he knew it as soon as he thought about it. Chapter 54, Literary Affairs. They are all thousand-year-old foxes, why play strange stories from a Chinese studio? Wang Lei could tell at a glance who was behind the trouble. The publishing houses he just scolded were the same ones he met when he was looking for Shinjun to sign a contract. Although Wang Lei has connections with these publishing houses and seems to be on good terms with them on the surface, and they are even in the same group, he has no friends in business. Not to mention that JoJo Publishing House also snatched someone else's cake. JoJo Publishing House is a rising star that has only developed in recent years. Their publishing house has risen rapidly with the help of the advantages of the internet. Directly seized the cake of those traditional publishing houses. In the beginning, JoJo Publishing House had not yet grown strong and posed less threat to other publishing houses. But now, JoJo Publishing House is developing better and better, and there is even a trend of it becoming the only publishing house in the world. These publishing houses could no longer sit still. Signing the contract with Shinjun was just a fuse. Even if Shinjun was not there, there were still other people, and the conflict between the two sides would break out sooner or later. It's just that Shinjun accelerated the process. The popularity of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Has made every publisher see the huge potential of Harry Potter. You should know that when Shinjun was live streaming last night, the maximum number of online users had broken the record for short video live streaming, reaching an astonishing more than 500,000 people. Not to mention the cumulative number of viewers in these 3 days, which is an astonishing astronomical figure. So Harry Potter became a hit even before it was published. As for the story of Harry Potter, all publishing houses with a keen sense of business have heard the story themselves and know that the quality of this story is very high. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where many publishing houses personally went to Hunan province to find Shinjun to sign a contract. Ordinary writers don't get this kind of treatment. High quality. Very popular. Harry Potter can almost be expected to be on the literary bestseller list this year, or even in the next few years. So the other publishing houses naturally became anxious. JoJo Publishing House was originally on the verge of dominating the market. If it could successfully publish Harry Potter, with the help of this book, JoJo Publishing House would probably grow to the point where no one could suppress it. That's why several publishing houses joined forces today to suppress JoJo. As for Shinjun, I can only say that he has bad luck. Just picked. In the JoJo conference room, a group of senior executives from the publishing house were sitting. After the successful signing of Harry Potter, it was included in the company's Level 1 development items. The outside world can see the potential of Harry Potter, and their company can naturally see the huge potential of Harry Potter. Originally, everyone was thinking about making a fortune in silence, but they didn't expect to be attacked by a joint sniper this time. Not only Wan Lei looked bad, everyone present looked bad. They didn't expect that the other publishing houses would act so viciously and aggressively, which directly triggered public opinion. Now the whole network is discussing this matter. Huge impact. After Wang Lei finished scolding, the president of the publishing house sitting in the first seat said in a deep voice, "The most urgent task is to find a way to suppress this public opinion. Issue an announcement immediately. At the same time, contact all major platforms to remove the trending search." But now the impact is too great, these conventional methods are of no use at all, and the others are also trying to think of ways. Since they can find someone to speak out, can we also find someone to speak out? Contact some cooperating writers, preferably those veteran writers with high status in the industry, and ask them to help speak out and support Harry Potter. This is the best way at the moment. The sharp point of online public opinion nowadays is that many people do not agree with Shinjun's identity as a writer. I think Mr. Shin came to the literary world to make money. Therefore, as long as Shinjun's identity as a writer or his talent can be confirmed, the public opinion will be much better. But as soon as the person who proposed it finished speaking, Wang Lei sighed. It's difficult. Don't forget, Mr. Shin is from the entertainment industry. As soon as Wang Lei's words came out, everyone else frowned. Shinjun's identity was really very tricky. Ordinary people are fine, but the entertainment industry. Although the entertainment circle and the literary world have no connection in normal times, the conflicts between them are deep. Many people in the literary world look down on people in the entertainment circle. Even many writers have publicly criticized the entertainment industry. Looking down on the entertainment industry is the mainstream tone of the entire literary world. Therefore, it is very difficult to find someone to speak for Shinjun, especially for those intellectuals in the literary world who think highly of themselves and cherish their reputation. It's like climbing to heaven. It's a blessing they didn't step in and step on it. The president of the publishing house said in a deep voice, "If you don't want to help, then the benefits you give us are not enough." I nodded. The company will maximize its resource authority. Everyone should hurry up and contact writers they know to help. We have to spend money to get this done. The president paused and glanced at everyone with a serious look. I hope everyone will pay more attention. This is not just the writer's business, this is our Kyushu's business. If this publication ends in failure, our JoJo's reputation in the past few years will suffer a great blow, and it will be difficult to get back on track in the future. And they won't give us that chance. The president's voice was stern, and everyone else looked solemn, then they dispersed and started to get busy. However, JoJo was just starting to use its connections to find writers to restore the reputation of Harry Potter in Shinjun. As a result, online public opinion once again exploded. Suddenly, a lot of negative information about Shinjun was exposed on the internet. For example, someone dug out Shinjun's Chinese language scores in the college entrance examination. The original person's high school grades were not good, so he chose art. I only scored 84 points in Chinese in the college entrance examination. This caused an uproar on the internet, with many people complaining that anyone can publish a book now. How can one dare to publish a book just by passing the Chinese language test? People began to question Harry Potter and Mr. Shin again. The topic of making money that had been calmed down before was brought up again, and even the writers who helped to clear their names were affected. And that's not all. The negative news that broke out online started with the publication of Harry Potter and extended to Shin Jun acting like a big shot when recording a show, and even listed 1 or 2 points of disrespecting predecessors. Frankly speaking, Mr. Shin has a very bad character, is uneducated and has no quality. Some people also revealed that the songs sung by Shin Jun on the show were all plagiarized, and some even provided evidence. It was bluntly stated that Shin Jun was a habitual plagiarist, so many netizens began to doubt whether Harry Potter was also plagiarized. Even the initial rumor that Shin Jun was being kept by a rich woman was dug up again, with a lot more evidence and revelations. In a short while, Shin Jun's negative information was all over the internet. This wave of public opinion caught JoJo Publishing House off guard. They were still busy dealing with matters in the literary world, but so many negative news about Shin Jun himself were revealed. JoJo Publishing House is almost in a state of panic. Moreover, this time the negative information came with such force that it was obvious that someone was behind this. JoJo Publishing House took great efforts to investigate and found out that the person behind the incident was actually the entertainment industry's Tanyu Media Company. This made JoJo Publishing House a little confused. How come a company from the entertainment industry also got involved in something that happened in the literary world? Chapter 55 Missing Person Notice. In an office of Tanyu Media. Song Shou sat on the sofa, his expression no longer as ugly as before. Now he drank a sip of tea with a comfortable smile. He went straight back to Tanyu Media today and signed a contract with the company. The company helped him deal with Shin Jun, and he would help the company shoot 2 more idol dramas. I originally thought that I would have to wait a few days to get results. After all, it takes some effort to kill someone. But unexpectedly, that afternoon Shin Jun was suddenly named by the literary world. And public opinion is overwhelming. Although they didn't know why Shin Jun was suddenly involved with the literary world, Tanyu Media saw it as a rare opportunity and immediately intervened. So JoJo Publishing House was in a confused situation. At this time, both the entertainment industry and the literary world worked together to directly portray Shin Jun as an uncultured, and uneducated trash. The literary world alone was already a bit too much for JoJo Publishing House to handle, not to mention the simultaneous efforts from both sides. Shin Jun cannot handle the whole thing on his own, and sooner or later he will be ruined by this overwhelming public opinion. The current level of public opinion far exceeds the one created by Song Shou's fans. Even Jiang Runan might not dare to get involved in the current public opinion. If it gets stuck, I'm afraid I'll have to peel off a layer of skin. And with the current level of crazy public opinion, Shin Jun's reputation will soon be ruined, and it is only a matter of time before he quits the show. Thinking of this, Song Shou revealed an extremely pleased and proud smile on his face. He had never expected that he could get his revenge in just one day. It seems that God is on his side. I wonder if Mr. Shin can still maintain his calm expression now? Song Shou, who was feeling comfortable, didn't know that just when he was feeling proud and when public opinion on the internet was surging, someone suddenly posted a missing person notice online. The person who posted this missing person notice was called Tang Shui. Officially recognized as a professor at Jingcheng University, a well-known expert in classical poetry and prose, a scholar of Han and Tang literature, and an expert in Chinese ancient prose research. Just by looking at his title, you can tell that he is a very powerful top scholar. These are actually not important. What is important is that the person Tang Shui is looking for is the center of public opinion today. Mr. Shen. Things happening in the academic circle usually don't cause much impact, but Tang Shui's status is too high, and the person he is looking for is the center of public opinion. Therefore, not long after Tang Shui's missing person notice was released, it quickly attracted a large number of onlookers. These people were originally eating Shin Jun's melon, but while eating, they came across Tang Shui's missing person notice. When they saw Tang Shui's certified title, many people were stunned for a moment. I thought I had seen it wrong. No matter how much you blame Shin Jun for this matter, it is still a bit far from the academic circle. No one could have imagined that this matter would actually attract the attention of the bigwigs in the academic circle. So everyone curiously clicked on the missing person notice. As a result, when they saw clearly what was written on the missing person notice, they were all stunned. Some were even stunned with expressions of shock. This missing person notice is not long, but the content is explosive enough. I occasionally listen to Mr. Shin's literary creations and am deeply shocked. I am very excited to see what you have learned. I wonder if I can exchange some ideas with you. I hope you can forgive me. I wanted to contact you these past 2 days, but I couldn't find your contact information. So I had no choice but to do this. I hope Mr. Shin will contact me after seeing the news. The missing person notice issued by Tang Shuyi consisted of only 3 simple sentences that could be read at a glance, but everyone who read it went back to read it again. I can't believe my eyes. What did they see? A professor at Jingcheng University, a well-known scholar in the field of classical literature, and a big shot in the academic circle, actually said that he was deeply shocked after seeing Shinjun's works. Would you like to ask me something? Are they crazy, or is the world crazy? Mr. Shin had just been criticized by the entire internet for having no literary literacy and despised by the entire literary world for making money, but right after that, a well-known professor from Beijing University said that he wanted to ask Mr. Shin for advice on literary creation? This. Many people feel like their brains are shutting down. Many people also asked directly under this missing person notice. Is this a fake number? There were many similar comments, and it was clear that everyone found it hard to believe. Is this really the account of a professor from Jingcheng University? Could it be that the account was hacked? Shit, is there something wrong with my phone, or is there something wrong with the world? Mr. Shin, come out. I know this is your trumpet. Use your trumpet to speak. No one believed the content of this missing person notice, mainly because Shinjun had been scolded all day and many people had already formed a fixed impression of him. 3 people make a tiger, not to mention the overwhelming negative information all over the internet. Now many people on the internet think that Shinjun is just as the online revelations say, with no literary accomplishment, poor character, poor quality, etc. Even though some people did not follow the crowd and were still rational, they still did not think that Shinjun was a good person. After all, flies don't bite seamless eggs. So everyone who saw this missing person notice was questioned the authenticity of the content. However, soon, everyone's doubts disappeared. Because shortly after Tang Shuyi issued the missing person notice, Liu Yaya, the vice dean of the School of Literature of Beijing University, and several teachers and students of Beijing University proved that the person behind the account was Tang Shuyi. This missing person notice was also issued by Tang Shuyi himself. There is nothing wrong with it. And after that, Tang Shuyi himself posted a video, in which Tang Shuyi himself appeared and said that he originally wanted to use the power of the internet to contact Shinjun. But I didn't expect that it would cause so much public opinion, which was a surprise to me. In the video, Tang Shuyi also said that he did not know where the revelations and comments about Shinjun on the internet came from. But he has read Shinjun's literary works, especially the one called Sound and Rhythm Enlightenment, which is very talented. He also needs to learn a thing or two about the rhymes of ancient poetry. So those revelations may be wrong. At the end of the video, Tang Shuyi called on everyone to look at it rationally, and at the same time hoped that netizens would help him call Shinjun. He really wanted to communicate with Shinjun. As soon as the video came out, the whole network was in an uproar. People were shocked by Tang Shuyi's praise of Mr. Shin, shocked by the shocking reversal of events, and shocked by Tang Shuyi's final earnest request. When it comes to talking about literature, the literary world is qualified. But the academic circle is more qualified. Not to mention that compared to well-known best-selling authors like Lin Wenshan, Tang Shuyi's status, qualifications and academic level are more convincing. This is a teacher from Jingcheng University. Still a professor. He is also an officially recognized top scholar. He has even appeared on CCTV's cultural programs. The garden is full of peaches and plums. His research on classical poetry is second to none in all of China. People like this say that Shinjun is very talented, then the public opinion on the internet. So after Tang Shuyi released the video, the heated public opinion on the internet suddenly came to a halt, and countless people began to waver. And this is just the beginning. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the breaks on public opinion, Shinjun's request for the quick entry of Hanshi was agreed. The counterattack has begun. Chapter 56: The Truth Comes to Light. That night, with the entry of Hanshi Company, many singers under Tianyu Media Company suddenly encountered various emergencies. Some people's endorsements were rejected. Some people have been exposed to all kinds of negative information. Some people's recommendations on music platforms have been withdrawn. Hanshi put all the resources and connections accumulated in the industry over the years into action, catching Tianyu off guard. For example, Su Qing, who is currently being promoted by Tianyu Media, is the first to be hit. First, her recommended position on the Huala music platform was removed, and then she was exposed for all kinds of things: audio editing, plagiarism, plastic surgery, bad character, etc. Very old-fashioned revelations. But it was very useful. Su Qing's fame and character suffered a serious impact. The most direct manifestation was the performance of her latest album. With Tianyu spending a lot of money on promotion in the past 2 days, the title song of Su Qing's album has already reached the second place on the Chinese music hot songs chart. Victory is just around the corner. But after this incident, the ranking was directly pulled down. The other songs in the album were also greatly affected, and the overall ranking dropped a lot, even being surpassed by Lu Yao from EMI Records. Previously, Su Qing wanted to rise to the ranks of first-tier singers with this album, but now, let alone becoming a top singer, it's even a question whether she can protect herself. Su Qing's face turned blue with anger when she received the news. And this was just the beginning. Various emergencies throughout the night made the entire Tianyu music department panic. And besides Tianyu music department, Song Xiu, an idol star under Tianyu, has also been attacked and exposed by countless black fans. Just like the tricks Tianyu used on Shinjun in the afternoon, now all these tricks were returned to Song Xiu by Hanshi. Moreover, compared to what happened to Shinjun before, Song Xiu is being treated even worse now, because Shinjun has only been in this circle for 3 days, and it is very difficult to find any negative information about him. I can only make it up. But Song Xiu is different. He has been in this circle for more than 10 years, and there is quite a lot of scandalous information about him that can be verified. Hanshi has been dormant for a whole day today just to mobilize resources to collect these negative materials. Qin Man's style has always been like this. If we want to do it, we will kill him completely. Therefore, the overwhelming revelations spread all over the internet, even suppressing Shinjun's popularity. There are all kinds of negative information, with pictures and evidence, including the video of Song Xiu kicking tables and chairs in anger when he participated in the program Where Are We Going, Dad? All these videos were provided by Lin Jia. When the conflict between Song Xiu and Shinjun first emerged, Lin Jia was wary of it. Song Xiu in the video had a ferocious face and a furious expression. He didn't look like the idol star in the eyes of the public at all. Instead, he looked like a madman. It's shocking. Even Song Xiu's fans were shocked. What is more crucial is that these explosive videos also contain Song Xiu's original voice, and one of the original voices directly shocked everyone. Sister Chen, I don't want to see Mr. Shen in the next show. Get him out of this show. Let the company take action. As long as I can kill him. In just a few words, everyone who heard it was horrified and looked shocked. Thinking about the fact that the entire internet has been flooded with negative information and criticisms about Shinjun since this day, everyone seems to understand something. The rumors and slanderous remarks made by Song Xiu's fans were also dug up. The truth is out. Everyone understood that all this was the work of Song Xiu and the company behind Song Xiu. As a result, the storm of public opinion that was originally directed at Shinjun suddenly rushed towards Song Xiu and Tianyu Media Company, and this time the public opinion was even crazier. There is a Han lion behind the scenes fanning the flames. In addition, countless netizens felt that they were deceived and fooled, and they also felt guilty towards Shinjun, so they cursed Song Xiu even more harshly and dirty. In just one night, Song Xiu was scolded like a rat crossing the street. Even Tianyu Media Company was deeply affected. The official website of Tianyu Media was directly flooded with malicious messages, and its social media accounts were even forced to close comments. Many of its artists have been subjected to indiscriminate attacks and abuses. In just one night, the share price of Tianyu Media Company plummeted and the company's directors were furious. As for Mr. Shen didn't know what happened last night. By the time he learned the news the next day, everything had been settled. After Hanshi took action, Tianyu and Song Xiu both suffered serious backlash. I heard that Song Xiu is now unable to protect himself and his reputation has plummeted. All signed endorsements and advertising contracts were terminated. The ratings of the TV series he filmed before were all lowered, and many fan groups were disbanded. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. The missing person notice by Peking University professor Tang Shiyi helped Shinjun's reputation in literature continue to improve, although many people in the literary world still look down on him. Lin Wenxian is still complaining to everyone in Xinjun. But netizens are obviously not so impatient and follow the crowd, and old fans of the previous show are also sparing no effort to recommend Harry Potter online. Many people went to look through the stories compiled online. Some people are directly attracted to this magical world of magic. Even if they don't like it, everyone has to admit that the story is interesting. The prejudice against Xinjun has been reduced a lot. The book Harry Potter can be considered a blessing in disguise, as it has gained greater attention and traffic. These are what Wang Lei told Xinjun when he called him the next morning. After the matter was settled today, Wang Lei made a special call to Xinjun. On the one hand, it is to let Mr. Shen understand the situation. On the other hand, Wang Lei also had some thoughts in mind. He wanted to let Xinjun know how much effort Jojo had put in behind the scenes yesterday, and let Xinjun do them a favor. Today's Xinjun is worthy of Wang Lei's attention. This is the situation that has caused a professor from Beijing University to search for him all over the internet. Not to mention the power behind Xinjun. Although Wang Lei doesn't know who is behind Xinjun, he saw the turmoil in the entertainment industry last night. The fact that they even dared to do this to Tianyu Media is enough to show that there is considerable power behind Xinjun. So after what happened yesterday, Xinjun's weight in Wang Lei's heart has skyrocketed, and the level of importance he holds has been ranked the highest. Wang Lei finally said to Xinjun, "That's probably the situation. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. The other publishing houses should all behave themselves for a while. As for what the literary world says, you don't have to pay attention to them. They are just bored." However, Xinjun did not respond directly. By the time Wang Lei called him, he had already read the online public opinion on his tablet. At this moment, Xinjun's expression became even colder. He really didn't understand. He was being very low-key and didn't want to get into any trouble. Why did everyone want to step on him? In the past, there were Song Xiu and Tianyu from the entertainment industry. Behind him are Lin Wenxian and the publishing house in the literary world. Especially the latter, it was clearly an industry competition between several publishing houses, but why was he being used as the target? And those literary people who mentioned him, couldn't they just enjoy themselves in their own circles? Why did they have to come to him to show off their presence? Do you really think he is a soft persimmon? Even a clay figure still has some earthiness, let alone Xinjun. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean he is afraid of it. Xinjun has discovered that the more low-key you are, the more likely you are to be treated as a soft persimmon. You mean he's making money, right? Then Mr. Shen will show him what it means to make money. Chapter 57, Grave Robbers Chronicles. Whether in the past life or this life, Xinjun has never been a person who is willing to swallow his anger. Since they like to use him as a scapegoat, Xinjun will let them know how sharp his knife is. After thinking about it, Xinjun spoke. "Brother Wang, do you have a literary magazine under your Jojo publishing house?" Wang Lei on the other end of the phone was about to hang up when he suddenly heard Xinjun's words. He was stunned for a moment and then said, "There is one. Jojo Novel Magazine is a literary journal published by Jojo Publishing House." When signing the contract, Xinjun learned about the overall situation of Jojo Publishing House, so he remembered that there was such a literary magazine. Xinjun said directly, "I have another book here that can be published in the magazine. It takes 3 months to publish Harry Potter. After 3 months, the opportunity has been lost. Xinjun prefers to let revenge never last overnight. Jojo Magazine is a bi-monthly publication, and if it goes well it will be released in the middle of the month." After hearing Xinjun's words, Wang Lei was stunned again. He really couldn't follow Xinjun's train of thought. However, Wang Lei was smart enough to understand Xinjun's idea instantly. However, Wang Lei did not agree directly, but said hesitantly, "The magazine section is not my responsibility. I need to communicate with the company." He had not seen the new work that Xinjun mentioned, so he didn't know its quality. Naturally, I didn't dare to nod easily. Moreover, Wang Lei was worried that this new work was created by Xinjun on impulse. After all, this incident happened just before the new work was born. It doesn't seem reliable no matter how you look at it. Although Xinjun's current popularity is high enough that he can sell even a pile of shit, but Jojo not only needs to make money, but also gain reputation. Once the reputation is over, it's really over. Xinjun also knew Wang Lei's concerns. If it were him, he would not dare to agree easily. Xinjun said calmly, "I will send you the first 20,000 words in the next 2 days. Please review it. If it is okay, I hope to publish it in the latest issue of the magazine. If it doesn't work, forget it. Since Xinjun said so, there is nothing to worry about. Wang Lei nodded in agreement. No problem. After finishing the call with Wang Lei, Xinjun thought about it, registered a social account of his own, first authenticated a yellow label, and then found the account of Tang Shuyi of Gingchen University. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Tang Shuyi would go to such great lengths to find him. He didn't expect that sound and rhythm enlightenment would attract the attention of bigwigs in the academic circle. He just thought of it when he was educating in an. I used it when I felt it was appropriate, without giving it too much thought. However, this incident gave Xinjun a lot of inspiration. He had not paid much attention to these learning knowledge before, but if used properly, it might give him a lot of help. Just like this time. One word from Tang Shuyi is worth half a day's work by Jiuzhou Publishing House. This is the strength of the top leaders in the academic circle. It would do him no harm to make the acquaintance of such a man. Mr. Shen also wants to thank Tang Shuyi. After all, the other person had helped him so much, so Xinjun sent a private message to Tang Shuyi and left his contact information. No reply yet. Xinjun logged out of the account. And then is still sleeping in. He has woken up early for 3 days in a row and has played like crazy during these 3 days. Xinjun feels sorry for her, so he indulges an to sleep in today. Xinjun collected the clothes that were hung out to dry yesterday and then went into the study. There is a computer in the study. Zhao Wani bought it when the house was being renovated, but she rarely used it and it has been idle ever since. Now it's a good time to write a book. He hasn't written a single word of the work he just promised to Wang Lei, so he has to hurry and finish it. After turning on the computer, Xinjun familiarized himself with it, then clicked on the document and started typing. He had said before that his memory had become very strong since his rebirth, and he could recall word for word everything he had seen in his previous life. So for Xinjun, writing a book only requires making a good choice and then burying his head in writing. As for the choice, Xinjun has a bunch of serious literature or classic novels in his mind that can prove his literary literacy or talent. But Xinjun refused. Didn't he want to make money? Don't you want to suppress Jiuzhou Publishing House? Then Xinjun will have to choose those works that can become popular, make huge profits, allow Jiuzhou Publishing House to quickly gain popularity, and quickly eat into the market. Don't pursue a high level of literary literacy. But it must be able to catch every reader's attention, make the readers unable to stop reading after finishing it, and become a hit on the entire internet after it is released. And if Xinjun wants to publish it in a magazine, it would be best to choose a novel type that is suitable for serialization, and it should be a medium-length novel. There were many suitable works in previous lives. Xinjun thought for a moment and finally chose a work he was more familiar with. Grave Robbers Chronicles. This work from the previous life became an instant hit on the entire internet as soon as it was released. Before it was even finished, it topped all the major literary bestseller lists, directly leading the Chinese suspense novels into a new era. Moreover, this novel was even published in People's Daily. It was even selected as material for college entrance examination essays and appeared on CCTV. It is even permanently collected by the National Library. Many honors. The popularity of this book in the previous life can be described in one word: unprecedented. Some people even describe it as no longer a simple novel, but a mark of an era. Later, many IPs derived from the novel were also very popular. Cartoon, movie, game. All of them are on fire. In his previous life, Xinjun had also come into contact with this IP. When the movie projects of The Lost Tomb were first launched, they were all S-level projects of major companies. Very popular. It can be said that no IP development in the country can have such a terrifying influence. When it comes to making money, this novel is definitely one of the best. Moreover, this novel has a lot of suspense, and the weird and mysterious tomb robbing scene is very impressive and eye-catching. It's so addictive. This novel is definitely a very suitable choice. Moreover, Xinjun believes that this novel will definitely conquer the Jiuzhou editorial department. So Xinjun didn't hesitate too much, made a quick decision, and started typing directly. After Wang Lei hung up the phone, he didn't take the matter to heart, nor did he discuss it with the company. After all, this matter is unreliable no matter how you look at it. It's not even certain whether this book will be published. Xinjun hasn't even finished writing the manuscript of Harry Potter, so where does he get the energy to write the second book? Even if he had the energy, Wang Lei wouldn't be optimistic. Good works cannot be written just by saying it. Even famous authors do not dare to say that they have such confidence. What's more, he is a novice author like Xinjun. When Xinjun sends it to him, he will take a look at it first, and then find a way to tactfully reject Xinjun so as not to dampen his enthusiasm for writing, nor affect the later cooperation between the two parties. Wang Lei thought about it for a while, and then continued to work. Chapter 58 Teacher. There was nothing to do, so Xinjun spent the whole morning writing. Near noon, the lazy little pig finally woke up, and Xinjun made a simple lunch. After dinner, Xinjun took in and out. I went to see Teacher Shin first. A public opinion crisis broke out during the recording of the program. In the beginning, it was thanks to Teacher Shin who spoke up. Mr. Shin had to see the old man no matter what. Teacher Shin was in high spirits and was so happy to see Xinjun bringing in and here that he couldn't stop smiling. Ever since Xinjun got married, the number of times he visited Teacher Shin became less and less, and in the next 2 years he didn't come at all. I just send blessings via WeChat during festivals. On the one hand, he felt guilty. The old man had always been optimistic about him, wanted him to enter the music industry, and was ready to pave the way for him. However, Xinjun was not interested in his career at that time and rejected his teacher's kindness. On the other hand, he didn't want Zhao Wani to worry too much. I remember 1 year after their marriage, Xinjun said he wanted to visit Teacher Shin, and Zhao Wani said she wanted to go with him. If it's normal, it's fine. Xinjun is very happy to let Zhao Wani meet his teacher. However, that visit took place during the period when Zhao Wani asked Xinjun to make an appointment with Mr. Shin for a singing contest. Xinjun did not do it for a long time, so Zhao Wani started to have other ideas. Later, Mr. Shin gradually reduced the number of times he visited Teacher Shin. Although Mr. Shin didn't say anything, he was still unhappy about Mr. Shin's alienation. Now he said with a smile, "You kid, you don't want to enter the music industry, and I won't say anything to you, so why are you still hiding from me?" Xinjun felt a little guilty about the old man who took care of him. Not anymore. Now that she and Zhao Wani have divorced, there will never be such a situation where the two parties have to make a choice again, so Xinjun has nothing to worry about. Moreover, he has already stepped half a foot into the music scene, especially after collaborating with Hanshi. His contact with Teacher Shin will only increase. A smile appeared on Xin Yunqing's face. That's good. Come visit me more often when you have time. If Xin Yunqing has any regrets over the years, apart from the fact that his granddaughter is still unmarried, the rest is that Xinjun is unwilling to enter the music industry. And now, this regret has been half satisfied. Qinman had already told her about the collaboration between Xinjun and Hanshi, and Xin Yunqing had also listened to the song that Xinjun wrote for Hanshi. It can only be said that so many years of ordinary life have not worn away Xinjun's talent. In fact, the accumulation of years has made Xinjun's talent reach a higher level. Even she might not be able to write that song. This is also the reason why Xin Yunqing is so relieved now. What she is most worried about is that Xinjun's talents will be wasted in ordinary life. This is not uncommon in the music industry. Fortunately, her worries were unnecessary. Xinjun was indeed the student she favored. Xin Yunqing asked, "Are you going to look for Man later?" Xinjun and Qinman made an appointment to go to Hanshi in the afternoon. The peak singer is about to start, and Song Huaying urgently needs Xinjun to come for guidance. Xinjun nodded. Xin Yunqing sighed and said, "Man's parents died early, and she managed such a big company by herself, and she suffered a lot. I see it with my own eyes and it hurts my heart. I worry about it every day. But I'm old and powerless. I can't help much even if I want to. Now that you've gone, I feel a lot more relieved. Now that you're back, please help Man more in the future. Similarly, if you have any problem, don't be polite to her, let her help you solve it." The old man spoke sincerely, and Xin Yunqing had taken great care of Xinjun over the years, so Xinjun naturally would not refuse the old man, so he said seriously, "Anything I can do to help, I'll do my best." With Xinjun's words, Xin Yunqing's expression seemed to be much more relaxed. The old man smiled and waved his hand and said, "Okay, I'm tired too, I won't keep you busy anymore." Xin Yunqing is already 83 years old this year, and his energy is not as good as before. Xinjun quickly said, "Teacher, have a good rest. I will come to see you later." At the same time, he pulled in and said, "See you, Grandma." Anan, who had been silent all this time, blinked her big eyes, waved her little hand at the kind and amiable old lady in front of her and said, "Goodbye, Grandma. Shin Yunqing smiled happily. Goodbye, Anan. After saying goodbye to Shin Yunqing, Shin Jun took an into Hanshi company. After making 2 trips, Shin Jun found that it was really inconvenient not to have a car. When the property was divided, he was left with nothing except a house. I have to buy a car soon. Otherwise it would be troublesome to come to Hanshi normally. But his pockets are empty now. The labor fee for the first episode of the program has not been paid yet, and even if it is paid, it is only 200,000. Not enough to buy a car. We still have to make money quickly. Grave Robbers Chronicles must be released as soon as possible. Other ways of making money cannot be neglected either, as raising a daughter is a long and arduous task. Shin Jun looked up at the towering and dazzling Hanshi billboard, and then stepped into this top-notch office building which was even more upscale than EMI Records. Dad, what are we doing here? Anan was a little nervous when she arrived in the unfamiliar environment, especially the office building full of people coming and going, all in suits and ties, which made Anan hug her father's thigh tightly nervously. We are here to look for the beautiful aunt from before. Anan was a little confused. Pretty auntie? Before Shin Jun could speak, the sound of high heels came from behind them. Anan turned around and shouted with surprise. Beautiful sister. The person who came was Qin Man, who was dressed in formal clothes and black stockings. When Shin Jun was about to arrive, he sent a message to Qin Man. Qin Man had just arrived at the company at that time, so he waited downstairs for a while. Qin Man had a strong aura in the company. When people saw Qin Man, they all bowed their heads and shouted, Boss Qin. Qin Man nodded and then walked towards Shin Jun. Hearing Anan's shout, Qin Man's stern face suddenly showed a smile, like a blooming rose, instantly bright and beautiful. Anan baby. As Qin Man approached, Anan had already run over in small steps. Qin Man held Anan's little hand. Shin Jun said, Sister Qin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Qin Man smiled and said casually, I just arrived too. Come on, I'll take you up. As he said that, he took Anan's hand and walked towards the elevator, and Shin Jun followed. After the 3 of them got on the elevator, the originally quiet hall suddenly became filled with noisy discussions. Who is this man? It seems like there's something special about the relationship with President Qin. As the person in charge of Hanshi Company, Qin Man has a top-notch figure and appearance, so naturally he has a lot of followers, not to mention that Shin Jun is also incredibly handsome. So the scene just now immediately triggered a lot of gossip and discussion. The 3 people who entered the elevator were completely unaware of the discussions behind them. After a moment of silence, Qin Man spoke. Tianyu has already dealt with it. Song Xiu will leave the show before the next episode. Shin Jun had already learned from Wang Lei and thanked him. Thank you, Sister Qin. Qin Man nodded and said, You're welcome. I'll have to ask you for help with the singer. Sister Huaying is practicing singing in the recording studio. I'll take you directly there. Chapter 59, Those Fleeting Years. At this time, in the Hanshi recording studio, Song Huaying was frowning as he listened to the recording. After listening to the song, Song Huaying sighed deeply. It's still almost there. Song Huaying felt a little frustrated. Since she got the song, she had been practicing day and night. This song is indeed very suitable for her. Song Huaying sometimes even feels that the song was written for her. It is very fitting and comfortable. But no matter how well it fit, and how comfortable it was, Song Huaying always felt that his singing was lacking in feeling. Especially when she listened to the demo of this song, this feeling was even stronger. Logically speaking, the demo is just a simple display by the creator and cannot be compared with the final version of the performance. Whether it is the recording effect, the completeness of the arrangement, or the singing level of the singers, there is a big difference. The final performance will definitely beat the demo. But Song Huaying felt that the demo he heard could beat himself. Of course, this is an exaggeration. But this demo is indeed better than her singing, and the handling of some details is more professional and rich. In a top competition like the Peak Singer, details are the key to success or failure. Song Huaying naturally would not miss these details, but no matter how hard he practiced, he just couldn't get the point. So Song Huaying became more and more frustrated the more he practiced. The recording teacher in the recording studio said, Sister Huaying, you sang very well. I feel this song is better than your previous works. Yeah, Huaying, don't push yourself too hard, you sang very well, and it should be no problem for you to enter the semi-finals. The agent also comforted him. It's good indeed. But it can be even better. Song Hwaying gritted his teeth. If he hadn't heard a higher level, he might have let it go, but since he had seen a higher scenery, how could she be willing? Moreover, her goal has never been to enter the semi-finals. She has only had one goal from the beginning to the end, and that is to become the king of singers in the finals. Now that she has this opportunity, she will try her best to seize it. After drinking some water and relaxing for a while, Song Hwaying took a deep breath and prepared to go into the studio to continue practicing. However, just as he stood up, the door of the recording studio opened and Shin Man walked in, followed by Anin, who looked curious. Although Xiaowani's company is also a music company, Xiaowani doesn't like to bring Anin into the company, thinking it is too troublesome, so Anin rarely sees the scene in front of her. At this time, my eyes were full of curiosity. When the people in the recording studio saw Shin Man, they quickly greeted her, and then all their eyes fell on the little girl Shin Man was holding. Song Hwaying and his agent looked at each other. The two have been partners for so many years that they can instantly understand each other's eyes without saying a word. Broker. Is this Mr. Chin's daughter? Song Hwaying. No way, isn't Mr. Chin still not married? At this time, Shinjun, who was following behind Shin Man and Anin, also walked into the recording studio. Shinjun's height of more than 1.8 meters was very conspicuous. Everyone saw it and were shocked. The reason why everyone was stunned was because the boy who came in was so handsome, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, and sharp features. He was stunning at first sight. If you don't know, you might think it's a celebrity coming. However, after being stunned, Song Hwaying's eyes lit up, and he asked with some excitement and tentatively. Who is? Shin Man introduced. Mr. Shen. You composed this song. It's you. After making sure that he had not recognized the wrong person, Song Hwaying's expression suddenly became excited. He immediately took a few steps forward, grabbed Shinjun's arm and said, Teacher Shinjun, you are finally here. It just so happens that I have a few questions I want to ask you. As he said that, he pulled Shinjun and wanted to start practicing singing, but Shinjun did not respond. Instead, he looked at Shin Man, who gave him a reassuring look. And then, I'll help take care of it for you. If an ordinary person saw a top-tier singer, he would probably be very excited, let alone being pulled by a top-tier singer like this. But Shinjun was very calm. In his previous life, he had met people of all kinds of status. In his mind, even the king of singers had to rank behind Anin. After hearing Shin Man's words, Shinjun nodded and said, Sing it first. Song Hwaying was concentrating on practicing singing, so he didn't pay attention to these details, but the others in the recording studio noticed them, and his agent frowned slightly. Song Hwaying entered the studio, and soon a sad song sounded from the monitoring headphones. How many times did we say goodbye in those fleeting years before delaying? That's right. The first song that Shinjun wrote for Song Hwaying was the well-known Those Years in a Hurry from his previous life. A song that has won various awards. A classic song that broke many Chinese music records as soon as it was released. A song that has been sung for more than 10 years and is still very popular on the internet, and even becomes popular again every year. A song that almost brought Fei Wong down. That's going off topic. There is no denying that Fleeting Time is definitely a very classic song and one of Fei Wong's representative works in her middle and late period. When Shinjun heard Song Hwaying's voice, the first thing he thought of was this song. This is the last song I wrote. But the version that Shinjun finally finalized was not the original version sung by Fei Wong, but the adapted version by Liu Ku when he participated in Singer in his previous life. Fleeting Time is very good. But Shinjun needs to consider a very realistic issue, which is participating in competitive competitions. Song Hwaying just looks like Fei Wong, but she is not Fei Wong after all. It is impossible for her to dominate the world with just a good voice. She needs skills and emotions that are more suitable for competitive games. Liu Ku's version of You Are My Destiny is the most suitable choice. Although Liu Ku lost that year, there was nothing he could do when he met Han Han's It's Dawn. He had no choice but to fight. And even though it lost, it doesn't mean that this adaptation was bad. On the contrary, this adaptation is amazing. Although Liu Ku lost that year, his song Fleeting Time dominated the charts on major music platforms for several months and it was a huge success. No one can shake the top spot on the Hot Songs chart. And since the release of the song, the popularity of this song has never gone down. Until Shinjun traveled through time, Liu Ku's version of Fleet of Time was still one of TikTok's hit songs, and it would become popular every now and then. Some people say that Leo Ku's version of Fleet of Time even surpasses the original. In the popularity ranking of all songs from the first 8 seasons of Singer in Previous Life, Leo Ku's Fleeting Time ranked 4th, second only to Angela Chang's Sa Diao. The popularity has even reached hundreds of millions. The number of TikTok views has reached an astonishing number, and almost everyone has heard of Memoirs of a Deceased Wife. From these data, we can see how powerful this song is. It is definitely a classic. At that time, many professional musicians commented on Leo Ku's Fleeting Time, believing that Leo Ku's skills and emotions had reached the top of the industry, but his voice was not as recognizable as Faye Wong's. This led to the narrow defeat. And now, Song Hwaying, a top-tier singer, has the singing skills and emotions of Leo Ku, and half of Faye Wong's voice characteristics. I wonder what kind of impact and shock a song like Those Years in a Hurry will bring to the current music scene. Chapter 60 Teacher Shin. In the previous life, major music bloggers and music critics had already analyzed Faye Wong's singing skills and techniques thoroughly, and Shin Jun had also learned from them in his previous life. Plus, Shin Jun is professional enough. In his previous life, he had reached a height far beyond Song Hwaying. In this life, he also graduated from a professional music college. Both his theoretical knowledge and practical skills were very strong. It's easy to guide Song Hwaying. After listening to Song Hwaying singing only once, Shin Jun immediately pointed out more than 10 problems. What? The inner mouth is not open enough. Something about nasal resonance needing to be enhanced and head voice transition not being smooth enough. There are also some words in which the vocal cords are not closed well, the voice is a bit dirty, the breath is not dragged when switching to head voice, etc. Song Hwaying was criticized for almost nothing. I was completely stunned. She felt that her singing was a little bit off, but she didn't expect that her singing was so bad. More than 10 problems were picked out for one song, which was simply a disaster. Song Hwaying's expression, which had originally been somewhat confident and excited, suddenly dimmed. The other people in the recording studio were also shocked. Although Song Hwaying is facing elimination in the Peak Singer, she is still a top-tier singer, the backbone of Hanshi, and the #1 singer. But now he is being criticized like a rookie. Shin Man was a little surprised. What Shin Jun said sounded reasonable, but Song Hwaying's strength shouldn't be that high, right? However, thinking of her grandmother's trust in Shin Jun and the fact that Shin Jun repeatedly broke her views, Shin Man was surprised but did not say anything. However, Shin Man could hold it back, but Song Hwaying's agent couldn't help it anymore. Song Hwai is a top singer in the English Premier League. She is the one who teaches others in other places. But today, she was taught a lesson by someone else, and the person who taught her was so young. The agent was naturally a little indignant and frowned, questioning. You said, it's not that bad, right? Hwaying sang very well. I felt it sounded very nice. Shin Jun glanced at his agent, then looked at the others. Shin Man and the recording teacher both looked a little surprised and didn't quite believe it. After being confused, Song Hwaying frowned slightly, obviously not quite believing it. After all, Song Hwaying is a top-tier singer. Shin Juanza is a newcomer in the music industry without any representative works. Naturally, it is not convincing. Faced with this situation, Shin Jun did not explain too much, but directly said to Song Hwaying, I'll go in and sing it once, and you listen. There's no need to waste time explaining this kind of thing. Since they're not convinced, just use your expertise to convince them. After saying that, Shin Jun walked directly into the inner room of the recording studio. All recording studios are divided into 2 rooms, the inner room is for recording, and the outer room is for monitoring. Shin Jun went into the inner room and stood in front of the microphone. Everyone in the outer room looked at each other, and then several of them picked up the monitoring headphones. Shin Jun's confidence made them very curious. And they also want to hear whether Shin Jun is worthy of the reputation. The recording teacher clicks on the accompaniment. The prelude sounded, and Shin Jun's voice slowly rang out. Because boys' vocal cavities cannot be as close to the top as girls', boys' head-nose resonance is generally weaker, and only a few gifted people can achieve this. For example, Jo Shin in his previous life. So Shin Jun makes sounds more through the edge of his vocal cords. This adds a sense of ethereality and regret to the song, which is more in line with the mood of the song and can easily draw people into resonance. This method sounds simple, but it really tests your singing skills. Many people simply cannot grasp this feeling and grasp it. Even if they find the feeling and grasp it, they cannot use this technique skillfully. So when Shinjun's singing voice sounded, the expressions of the people wearing monitoring headphones all froze. Song Huaying was born as a professional singer and has been working in the music industry for decades. His singing skills have been honed very well, so naturally he could tell the level of Shinjun's singing ability instantly. Very strong. Considering her status, it is enough. Song Huaying's frown gradually relaxed, and the doubt in his eyes also disappeared a lot, replaced by shock and suspicion. There were several other people present. Although Qin Man and her agent are not professional singers, they are both people in the industry. Even if they can't sing, they still have basic appreciation ability. So when they heard Shinjun singing, they might not be able to perceive the level of his singing skills, but they could hear it intuitively. The singing is really beautiful. The agent pursed his lips, his face full of disbelief. Qin Man also looked at Shinjun in shock. Her grandmother had never told her that Shinjun could sing. She thought Shinjun was a professional composer like her grandmother. I didn't expect that he is actually a singer-songwriter, or an all-round musician? Shinjun, who was singing, didn't know the reactions of the people outside. At this time, he was already immersed in the singing. He hasn't sung for a long time since he traveled through time. I haven't held the microphone in my hand for a long time. Hearing his own voice ringing in the earphone at this moment, Shinjun felt that his heart, which had been calm for many years, seemed to beat violently at this moment. The grand stages of his previous life seemed to gradually emerge before his eyes. Shinjun felt as if he was standing on the stage again. Lights, shouts, cheers. When the song ended, the people who were listening in the outer room looked dazed and shocked. After taking a deep breath, they looked at each other. There was disbelief in his eyes. Especially Song Huaying's agent, her expression was extremely shocked at this moment. She never thought that Shinjun would really do it. When the agent heard that Shinjun had pointed out more than 10 problems to Huaying, he thought that Shinjun was pretending to know everything, or was deliberately showing off. Pick more than 10 questions for a top-tier singer? You must be kidding. Unexpectedly, Shinjun went in and started singing without any explanation. And she sang so well. The agent didn't want to admit that her eyes were a little red when she heard Shinjun singing just now. She felt a little like she was singing. It was indeed better than Huaying's singing. At this moment, the agent really believed it. The recording teacher didn't know anything else about Shinjun. He just heard Qin Man's introduction. He looked at Qin Man with some surprise and said, "Boss Qin, is this the new singer signed by the company?" He had never seen Shinjun before, and Shinjun sang so well that the recording teacher thought he was a new singer signed by the company. It is said that the company is not as good as it used to be. If such a great singer joins, the company may be able to rise again. The recording teacher's words shocked Qin Man. She looked up and took a deep look at Shinjun, who had put down the microphone in the inner room. Shinjun in the inner room exhaled a breath, and the bubbling sound soothed his throat. Although he has all the singing skills and techniques mastered, his voice still cannot hold up due to the lack of professional practice over the years. Fortunately, this song is not too difficult. If he had to sing a high note or something, he would have been really frustrated. After a pause, Shinjun pushed the door and walked out of the inner room. As soon as Shinjun came out, Anan, with an excited face, rushed over, hugged Shinjun's thighs and shouted, "Daddy is so awesome." The adults were monitoring the conversation, so Anan naturally couldn't sit still and got a pair of monitoring headphones, so he listened to the whole thing. His big, twinkling eyes were full of admiration. No father could stand his daughter looking at him like that. Shinjun couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Song Huaying and his agent also took 2 steps forward, looking somewhat embarrassed, but more excited. "Teacher Shin.